special call meeting of Smith County Emergency Services District Number 2 at 13:01 p.m. on August the 14th. Do certify there is a quorum present, with the exception of Commissioner McKeithen, who is sick. And at this time, I'll ask Commissioner Biggers if you'll lead us in a prayer and pledge of allegiance.
Father, we come just so grateful for your blessings that you continue to bestow upon us. Father, we pray for this country, this city, and this state. Father, we thank you for the first responders and for the contributions that they make to protect property and lives. Father, we pray that you would bless this meeting and that things that we do would be to the benefit of your services. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas,
One state, under God, one and indivisible. Do we have any guests or any special presentations? I don't see any, so we'll move on to item number 4 on the agenda is public comments. Do we have anybody signed up for public comment? Okay. Having none, we'll move right on to item number 5, which is to discuss, consider, and take any necessary action on a proposal to change the tax rate and or increase the tax rate revenues for 2021 and set a date for a public hearing if necessary. One thing I want to say before we talk about that is that when we take a vote on this, we'll have to do it by roll call vote. Okay, so I guess, Bill, if you want to talk about that since you've got all the information.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for being here. I have provided you with some information that says tax rate. It's the smaller packet of the two. And when we met last Tuesday, I provided you information regarding the appraisal values that were given to us by the appraisal district, as well as the property tax calculation that was provided to us by the Smith County tax assessor collector. I just basically would like to recap that information, and what I would like to do is to start with this page, which is what I have pulled up on the screen up front of you. One of the things that we encountered with the appraised values is that we didn't anticipate our no new revenue rate being lower than our current tax rate. Part of the reason behind that is that when our valuations came in as compared to last year, there was a $316 million increase in values in property that were taxed by our district. So that drove our no new revenue rate down. To just kind of give y'all a brief history of what the legislature did, a lot of changes in Senate Bill 2 in the last couple of years that required us to disclose to the public any new revenue that we were wanting to get. So in prior years at 7%, you didn't really have to disclose that you were getting any new revenue. So they said, no, we have to take the calculation, and we have to do a new calculation that discloses to the public that you're going to be getting additional revenue. So that's where the no new revenue rate came into play. The no new revenue rate is basically the same tax revenue that we would have received with last year's tax rate. So, having said that, our taxable values were at, 7.6 million. And we have the voter approval rate came in at 0.06238. That's the max that we could take our tax rate to. And then our no new revenue rate came in at 0.06863. Currently, for this fiscal year, we are at 7 cents on our tax rate. So what I did was did a calculation just to show what our revenues would be at 100% calculation. Based on, first of all, the no new revenue rate, we would have ad valorem tax revenue of approximately $5,268,000. If we stay with our current tax revenue rate of 7 cents, our revenues would be at approximately $5,373,000, which is a difference of about $104,000. So what we need to do today is commissioners need to vote on a proposed rate. This time it's a proposed rate. We'll be adopting the rate at a later date, but we need to propose a rate today, and we need to decide whether we want to go with the no new revenue rate, which will leave us at our current revenue level, or if we want to stay with our current 7 cent rate, which will give us an additional $105,000 in revenue. So and there's different requirements on which way we go. If we go with the no new revenue rate, we basically just have to hold 2 meetings to adopt our tax rate. However, if we go back with the 7 cents, it's going to require us to have 2 public hearings where citizens can come and they can voice about the increase that they will see in their tax, not in their tax rate, but their taxes. Because if we stay at the 7 cents, their tax bill will go up because their value went up.
You had an estimated value that it'd go up based on a $150,000 home, I believe?
Yes, sir. It would, for a $150,000 home, it would increase their tax bill by about $2.05.
Gentlemen, you've heard from our chief financial officer here about the tax rates and what, if we do no new revenue, what it will produce, plus if we stay at the current rate, what it will produce. So,
One other factor that did not state in this meeting that we discussed last meeting was the sequence of events that would occur from this day forward, as far as the timing for those, the timing for those meetings, the timing for when we have to have budget proposed and when we can adopt budgets, and going with maintaining the current 7 cent tax rate actually compresses all those activities for us, where if we stay with the no new revenue rate, which is a slightly lower rate, adopt our budget. And it's not only about 2 weeks difference.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Round numbers.
And let me add, Commissioner Dominic, that if we do stay at the 7 cents, there are a lot of constraints that go into place with that. We'll have to have meetings, the public hearings will have to be 7 days apart. So what I propose if we go that route is that we have a meeting on the 24th and a meeting on the 7th, 24th of August and the 7th of September. And I realized as I was putting the schedule together for that particular rate that we have a holiday on the 6th. So that would be on a Tuesday night for both of those, because it can't go over 7 days. So that's if we stay at the 7 cents. If we, as Commissioner Dominic said, if we go with the no new revenue rate, it does give us quite a bit more flexibility.
And we will have to have a public hearing for that.
No, sir, we just have to make sure that we do still publish it in the paper and put it on our website so that they can, anyone can see that information.
Any other discussion? If not, I'll call for a motion.
Make a motion that we adopt the no new revenue rate at .068633 per thousand valuation.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Domney that we adopt the no new revenue tax rate at .068633, and a second by Commissioner Biggers. Any other discussion? All right, not this time, I'll do a roll call vote.
I just want to make sure you vote all.
Yeah. Do a roll call vote. Commissioner Domney,
Yay.
Commissioner Biggers,
Yay.
Commissioner Wilson,
Yay.
and I also vote yay. And we have one absent, which is Commissioner McKeithen. So with that, we will go with the proposed rate of .068633 for the next fiscal year.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right. I'm gonna ask that we move items 6 and 7 to the bottom of the agenda, in case we don't have anything, and, we'll move on to item number 8, is discuss and consider a budget workshop, which we were in. And gentlemen, like I said, if everybody would step out except IT, we'll take them first, and then that way we don't have so much, crosstalk. We'll move through this fairly quickly, I hope, with the exception of, Tom Ryan, that has to stay at the lunch. Okay. Yeah.
Commissioners, I did provide y'all with a packet that has budget information on it. It's a hard copy of all the budgets. I hope I'm having a good order for you, so that, you can follow along. The first portion of that is just a hard copy of where the budget is right now. It has the summary pages in it, and I want to provide that to y'all for information purposes. That is also the same information that I have pulled up on the screen here. It's the same worksheet. So if we have some questions as we move along, we can also pull this up on the screen to look at too. It's kind of a small print. I apologize for that. But then behind it is the various departmental budgets.
Pretty much has everything. We worked in basically everything they're coming for, that they're asking for is worked in for the most part, with the exception of like apparatus, so.
Correct.
Okay, so the first sheet that we have in the packet called proposed budget is the actual budget for 2021,
Yes, sir.
2021.
Yes, sir. That's the summary page that you're looking at.
It says 21, 22.
Yeah.
21,
21-22.
So this is, make sure I'm clear, this is our current budget, or this is?
No, sir, I'm
Yes.
sorry. This is proposed budget.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
okay.
Yes, sir.
When you said where we are, I'm thinking, today.
Anything else, Bill?
No, sir.
Hey, Larry, you're up.
Okay, well, I was unsure of the format of today, whether this would be presentation style or more inquiry style. Hoping that y'all have had a chance to review this request. Y'all are asking for quite a bit under IT capital, but moving through, I want to point out a few things. One is we've taken on a lot of new responsibilities over the past year, including radios, gas detectors, thermal imaging cameras, So there is some budget moves that we worked through, moving radios, the contract underneath the information technology services, as well as pagers and some other administrative moves as far as where budget goes. So that had some bearing on the overall services and subscription costs. The next factor obviously was OpenGov is listed under here, so that's a big added expenditure under the IT services or subscriptions. And then the addition of a IT equipment replacement fund. So that would be starting on page 8 of my budget request. What I tried to do here with this IT equipment replacement fund is to get an inventory of all the equipment that we have deployed and what we're asking to deploy, assign it a cost and a lifespan, get the count, and estimate the total cost that we have in those assets. Divide that by the lifespan to get a yearly cost that we should be dedicating to replace this equipment as it ages out. So that's what that IT equipment replacement fund proposal is. This would stop us from seeing large spikes as expenditures, as well as provide for proactive replacement of equipment.
I guess my question is, if the costs come under what is being proposed, how does that revenue, does it go into the IT fund? Does it build up a balance,
I guess that
a
would be,
reserve?
I would hope that it would build up a reserve, and once the reserve hits the spot that we have 100% of the assets covered, we could stop putting into that reserve, and then we could just replace that reserve as it's depleted. That would be my recommendation, but, Bill?
Typically, you know, we can set money aside, and as Larry mentioned, we can continue to build that over time. What I've typically seen in the past is that you get that fund to a certain level, and then as we have capital needs, we pull that information or that money out of that reserve and move it over into the operating fund to
Address any capital need or just for IT capital?
for just IT. Now, we are proposing to create other categories for reserves for apparatus and
What I'd like to see is put all the reserves especially to one account. That does not mean we can't
But
allocate
dedicated,
it.
yeah.
Right, out. And that way the funds are essentially available for the entire ESD, and if we need to draw, whatever we need to draw, but we'll draw specific against line items in there, and we'll always keep the account of what we have available for any of the different departments.
And let me add, Mr. Donnie, the other day when we looked at this, I had put that the capital reserve in the expense portion of the budget. I have moved that down into a reserve category, so we'll see that as we move forward with the presentation.
Okay.
Larry, can you, I'll say
Right. Internet services, And you have IT subscriptions, which would be things like our management platforms, OpenGov, QuickBooks, antivirus, and the like. And then IT capital is where all those proposed projects are.
Okay, so the IT replacement fund is what I was looking at, future cost.
Correct.
Right. Could essentially be set over into a separate fund. And so your fixed cost, or your IT services, your IT subscriptions, your staff salary, and your staff training.
Yes.
Okay, so I see staff salaries. Is there any change in,
No, sir.
so same personnel, no change in salary?
Correct. And I put that in there just for y'all's convenience, being able to see the total and to calculate our actual cost per user.
And the IT equipment replacement fund is,
It starts on page 8.
Eight.
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind, give me a minute to look at it real quick and.
Sure.
You're just taking the number deployed, divided by the lifespan, and then I gotta replace X number a year, and the cost is $1,100 per.
And I did realize after this was created that we may have a duplication of requests. Under some of the 800 mobiles and VHF mobiles, apparatus committee did come to me and ask me for a cost on those as well, so they may be including those. So we may be able to reduce that number of the 800 and VHF mobiles off of my budget, or just not having them include them in there. So there may be a duplication there.
Hey Larry,
Yes, sir.
the IT staff salaries,
Yes, sir.
is that a cost of living? How did you come up with that?
That's just what we pulled out from this year, so I just copied what we were already getting from this year. There's no increase or change in that.
Well, but it does go up per year.
That's, whenever I did that projection wise, that's, I think I used 3% inflation across. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what we need to do. This was just for projecting out year 2, 3, and 4 costs.
What page are you on, what page do you have? This year, do you have,
38.
where you have IT replacement? Where, do you have that broken down, what you're replacing this year?
That would be, I mean, not necessarily. Some of that stuff would be replaced, some of it may not be. Depends on whether it breaks or not. So this is building up a fund to stop us from having to budget individually to replace individual components. This is building up a fund. It's like an insurance policy on ourselves.
So the year one, $236,000 is obviously semi-discretionary in that whatever you need to do for this year. So it's not specifically allocated to any line item, any group of items that you specifically are looking at replacing this year. It's just
On which,
the year one IT equipment replacement.
correct.
So what you're saying is that you're not saying I'm gonna replace these 5 computers and those 6 radios and those batteries and
No,
that.
sir. What I'm hoping to do is to build up that fund.
Right.
Now, there are some things that we will probably have to replace this year out of that fund, but
We gotta start.
yes, sir. That would be on page 8.
So if I'm understanding that correctly, like where you got 35 laptops, we're not replacing all them this year?
Correct.
That's not what you're asking?
That's not what I'm asking for.
Okay.
We're asking to build up a fund so that we can start proactive
As they go
replacement
out.
as they go out. So the 35 is the total number deployed, but your lifespan on those are saying 5 years. They may last a little longer than that, but we may, what I'm looking at, especially when you get down to, say, gas detectors, for instance, okay? We have 26 of those total deployed. If we get everything in the budget request that we're asking for under capital, there'll be 26 of those deployed. They have an average lifespan of 5 years, okay? So what I would like to do is replace 1/5 of those gas detectors every year, once we get them up to par. That way we don't have,
associated with any of these items?
I'm sorry?
What's the warranty, so for instance, I see a lifespan on several of them items, 5 years. Is that close to or beyond what their warranty is?
That's beyond what their warranty is. On most things, there's a few things where that is what their warranties are, like for instance, servers, those are warranted. We could probably stretch that 7 years if that's what we wanted. The problem is that we have some servers that are 6 years old already. And so I lowered that value
Maybe
a
in
little
the
bit
following
to try to
years,
account.
with the next purchases, we might be able to stretch it.
Yes, sir. We might be able to start adjusting some of those.
So you're, and I know we're not talking about budget for your 2 years, 3 years, or the calculation for your IT replacement funds, they do normally go up 150,000 from year 1 to year 2.
Yes, sir.
Is that simply because of age of equipment, or?
Well, it's because not all of these are deployed right now. So, in IT capital, we'll get into some of it where we're asking to add some additional assets. So year 2 takes into account the additional of those assets.
Add extra funds?
Yes, sir. So while everybody's kind of reviewing, 800 handhelds are a really good way to kind of show what I'm trying to do here. So y'all know we just purchased $1 million worth of radios, basically, right? My goal is that we'll never have to do that again. My goal is that we'll replace 1/10 of those every year, or at least budget to replace 1/10 of those every year. And then when we get to the point where we have to replace things, we cash fund them out of this fund.
So in the $322,000 in IT services, is that for outside companies, is that inside companies, is that you?
Go look at them under page 7. Page 7 has your list of IT services. So 109,000 by a single vendor.
Your favorite, interested,
I'm sorry, sir?
and your favorite.
It is.
I know this is a question that's been asked before, Larry, but on this radio tower lease and
Yes, sir.
maintenance with EMS.
Yes, sir.
Is that paying for towers outside of what we use, like down in Trinity and places like that?
Depends on who you ask, sir. My opinion is yes.
I don't want to pay for something we're not going to use down there.
My opinion is yes. What they tell us is no, and it's hard to get that information extracted. So if that's something the board would like us to further investigate, and you want me to task on that, then I will definitely start barking up some trees.
But our options are limited on the.
Yes, sir,
tower.
especially at that rate.
I mean, our real option, right, is to own it.
That's correct. And the costs on those systems are extraordinary.
That's what's we have when we get held hostage by a private company, old emergency services.
I agree. They are showing some improvements, though. It's been hard fought, but we're making some improvements with those relationships, and we're starting to get some better information out of them. So I will continue down that road and try to have you some better answers.
Reliability.
Reliability is fairly good. We have some outlying issues that they are working on, mainly with the ARC tower. But all in all, I mean, radio coverage is really good. We have a few areas.
Yeah, for the moment, there are a few, I'll call them dead spots, but for the most part, they operate everywhere. And that's based off of, antennas, not our, mobiles are even more reliable. It's just different antennas.
it is a good system for what we pay for it.
So you're always gonna have dead spots no matter what.
Oh, yeah.
And these other tower site maintenance fees and leases, that's our tower sites that we have.
Yes, tower site maintenance would be our tower sites. Guys, that's kind of a shot in the dark right now for me. You know, this year I'll try to have some better numbers for y'all going into next year.
So when we look in the capital improvement projects, what kind of truck are you looking at purchasing for 80 grand?
I don't know. We've been asking for that for several years. What we're really looking for is a van probably with a truck motor that's got a tow hitch so we can tow trailers if that's what we need to do. With alongside the outfitting cost, putting in some storage cabinets or whatever little modifications we can make. It's hard to find a truck, any decent price. I think y'all may have some other options on dealing with that as well. I think there isn't fleet requesting a vehicle. It's quite possible that could be if that vehicle is approved, then that could be a transfer of that apparatus to us. Yeah.
Could've got some free access not long ago.
Somewhat.
Free access.
Yeah.
Okay, Larry, I wanna kinda ask a hard question that's gonna kinda impact all the way down through today. What is your bare minimum you're gonna have to have this year? Then past that, what would be your next project with a cost, and then your
Well,
next,
so
your next?
capital,
'Cause I know
we
you
haven't
loaded
gotten into
this
that,
up.
so we can go into capital here in a second. As far as all this other stuff, at bare minimum, out of IT equipment replacement fund, we'll have to have at least 170 this year. And the rest of the costs are pretty static, besides capital. So
Well, I
capital is
mean,
where you
I
can
know we
be.
got some static, and that's
Yeah.
why I'm saying,
Yeah, capital is gonna be where you can,
okay.
But if you did the 236, that allows you to start your process for the total replacement, correct? Like that gives you the cushion for your extra money.
correct.
Okay.
So there are some capital, but I wanna make sure we get past, I don't wanna jump ahead, so let's make sure everybody's ready to go forward before we start getting into the capital project. Okay. Out of capital, I would highly encourage that we page 10 would give you the capital improvement projects, summary page. I would highly encourage that we do it at minimum down to project number 5, priority 5, so 1 through 5. And then pages 12 on are actual details into what those projects entail.
So 6 through 22, but that's being, I see drone, and which I understand is optional, but I can definitely see where it enhance abilities.
So there's nothing really new on this budget request than there has been for the past several years. The problem is we keep kicking the can down the road and the costs keep going up on these projects.
I was getting so.
Yeah.
So Larry, 1 through 5.
I mean, honestly, I wish we could rip the
I think
Band-Aid
1
off.
through 5 is the most urgent, right?
Yes, sir. Honestly, I wish we could rip the Band-Aid off and get them done with, especially the point-to-point projects. But I understand, and, I mean, if we did nothing but 1 through 5, it would be at least a good start.
So this is a question in capital, because I know this has came up more than once, that's why I'm asking. In the P2P Phase 6 Chapel Hill, is that gonna fix their radio problem?
Yes.
Okay.
Can that be done after phase 5? I mean, like, you could do these top 5 and then do 10 to get them.
10.
Number 10.
Well, number 10 is priority 10.
So I'm not going for phase 5.
Yeah, y'all could cherry pick however you wanna do that.
Well, because I mean, I know that's critical, they're not hearing calls or,
Yeah,
causing them to miss some calls. So
we can bounce that around however y'all see fit, but I would say 1 through 5 need to be done. And then we
So
can,
could you prioritize the other ones?
I'm sorry?
Could you prioritize?
The rest of them?
6,
I mean, those were the priorities that I had worked out already, the way that
Okay,
they're
okay,
listed
that's
in
what
that
you-
list,
okay.
but we can cherry pick things.
Okay,
I do want to point out the server, or the in-house VoIP, there is some options for reduced cost on there, and a few other projects. We have some optional, where the board can make a decision on actually reducing the cost. So if y'all look at page 14 and page 15, that is a VoIP transition project. Right now, we outsource the hosting of our VoIP servers to a third-party company. We pay about, I don't know, $2,300, $2,200 a month for that service. And we can actually reduce that cost quite significantly and increase the services that we're providing to our staff. And the ROI is like 2.3 years. Now, there's a reduced cost option listed on page 15, which would actually take the ROI out to 14 months. The trade-off is we would not be providing the service to all of our staff. It would only be, officers and administration staff.
We have a different version there, because my 15 is
Did you print up
point to bank phase 5.
points? Okay, yeah, you have a different version
Yeah.
than what we printed for this. So that reduced cost option, guys, would take the total down to, it would knock 31,500 off that total.
It's off the 56,000.
That's off the 45,000.
Explain to me again what you just said about the reduced cost, and what I'm reading here, it says this, basically what you're doing, you're only offering it to certain personnel and within the stations. So how's that different from?
So the full cost would license every user on our system to be able to use the web meeting system, and that everybody would have an extension number that we could forward to their cell phone. So it's an all-inclusive for everybody option.
Is that what we're currently renting for?
No, it's an increase in service.
Okay.
But still, you're putting out a 2.3-year ROI, so after 2.3 years, we're getting that service for a reduced cost.
And it could be phased?
We could phase it in. You're talking about purchasing initial licenses under the reduced cost option, and then if we decided to, we could scale it out. Yes, sir. That's possible.
I'm not sure everybody.
I don't either. My recommendation on that would be the reduced cost option. And there's some other areas too that we have some reduced cost options where that would be our recommendation, but I think that's a board decision on how we want to do that. So I'm not sure, if we go through each one of these capital improvement projects, project by project, we could be here quite a while. Is there anything the board wants to know specifically about any of these projects, or that anybody has any questions on, or do we want to go through them project by project?
I think I saw one, the sharing
SharePoint?
SharePoint.
Yes, sir. Number 15. That's something that's actually come up quite a bit internally for our administrative staff, where we could be co-working in Excel spreadsheets, Word documents at the same time, being able to share that real-time information back and forth. And I think that's where SharePoint's really going to come into play, is where we're increasing our requirements and increasing our use and dependency on the technology services that we're offering.
And this would be on our internal webpage, right?
Yes, sir. You're familiar with SharePoint, I take it?
How much do you use?
Quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Staff does it all the time.
Yeah, it's real-time collaboration is what it offers you.
Yeah.
And
We don't use it.
really?
And with the remote working that you really increase, especially when we developing work plans and things like that.
Yeah, it would come in a lot of handy, especially with the amount of committees that we have now, giving the committees the ability to work remotely in the same documents at the same time would be a benefit.
Give everybody a chance to see it.
Yeah, so we're working on the IT equipment policy.
Each person has an individual password to get into it.
Right, the same username and password they're using now. So, we're working on the IT equipment policy. We could all be in that document at the same time. You could see where I'm at Vice Chair.
Okay, for sake of time, I propose that we, and this really term, I think I would go forward with everything else, is that we'll actually sit down and say, okay, we'll look at 1 through 5, and then I'd say cherry pick a few more of them in there, on my recommendation, I would. And then that's basically our baseline for IT. We have our fixed costs, we have our, not only our fund, we want to set up, and then we have our projects. And that will establish a baseline for IT. And then based on what we decide on everything else is going to determine whether or not there can be funds available for any additional. And we, at that point in time, if we really look at it, we may just go back, make out the priority that we want to, or we can come back to revisit again how we're going to do it. But I think that would be an easiest way to get us moving forward. Because we're not going to be able to tell you yea or nay. I can't tell you yea or nay until we know everything else. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's kind of where I was saying,
Yeah.
you know, what do you gotta have?
Yeah.
You
Where's the
know,
place at?
and then, you know,
Well, say take his first 5 and probably number 10.
10 and possibly 15.
What happened?
I mean, I was looking at the point to point across each one of them. Let's get that project finished with.
The point to point?
Yeah.
I would love that. The point to point is a big pinch point for us because our stations are so rural. Without the point to point, we can't get on high speed connectivity, and that's.
What is the total cost of the point to point? I mean,
I have to
it's
total,
kinda
I'm
in-
sorry. Yeah, I had it broken apart in phrases, and I'm sorry, I should have totaled that up. I don't have that. Yeah, he's gonna throw up the calculator real quick.
Right at 100,000.
Well, you got phase 5.
Phase 5 by itself is 113.
I'm sorry, yes. Well, that was already in the list, so
Yes.
it's 100.
Yes,
It
sir.
was just going under.
Yes, sir.
So a total of like 250-ish.
Yeah. If you have the 236.
Hey Larry, if you look at teams on, I know on the SharePoint side, teams could be,
Teams is cost prohibitive for us.
is it? Okay, just curious.
Yeah, we looked at like 40,000 a month for all our users.
40 then, wow.
Yeah.
All right.
But SharePoint also is something that we could, we don't have to give everybody a license, right?
There's a reduced cost option on SharePoint as well, sir.
So if we do this
I got 2
project,
I got 2 teams.
do we get any savings by cutting
200,
stuff out?
210.
2 teams.
By cutting stuff off those point projects?
No, I mean, if we get it done, does it eliminate?
It does eliminate costs at stations, and that's why there's an ROI listed. So on most of the point, there is an ROI, where you break even.
Larry, I was gonna ask you, and the original version I got, there was a point to point for board.
Yes.
79,000.
Yeah, that one yeah.
Okay.
That one
I did
is
not eliminate
not,
that from the, sorry.
yeah, that one does not cost benefit at all.
Okay.
That board station 2, there's not enough property to guide the tower, so we have to do a self-support tower, and the cost to do that tower is like $80,000 for that one station. And it's a substation, it'd be cheaper for us to get, they're on cable now, and there's hardly anybody there, so we'll just make do with that one.
Okay, so we have some for.
My recommendation is 1 through 5 plus 10, 12, 13, and 16. And then, we need to decide whether or not we think we want to go with the voice over internet
So
this time or not.
the VoIP server, just know that if you don't approve that, there'll be an additional cost of $24,000 in services. Because right now, we're already doing that project, so we already have a $24,000 a year bill from NextEven. So if you do this project, we cut $24,000 out of services, and it goes towards that. So that project right now, the in-house VoIP, that's the one you were talking about. That one's almost, to me, a no-brainer. I mean, we save money. In fact, if you go with the reduced cost option, it's year 1, you're paid for it, pretty
And
much.
that's what I was gonna recommend, we go with the reduced cost version of it.
Yes, sir.
Get it paid for and then add users as we need to.
Yes, sir.
And Brent, did you say 20 on that? Cause I'm not sure what the server for the point-to-point 800 PHS mobile, if you wanted to complete the point-to-point.
No, that's
That's
different. The
Okay.
push-to-talk is different.
Oh, okay.
That one is not a priority project. Trying to find the SharePoint one, since there were some questions on that. But I will point out on the SharePoint project, page 30 and 31, there is a reduced cost option on that project as well. Again, kind of similar scenario, instead of purchasing licenses for everybody, we have a license subset of the users. And that one would allow us to reduce the SharePoint cost from $54,000 to $21,600, so a significant reduction in cost. And again, that one would also be my recommendation, would be the reduced cost option.
And it's the same thing, we can add as we need.
Yes, sir, we could just purchase additional user licenses, there would be no change in the hardware software requirements.
I don't use it, so the users need to say whether or not that's how much priority that is, and, you know, comes to the end, and we have to start trimming a little bit. What's gonna be, where's the first trim?
Right.
So you said the 15 in and first trim?
Yeah, it's 21,000,
Yeah.
and then 3 at the reduced cost as well. So Larry, would you, I'll ask you to do a little bit different sheet for me.
Okay.
One that is strictly identifies your fixed cost, your personnel, and your subscriptions,
Yes.
and then the reserve fund. We all know what we want to do there, but then based off of the capital improvements, reach out that back again and give us a sum of your total budget.
Okay.
If we redo that summary sheet in the front, just to do it, you have it labor and I call it labor equipment or labor and services. But those are, in my mind, those are the fixed costs.
Okay.
Those are things that we can't set aside.
Okay.
So whether it be labor or equipment, it's still a cost that we're gonna incur next year.
Right.
So put those up top.
Okay.
And then we'll start looking at the discretionary spending. Well, it just makes it easier in the end when we're sitting,
Yes.
looking to understand
I understand.
how much it is.
I will make that.
I would appreciate it.
So y'all are looking, just to verify, 1 through 5, and 10, 12, 14, 16, correct? It's kind of the ones you picked out?
With 15, but if the budget requires, that one may be
Well,
sacrificed.
1 through 5, and then the 4 that I named is 365, 920, 82.
But it's 13, not 14.
Yeah, 10, 12, 13, 16.
Minus $3,000, so 362.
With the 15 being.
I'll send it.
15's on there too, isn't it? SharePoint.
Yeah,
Depends
that's
on-
like, yeah.
For the budget, that's what we're.
Yeah.
But it's 21,000, and then the same thing on the number 3. I have
Server
written down
in-house.
some of that reduced
Oh,
cost. Yeah.
And again, I do agree that the reduced cost options would be the best options for us.
And the reduced option was 3 and 15, right? They were looking at.
Yes.
So this is getting into, actually, once we adopt the budget, getting into, I'm going to plant the seed now that these costs are incurred through the district, but they're to the benefit of each one of our districts, and we need to start looking at the cost, roll down into each one of those stations, so that we can truly understand how much it costs us to operate a facility.
So we've been using POs for IT for quite a while, and we do cost center everything else, so I could give you that cost.
This is more gonna be more for those sitting around the table. When we start talking about how much it costs you to operate your station versus some other station, it's really about learning, do we have some benefits that we should be sharing across?
Right.
finish this one.
Not good to go.
You need to go.
That's up to y'all need.
Unless everything blows up.
Al, Spencer?
All right, thank you, Larry.
Good, thank you.
Next up is training.
The, 1.4 that we had for IT, we gotta look at what we've done, we'll do some of that, but, and the 1.4 already moved out. The, $267,000.
The $236,000 I moved out of the operating budget. Right now, the remainder of the capital projects are already in the budget.
Everything he asked for, less
Yes,
than
sir.
236.
Yes, sir. And as far as his salaries are concerned, that is, the cost that you're seeing in the budget or my projections of what the salary cost will be based on where we're at right now. So,
So IT does include, subscription, equipment, salary,
yes, sir.
everything.
Yes, sir. Everything's in it.
Thank you.
All right, Corey, I guess you're up with your training division. Request.
All right, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I guess I'd just entertain questions. If you have something you wanna know, I'll try to answer it for you. I think each of you were provided this, yes, I see, so if you have it. So the first page there is basically capital expenditure project requests. And there are 4 primary projects that we've asked for. We've been fairly reserved in what we've asked for, given the infancy of our funding situation. And the second page basically reflects some historical operating expenses related to courses, academies, lodgings, these kinds of things. Our additional request in there is that we add the remainder of the department to Target Solutions, which would be 150 more accounts. Currently, EMS is funding Target Solutions for our EMS certified individuals. So if you don't currently have an EMS cert, you're not enjoying all of the things that Target Solutions can provide. So one of the additional things we've asked for there is an additional 150 on those Target Solutions accounts, which would reflect about a $15,000 increase.
Is that fire?
Fire,
CE?
it's fire, and,
EMS?
well, actually, it encompasses leadership, just a lot of different stuff that's available on that platform. Online training.
And keep in mind, the SFFMA testing, TCFP renewals, and the EMS renewals, those are basically recurring costs that happen every year we can.
In addition to that, I did add in the tiles for our paramedics, at an estimated cost of $15,000, which reflects roughly a $750 per individual fee, and that includes our volunteer paramedics that would be interested in doing that.
And that's all their CDs, correct? Like
That's
that,
correct.
that gets them 100%.
That's right, and all their cards,
Yeah.
everything.
On these EMS renewals, Corey, are we paying for our part-time people too that work at other fire departments?
No,
Okay.
their stuff is handled through their organization.
Okay. I knew we had a discussion about that one time where we might do a 50-50 or something
Quite
like
frankly, the
that.
majority of our part-time paramedics, as it relates to the tiles conversation, their agencies probably do something for them. I know Longview does for sure, some of the others. But like we have some that are volunteers that work for Tyler, various other agencies. And I see that particular program as a definite benefit to shore up our advanced level practitioners and and hopefully move towards bigger, better things in the future as the budget facilitates and manpower facilitates. In addition to that, you'll see here TEACS, the Texas A&M School reflected, and basically I took this year's expenditures related to that and mildly padded that just for additional people. I hope to see an increase in the number of attendees on that. EMS renewals, the TCFP renewals, SFFMA certification testing, schools and conferences, and then new hire testing, promotional expenses, etc. And I believe, Bill, if I'm correct, you took the drug and background testing and moved that back into operational expenses?
Correct. It is up in the personnel.
So that would actually be out of that number.
So 17.5 comes
So
out.
when you look at the training budget itself, in the budget, those numbers will not be reflected in there, but they are reflected in the budget itself.
So that's been moved to operation.
And with the, so with the passage of the policy that we adopted, I guess at the last board meeting related to TCFP courses and the opportunity for our folks to basically from the list that we've approved, obtain those certifications and then we would reimburse them. So we have some projections based on what the needs are with the current staff for Texas Commission on Fire Protection courses. And that $17,000 number reflects what we anticipate to spend on additional education for our folks throughout the year. Going back to the top, I know I'm jumping around a little bit, but I just want to be sure that that's covered.
Okay, so the TEACS, or the A&M Fire School, that $19,250, that's mainly volunteers go there, right?
We do have some of our paid staff that attend that, but it's
Then
predominantly volunteer. Yes.
Schools, conferences, and per diem, that would be for both also, right?
Yes, that's correct, but this is stuff outside of TEACS. This would be.
Right.
SFFMA conference,
Yeah.
safety conference.
SFFMA conference and stuff like that. Okay. So we want to make sure.
Any questions on that aspect of things? If there's no questions there, I really want to jump back on our projects and run down through and sort of explain what we're looking at there.
So, make sure I understand, which one of these components are reoccurring costs? The
Okay,
EMS
so-
renewals, all sub-account code 1030?
Yeah, anything that's 103 is definitely reoccurring. With the exception now, in that the drug and background testing has moved to operational expenses, let me clarify that. TCFP courses, I mean, that's technically for me to be considered something that's reoccurring because that's continuing education and those sort of things. The TCFP Academy is related to a lot of our volunteer staff that have moved up through and have the opportunity to attend via grants the various academies around to get their Texas Commission certification. And so the additional monies that I have there are associated with lodging, per diem, because they'll have to go there for 2 weeks. I also calculated in there if any of them, younger people, maybe college age or something, are awarded in a grant, they could go do the in-person academy. And so that number sort of reflects a few of those and supplement those that go to the boot camp.
So, Corey, out of all those things, I mean, I've heard you say you padded just a little bit, so if you had the exact same budget this coming year as you had last year, how much is your padding? And I'm looking for, I mean, yours is not a large number, I'm just looking generally, how,
Okay,
5%,
so-
10%, 25%?
Yeah, I would say 10%. That was basically what I used as a calculation method off of number of more people attending, for example, and then I calculated the individual expense. And so I hope to see at least a 10% increase in
Okay.
attendance. Now, one thing that does not represent a 10% is more like a 50% increase would be TCFP courses because of the passage of that policy that allows our folks to attend that at their leisure and upon successful completion, be reimbursed. But here's the caveat there is that we are only going to do what that number allows. So if we run out of money during the budget year, then there'll be no more of those until the following year. Okay? And that's not like an end of the world scenario. So
Unless you ask for more money.
I'm not gonna ask for more money.
Write that down.
You realize you already owned it, right?
On that line. So, anyway.
Okay, I kind of have a few on the other side.
So over to the capital expenditures as it relates to projects, certainly on the horizon, and something that I would want to see us be looking into is the building of a facility on one of our properties, whichever that may be, of a training facility that would facilitate burning, live fire type scenarios. We do enjoy a great relationship with Lindo, and we have used their facilities. And what my ideology there in the future would be is to build something that they don't have, so they can come visit us and we can go visit them. But what I'm asking for here in that number one project is the purchase of a couple of 40-foot containers where we could construct with our own folks and equipment and labor, just a small burn cottage that we could go in and do some fire behavior type training, expose some people to a little bit of heat and smoke, and be sure that we're, really doing some training that replicates the real deal. So that's what I'm asking for there. Total cost on that project estimated at $12.5, and I had multiple places we contacted for container expenses, and they're around $5,500 or so. And we might be able to get those a bit cheaper, but I won't swear to that. The second one.
Where was
Yes.
it located?
Where would I locate it? Well, the idea I had was to put it at Red Springs out there. We've got a sizable lot there that really nothing is occurring on. And where that bunker area was, I don't know if you are familiar, back behind, I know you know where it is. That would be a great place for that. Because the pad and cover project would be up on the front. And this is something that would facilitate the pump testing and everything, a place to put the pump testing unit. But it'd be multi-use, I guess. We'd be able to use that for other things as well. But yeah, up at Red Springs.
Chief, when we go to Lindo, do they charge us to use
They
their
do
facility?
not currently, no, sir.
Are they, you see that they're, might start doing?
I don't believe that to be so, but I enjoy a pretty good relationship with Chief Yakley.
Right.
Chief Yakley will not always be there, okay? And so you know how things can evolve, and certainly things change. So that would be something to consider.
Currently, when we go up there to burn, we basically have to take our own hay and balance.
That's what I was gonna ask you, did you figure in for fuels and stuff to use in this during the year?
As far as for,
Like hay and stuff you might have to buy?
I usually am able to come out of that free
Okay.
for nothing.
Usually it's farmer can donate some.
Yeah.
So would we,
He
I have
has,
a lot of them around my
Yeah,
area.
yeah, just in
They're gonna have a lot this year
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, it'll be plenty this year, I know.
Yeah, I don't want to spend that money on that, but there is money there we could use.
so would we charge other departments if we were to do this project to come and use our facility?
I would say not to Lindo.
Right.
But, if we're doing some type of a training program, really what I would be wanting to look at is not necessarily the use of the project, but the use of our teaching and our experience. And so, yeah, there would be some fees associated with whatever we sponsor or put on. And, we have something coming up in September where we have an outside guest coming to speak and a really good program, and it's been facilitated for us, but had it not been, in order to pay for it, we would have charged an individual fee. So that's kind of the same kind of philosophy I would use up there, is that we would look at what it costs to operate that, and then if we have people coming from the outside, we would charge a fee that makes a zero balance, basically.
We could do actually training for outside facilities and charge them for it.
So like a 12.5 on project one, if we were to charge other departments, then we could probably recoup the cost and it'd be a wash.
Absolutely. I think,
Be over time, but.
yeah, you'd have to spread that out over a period of time for sure. But project two is just a replacement of a weighted training dummy. We've used Flints significantly during the hiring processes, various other things, and it hasn't fared well. And I feel like we need to probably look at a replacement scenario for that, and get that brought in. Project three is the big boy there, 100 by 100, I believe. And I hope that we can do it for that, to be honest with you, since things are we added a little bit to the original number, hoping to stay within cost there.
But I'm also of the opinion that if it's not exactly 100 by 100, if I need to reduce it just slightly in order to stay within the budget, we could certainly do that.
Probably for that amount of money, we'd have to go out for 3 competitive bids anyway.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. This is definitely not where I've received 3 quotes. This is an estimation by a construction firm. Cost
And what
associated.
I know you said training and fleet, what would,
Okay, so what we envisioned was a large area to conduct hose training. We could put vehicles under there and actually do extrication training regardless of what the weather scenario is. When they're doing the pump test right now, they're out on the asphalt in the sun, conducting pump tests, and we felt like it was a dual use type, or multi-use type thing. Heck, we could have, gatherings up there and have a district picnic under this thing. I mean, I know that's oversimplification, but it would be multi-use. We could have speakers under it, we could have anything you can think of related to training that's protected from the elements, and it's also a place that we could store the pump testing trailer, and also potentially any units that are up there waiting, instead of them sitting out in the sun, we could back them up under there. And that'd be just as simple as moving them out of the way for us to do what we need to do and put them right back when we're finished. So it kind of.
this is Red Springs, right?
Yes, sir. 2 birds with 1 stone, so to speak. But that's definitely what we're looking at there.
Mears might be able to use it too.
Correct. And Mike, I think, had originally considered asking for something like this, but we communicated on this deal. And I said, hey, I was asking for something similar. And if we shared it, it's taking care of 2 needs. So anyway, something.
Charles will do barbecue up there for us.
We can make it look real nice up front too. Okay. So, the last thing, project 4, the line thermal mannequin. This is a mannequin that, whenever we put it in a building, we smoke it up with non-toxic smoke from that nice smoke machine that we purchased this last year. We would actually be able to recreate live victim type heat signatures, for the thermal imagers that the guys use to do searches. So they could go in and literally replicate what they would be looking for, in the real scenario. So that's the last thing that I'm asking for there. Hope you'll consider it all. I know that that is a sizable increase from what traditionally has been budgeted for training, but we're a growing organization. We've increased the paid manpower by greater than 50%. And I think the number of training offerings that are going out at this point are certainly increased to the point that we need to look at these things.
So are they listed here in order of precedence, or you want to rank them?
I would enjoy that order that you have right there. Number 1 is definitely going to be my containers.
I was looking at 4, over 3, which I was looking at. For training, just for the simple fact that it's a great training tool versus the covered place.
Right.
The reason I asked the question.
I would really like to have 1 and 3, and that, I also know those are big numbers. And I'll be frank in saying that if there's anything I ask for that eliminates further staffing, I don't want it.
Well, I'll just kind of say one thing on that, Brent. We haven't had any real thing for training. I mean, we've been really needing something for a long time on training.
Yeah.
But it's,
We've all kind of, well, I know, I'm saying, but I'm just telling you, it is a pretty good need.
And I'll be honest with you. I mean, this is probably counterintuitive to come in here and argue the opposite, but I'm gonna tell you that we've been pretty creative. We've used the old Flint 1, we've used a lot of different things to do the training that we've been facilitating. We built a prop on one of our flatbed trailers and went around. We've done a lot of stuff. We used the forcible entry prop from Flint that allowed us to use it to travel around. So we can be creative, okay? These are things I'd like to see us be able to do, but again, if it precludes some of the things that I feel are the priority, I won't ask for it.
my question is really going to come around project number 3, is it's a sizable expenditure, and I can ask you, is there an opportunity to use Flint 1? Is there, and I understand that there's benefit to Mike as well for this, but it's your budget, not Mike's budget.
I understand. We share an interest in that project.
Right.
And, you know, can I do these things, and have I been doing these things at the old Flint 1? Yes.
So what's the, I guess, give me the advantage versus, you know, the new covered concrete pad versus what you're able to do.
I would be able to put wreck cars up under it without being concerned about dripping oil and stuff like that on the bay floors over there at that building, or having any hydrocarbons in an enclosed space. This would be open breeze with a top. And so it would really be multi-purpose, that we could do just about anything we wanted to do. And again, facilitate pump testing and things of this nature, and not have such a poor situation out there on the pavement to do that. And it bothers me too, every time I'm up there, to see the apparatus sitting outside any length of time. There's some tankers that have been up there for a while waiting on parts and things to come in, and they're just baking in the sun, and it's just, that's not good. That's not a good practice at all.
Well, not to mention our pump testing machine's over $65,000 and it's sitting outside. There's no
So
way to
I guess my thought process was, I could definitely use it because I want to put my containers up there, and that would be a reasonable classroom area for the container project. It'd be a reasonable classroom for extrication and so on. So the use of it is extensive.
I understand, and I appreciate it. And I understand that we have a lot of stuff up there at Red Springs, and we've been getting rid of a little bit of stuff. But because some of that stuff we relocated to some of our other locations and make room for your pump tester to go underneath the shed. And I've been up there, and it's not a tidy facility. I'll just say it that way.
It's getting there though.
But, so do we do good housekeeping, what we got? Or do we spend $120,000?
I think you
Well,
can,
let
part
me
of the
speak on
confusion
that
is that I didn't think old Flint one was gonna stay in play. I thought that was a done deal, it was gone, okay? And got conflicting with what's gonna happen with that. So if it's gonna stay in the district, we're gonna maintain ownership, we're gonna maintain or not ownership, but I guess use of it, or however we need to verbiage that. And electricity and those kinds of things, certainly I'd be able to, do some things there, but I was under the understanding that it was going away.
Initially, I was never asked that. I wanted to keep that for two things: training. I wanted to keep it to house our kids, because we've got that program for over 20 years. And this station, we lost all of our bombs. But basically, the reason I don't want to lose it, it's costing us nothing but a little bit of electricity, a little bit of gas, or internet if we put internet back in.
Well, those are all conversations with my paper, but I just kind of felt like that if I wasn't gonna have that I needed something.
Yeah.
And I felt like it was an added benefit to sort of work with Fleet on that conversation, because it does facilitate some things that I agree with, that we need to take care of. So, anyway, I'll leave that to you.
I can basically tell you this $120,000 isn't high, because I've already started the process. I met with one of the board members and some of the other guys, Randy, and different ones up there about building the open top, building over the new pump testing equipment, plus closing the one building in and back with roll-up doors for that TAC 1 truck of Red Springs and the spare grass truck, and closing the other section in completely for all the equipment we have sitting out in the sun. Johnny and I have talked about new hose and tires which deteriorate out there. And we've already I've got to get 2 more bids, because we've already seen one come in with over $80,000 and $120,000, and that's not for the second building either to be processed. So I don't think that's too bad. I think we're gonna see that high number on all of them. And we, in the past, the overhang that Brewer put on for us did an exceptionally good job on the tower and plow and other units that are under there. He did a good job, and all this metal's high now, and the labor and all, even higher than it was then. But once you see bids come in from all 3 of them, whatever we do, the ones I've already got in is up close to $100,000 for those 2 projects. But like they say, those trucks, that one unit we have for the wrecks and all, it can basically go under the roof over there where we've got the wash rack and all during the winter. But that price, it was gonna be a high price when you get bids on all that. Cause I've started on that one, getting one to Johnny and gonna bring him two more for that, so.
Please don't take it as an opposition to what you're requesting, and I have no problem providing what y'all need.
Right.
Most especially if we're already utilizing what we have. It's just, I wanna make sure that we're utilizing what we have to its full extent before we start going buying new stuff.
Well, I think if we came out of this with some clarification on the use of that station over there and some things, that we do have some places potentially to put some equipment, but, you know, that's things for y'all to work out, and I
Me and JD, we've talked about it some too, about the different stations that we have, and locations, and everything, about opportunities to try to start.
Utilization of it.
Yeah, well, really, really managing it. I mean, not just, I got some over here, I got some over there, but really sit down and say, I've got a plan, well, this is long-term, this is what I'm gonna do with my materials, this is how I'm gonna manage my materials, my logistics, and, you know, this is how I'm gonna,
Well, you know, I
all the
think
different phases of it.
certainly a part of the conversation must be about who owns what. I mean, because like, I don't think that the old Flint station is something necessarily that, you know, in other words, chief would have to join in on this conversation and give permission, right? I mean, is that my understanding, or how's that, the old station one? I mean, that's been part of my, like, who's got what, you know, because you can't really manage it if it's not ours to manage. So, anyway.
Well, but it's kind of ours, we just need to figure it out.
Yeah.
We gotta quit
Again,
that,
that's-
we gotta quit that.
Yours and ours and all
Yeah.
that, yeah, just the taxpayers, basically,
Yeah.
Amen. Any questions?
all of them.
Anything else?
One thing, on this, promotional expenses,
Yes, sir.
is that volunteer and paid both? Or is that just strictly to promote for the paid staff? Because we have nothing going for the volunteers as far as promotional.
That's
just what I'm asking.
It's not promoting like, in the sense that you're thinking of, that's conducting a test for drivers, lieutenants,
Moving up and.
Oh, okay.
battalion,
Okay.
captain, it's our testing stuff that we have to do.
Like, we're about to do a battalion chief's process, and we'll bring some people from the outside to do those evaluations. And that's budgeted money to cover hotel expenses, or maybe to provide lunch if they're working in, I mean, whatever we have to do to facilitate
Okay, I
that.
just wanted that made clear.
Yeah. Yep. Anything else?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, George.
Do we want to take a little break before?
Let's take about a 5-minute break.
Yeah, because
Got some coffee back there?
And that'll be on.
Apparatus. Yeah. That's me.
Yeah, you better take a.
I think we're.
Yes, sir.
Facility. Like the cruise. This is, we gotta have to. How do we?
They brought that time, chicken fillet, remember that?
Are you, sir? Good.
Good job, they wrote, there's something we needed, light rain, and I hope it keeps going north.
Well, it means I'm gonna keep mowing every week.
Buddy, what you done?
I honestly don't know.
Where you up to? I'm here.
sum total of the chairs.
Last Friday.
I told Friday I sold his number.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like babysitting a kid. I have to.
This is normal.
Right there. You got
To
feelings?
get the big property tax. Should have got a big property tax.
All right, we'll reconvene the workshop.
That's further down.
Move on now with,
Further down the budget.
apparatus committee, their recommendations. Mike, I guess you're up,
All right.
or whoever's.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Of course, we know we had a pretty late start on starting this apparatus committee, and building apparatus is not something you just do quick. So what we got thrown together was just something we just kind of piecemealed. We know we had started with Pierce or with Siddons, because we have, in the past 5 years, we've already purchased 10 Pierce apparatus. So we were kind of under the assumption we were kind of staying, we weren't under the assumption we weren't having to go out for other bids. So with the bidding process, of course, with 3 different manufacturers of fire trucks, or 4, not everybody can do the same thing, so we just told everybody to try to do the best you can, to the best ability of what we had spec'd out. Looking at I spent quite a bit of time going through all of this big old stack of binders and sheets and trying to best compare apples to apples. There are trucks, some trucks came in a lot cheaper. The one thing we told everybody was we want the truck loaded, ready to go, loose equipment, turnkey, back into the station, throw our packs on it, and we're done. We got that with one of the vendors. The other 3 just gave us a list of what the loose
Do
equipment
we have a
was.
handout on this?
Give me 5 minutes, I'll have it.
You can't make copies.
Why?
Out of toner.
No, it's pretty
No, it's not. I printed it earlier.
We couldn't get it.
Well, try it, see what happens.
I'm gonna try it.
Doors are
It's on.
unlocked.
Yeah, because it was. I didn't put this stuff, so I'm really good. How about you, Bruce?
This is easy. Easy numbers, man, this is easy. Okay.
I guess the big thing is, that we need to know is, how much apparatus do we need?
With the size of our fleet and what we have, of course, in the past, we've never had an apparatus budget. We're always dependent on what the VFDs get as far as grants. And then we try to supplement with the grants, and if we do have some money to buy a truck, then we can buy a truck. Of course, this is my very first time being in any kind of capacity with this. It's always been handled by other people. So, in a budget sense, I've never seen where we've had any budget for apparatus, which we need to work.
It was prior to your one.
But, looking at what we have right now, what's been being run in the dirt, we're looking, and we need at least to try to get 3 to 4 pumpers, 3 tankers, and an aerial. Along with
that.
and along with a handful of brush trucks, 5, 6 brush trucks. And then we've also got a quote in there for the new shop trucks,
How many tankers?
3.
How many brush?
6 brush trucks.
And we're still running brush trucks out there that were built in the 80s and early 90s.
We didn't make one for me?
I don't need one, I know this.
Explain to us what you just handed us.
All right. We've got the list of manufacturers, what kind of apparatus they are. That price in the first column is the price they listed for that truck. For Pierce, for Siddons, Martin, that price also includes the loose equipment, which on the second sheet is in the far right corner, or the far right column. So that far right column will have totals in it for loose equipment, which the other vendors did not include in the price of their apparatus. So in order to come up with the grand total, I had to add in the price of the loose equipment.
On the loose equipment, that did not include.
That didn't include rescue equipment, jaws, because we weren't sure how, with the equipment committee being developed, we weren't sure how far in deep we were gonna have to get into this. And we know several departments have gotten some newer jaws equipment, so we weren't sure what was gonna need to be transferred onto these new apparatus yet.
So when I sent out the equipment list included everything on it, you know, from adapters all the way down to hydraulic tools. So when I sent it out to them, I put that the ESD will purchase that separate, because we don't know what department wants, what kind of tools they want,
Or what they need.
what they need. And that's the big thing. So you're looking about, Hunter has that number better, 20,000?
They're for 2 sets of rescue tools or TNT battery operated, they're just under $37,000. And that's for 2 complete sets, and that was from an accurate quote that Chief Harper had.
Because the vendors of apparatus, they cannot get, well, they can, only Spartan, Metro Fire, and Sutphen are the only ones that can get tools. But I did not quote them because we don't know what brand we're going with.
Well, Metro Fire only does the monster.
Correct.
Yeah.
Sutphen,
One vendor for each.
Sutphen does TNT now.
Okay, so question on the equipment. None of these figures have equipment on them?
Except for Pierce.
Except for Pierce. Pierce's truck price, the $790,000 for a pumper, includes their list of loose equipment that we provide them. Whereas Spartan's pumper at $772 does not include the $51,738 worth of loose equipment that needs to be put on. And that's $51,000 per truck. That's not total.
Because y'all as a board wanted all the apparatus as soon as they back in this door to have all equipment, correct? That's why we did that. On the ladder, it's gonna be a little more because we don't know on the repelling stuff.
Well, I noticed Pierce on the tender didn't put anything on there like.
Well,
like
none
the
of them
holding
did.
tank or
Well,
anything
we
like that.
didn't do-
Wait a minute. The holding tank or anything like that, that's loose equipment too.
The
holding tank is listed.
The drop tank.
The drop tank comes
Drop
with the
tank.
truck.
Drop tank and hard suction come with it.
Okay.
But on loose equipment, we weren't gonna purchase anything because tankers only have just a handful of stuff to put
Right.
on it. That's why we're gonna take it.
I just wanna make sure.
True.
They're coming out of service completely.
Yes.
So there's a difference in between having everything on it and knowing what it costs to put in service. The intent is, when we actually approve an apparatus, we know what the entire cost is for that apparatus. I don't want to come back in and say, well, I gotta buy this, I gotta buy that after it got delivered to us.
Right.
Without it being in the budget, I wanna know what the entire cost is for it. Whether the vendor supplies it or doesn't supply it is kind of irrelevant to me, as long as I know what the total cost of that apparatus is gonna be.
Both ways, right? So what is the total cost for the Pierce pumper without the equipment?
$790 minus their equipment cost of $62,432.71.
62, 431 what?
62,432.71.
Only $738.
Comes out to just under 730, 727,567. You go off the 790 minus, say that again, just for an easy round number, just say 730. It comes in at 727,567. Yeah, I mean, I didn't add the cents because, I mean, I know that it will get down to penny pinching, but.
Most of us don't have the sense anyway.
Your words, chief, not mine.
Would we even consider getting a pumper without those things on it?
No, I wouldn't.
If you do, the problem that you're running into, if you do, you may get a truck that's got, take mine for instance, that you may have 8-year-old hose on it that barely passed the last time. Or my
Down
specific
to
engine
tank
that's got Electro tools on it that are over 10 years old.
So the 727 is kind of irrelevant,
That's just cost of the truck.
okay,
If you want to compare it to just truck cost, that's what you're
Yeah.
comparing it to.
right.
I think in the long run, we need to figure these trucks without equipment, because when you start figuring with equipment, manufacturer's gonna charge us, they're not just gonna give it to us at their cost.
Some
They're
will,
gonna mark
some
it
won't.
up.
Yeah,
I mean, and prices were different. I mean, you could see Spartan's loose equipment, which everybody had the exact same list. Spartans came in at 51,000, Suffin was 60, Toyn was 81,000. Pierce's was 62.
Okay, what you say, but when we get it, then we're going to go outside, get those pieces of equipment. Then we're gonna have, it's going to go to the shop, it's going to be put on, and all that labor.
What we do is we do it the way that it's been done in the past in that scenario, is, when we buy the truck, we buy the equipment even if we buy it separately. And then when the truck comes from the factory to Denton or
Longview,
Houston or
to make ready.
Longview to make ready, we take all the equipment is sitting there waiting for it. So when the truck actually comes to us, it's all in.
So is it a cost, so say we make ready?
Depends on who it is.
It depends.
Depends on what manufacturer it is.
And these prices all include the make-ready costs, which none of them, I don't think, have it all broken out to what the make-ready is. And that's gonna vary depending on what kind of equipment you put on.
Shouldn't we have a standard equipment list of what we're putting on a pumper, whether we get a Pierce, Spartan, Toyn?
That's what's like, yeah,
Okay.
it's just each manufacturer came back with a different price on it,
Gotcha.
for the standard equipment.
Okay.
See, Pierce charges you $30,000 for pre-construction final inspection, where a couple of them don't, or 3 of them didn't.
Now,
And it's not to say that they don't. I
it's
mean,
just figured into their cost.
It's just figured into their truck cost. They don't break it down like Pierce does.
Okay.
that
Because
covers-
you've got to expect, every manufacturer is not just gonna come out of their pocket to send your guys to the plant to go do the inspections and
It's
stuff.
$1,500 per person to
That
send
covers
it.
housing and food, correct?
Yes. That includes travel, lodging, food. I mean, county is not out a dime. And this is where we need to begin. I mean, if we are serious about standardization, then we've got to pick something and stick with it. And I'm gonna speak on behalf of the service end, because a lot of people don't see the back end of what I have to deal with. And some of these manufacturers, it's not very easy to get response out of. When you've got some that have a large amount of help that's right in our backyard that is willing to do whatever we need to help get us up and running.
Typically, what's the, I call it success rate on getting grants for equipment and different equipment?
Like, you mean apparatus and stuff? So I'm gonna use Troop, for example. They were number 2 on a large brush truck grant. It dropped them down, I think, what, 15, chief?
Right along there.
15?
They will eventually get it. So when you put it in, it could be 5, 6, 7, 2. It's on when they'll actually get it. They will get it. It's just, we don't know when.
It's just how their rating is, it fluctuates back and forth.
For that grant back in 2000.
We've seen some last 2 or 3 years before they got into it in the past.
And we weren't scheduled.
Or longer.
But we had other departments ahead of us that turned it down.
You're on the point
So
system.
that's how we.
Now, there has been an option that I reached out and talked to them. I talked to Government Capital, just as preliminary numbers to go with this. I don't have anything that's hard in stone, because it's a guesstimate from them, or from Ed King. He presented to us a 10-year term for the total amount of money to purchase the 4 engines, 3 tankers, and the ladder truck, which allow us the cash option, which gives us a multitude of discounts. It's like 25,000, I think, and that's not including the multi-purchase discount that we get. They will make a payment up front to Siddons Martin Emergency Group. They pay them in full the day that it's approved for the trucks, and even though that it's on a quote-unquote loan, they pay it up front so you get the cash credit. So they offered us a 10-year term at 1.7% interest. You make 1 payment per year. The first payment is not made until September 1 of 2022 if you started the process September the 1st. 1 time a year payment of $708,353, and that purchases everything. Purchases shop truck, 6 brush trucks, and all the apparatus from Siddons Martin.
Well, I'll speak out and say, a lot of them don't know that Capital and Ed King have done the fire departments in this county a great number of good dealings. We built new fire stations, we bought new trucks, and I would certainly say, look at them in depth. They are very well recognized US-wide.
And he
They
gave,
have treated us right.
he gave some information, said that he would be more than willing to come to a board meeting and speak with y'all, talk with you, explain all this stuff more in depth. I've got some other stuff that goes into another part of the budget that they offered us as some incentive too, that puts money on the table to allow for remodels and construction and things like that, that were other line items and other budgetary sections.
So for instance, just take the 4 pumpers that's on here. Next year, we're looking at what?
Next year, we'd probably be looking at 1, maybe 2 pumpers. I mean,
So that'd be another 200,000 maybe added to that 700?
No, sir.
Well,
That's-
one thing that I need to tell you, which they haven't said yet, it is 12 to 14 months
Delivery?
for build out delivery, plus then 7 weeks in make ready.
And that's for each manufacturer.
That's
not-
for-
No, I meant
across the board,
Across
we're
the
looking
board,
at 14 to
that's-
15 months.
So you're looking at, if you bought all them trucks, it's 1.5 years before any of them rolls in the door.
But from what is
We've already made
this would be
payment
the,
before they get here.
this would be the $700-something for 10 years. Okay, then if we buy 1 next year, then that's gonna be an additional for another extended period of time, in the next year?
No.
I'm just trying to get an
No,
understanding.
this would strictly be to get us caught up. So this would be a one-time loan ordeal that purchases all of these trucks, including his service truck. And that's its own separate ordeal. So that just gets us caught up. Whatever we were to purchase the following year is what we would purchase on our own.
About $6 million, Leroy, is what, I think what he's trying to figure out, what's the total? About $6 million.
It's total about 6.5 million.
Financed over 10 years.
Yeah, 6.5, 6.4.
But then every year after that, we're gonna have to buy,
They're gonna come back and ask for more next year.
no, I'm not.
And then the next year.
That's where,
So this is the budget, we gotta figure it out.
Next year, you got
But nobody's been cut yet.
well, it's still there, but
No
now.
budget's been cut.
So I'm saying, I'm trying to identify what's a dollar figure that we can actually budget
Well,
this year for apparatus.
Well, and that's the thing too. What are y'all projecting that we're gonna need next year? What is your 10-year looking at?
If we replace all this right now, I would say worst case scenario, 2 pumpers. I mean, if we want to get on some sort of track to where we're doing a vehicle replacement program, to where all these frontline pumpers we're using go through like a 10-year cycle, then we have to be on board or on the agenda to purchase almost 2 pumpers a year to stay on track with that. Because of course, the age of your apparatus goes up, so does your maintenance costs. I mean, yeah, this looks like a lot of money up front, but with this too, we're gonna save a lot of money on the back end too, because we're not gonna have a fleet of older trucks that we're having to do in-frame, a $25,000 in-frame, or more pump replacements and stuff like that.
Typically, on apparatus, you want to buy an engine, it would be frontline for 10 years, and then it would go to reserve for 10 years. So one station every 10 years you're buying a new engine, basically. So what you're saying, if we buy this budget, to get to that 10-year replacement, it would be 2 pumpers from here on out.
And that's also depending how far we start continuing to grow with the staff stations too. Because if we don't grow as fast as we think, some of these engines aren't gonna get run as hard as the ones that are 24 hours right now. And then they can get bypassed and overlooked, and when they won't need to be replaced. Because they'll still be a fairly new apparatus.
So where would I know we talked about the other night, so the ladder truck, where would that truck go?
Here.
To Flint. And then what about the 4 pumpers or engines?
4 engines would be Dixie, Red Springs, here, and
White House.
White House.
And the 3 tankers?
Bullard, Red Springs, and Winona.
Is your aerial truck here going north or what?
Wherever.
The plan on it was send it to Chapel Hill.
Yeah, it definitely needed that way. Yeah. But if you buy those and catch up now, what we're talking about, it's gonna save you buying 1 or 2 next year and the 2 new ones you need for the future. You probably benefit yourself.
Well, if you don't purchase these this way in a large quantity, you can figure they're going to increase a minimum of $25,000 per engine.
Because of the multi-vehicle discount.
And roughly, I know you've been in on buying a lot of trucks, you have, roughly what's the percentage every year they just kind of
5 to 10.
5 to 10%?
Just depending on how things are going, it's usually a 5 to 10% increase annually.
So you got that annually too.
And that's without, I mean, that's just them going, hey, this year we're going up this much.
And you can't stop it.
Yeah, that's, but
You're talking about all 15 vehicles, 6.3 million.
Yes, sir.
I can already answer that question for you. There's no way that we can spend 6.3 million on apparatus this year.
You're paying what, 100 and something
Paying
thousand a year?
$708,353.
I'm opposed to the financial side of it.
And this is strictly just a question, is there a specific reason that we're opposed to that?
Yeah, why would you wanna spend taxpayer dollars paying interest? When if you actually sit down and start managing it out over a long period of time, it's short-term pain, long-term gain. Manage it out over a period of time and start replacing, don't replace all 15 vehicles this year, replace what we can afford. Actually get ourselves into a program of replacement. And we're talking about replacing a huge portion of our fleet right now and taking on debt to do it. And I'm opposed to debt.
Okay.
What's the least you can get by with, make it work, Mike?
Whatever you guys approve. I mean,
No, I'm asking you. Mike. Either you know what you need or you don't know what you need.
yeah.
Coming in here saying,
I
this
need
is my
4
first time,
pumpers,
and all
3
bullshit.
tankers, and a ladder.
What do you need? These are what you need. You have to have these.
If we need to continue the way we're going, yes. We have trucks that are encroaching, their truck's encroaching 100,000 miles. It needs to get replaced. Flint's engine's the same way. That's in the shop right now. It's 60, 70,000 miles.
How many miles you put on a year?
It depends. We don't know.
That would be
Average, guys.
Our truck
You
ran
put
11
10,000, you
miles.
put 100,000 on it. I mean, we're talking about order of magnitude. If you got a truck that's got 60 or 70,000 miles on it.
What, 30?
And 100,000 is your threshold,
Hey,
then you
Tim.
got another year on it.
Tim, how many calls did my engine run last year? You have that list with you?
Red Spring?
Yep.
And I feel like y'all came in here and made a presentation based on what your payment's gonna be. And that's not the way we need to go about it. We're not buying used cars. What do y'all really need? And if this is what you really need, then okay, stand up and say, this is what I really need. And be willing to have some data to back it up.
If you cut anything out, and these guys can correct me if I'm wrong, if you cut anything out of that, you can cut 6 brush trucks. And then that's just gonna leave all the old stuff that we have that are old brush trucks, they're just gonna be left.
Was that engine 2?
Yeah, there's 2.
1,000, now this is 2-year period, 1,148.
So just figure it probably ran at least 550 at a minimum of 20 calls, or 20 miles per call. So you're talking
Well,
15,000 miles easy, and that's just on calls.
and I think here's another question, and I'll probably get Harold shot over this way. I know we spec the truck, but if we're really desperate for four engine, and I do feel we are, 4 engine, ladder, 3 tankers. What, because I haven't even seen the specs, so I don't know what's on the specs. What is on the specs that we could change to lower that to maybe get more apparatus? There may be nothing. I mean, I'm talking to all you apparatus guys. There may be nothing, but did we put stuff in there that we could do without? And
Most likely, yes.
There might not be nothing. I'm just.
Yes,
asking
and there is
questions.
some wiggle room. And there's some things, I mean, if we have to drop down to some cookie cutter truck, then I guess we'll have to spec it that way.
Well, and some of this is with the removals that we talked about just in our meeting the other day.
Right.
It's already
Right,
had
no, I know.
cuts
I know
off
you
of it.
could.
That also doesn't go, they haven't even gone into the trade-in factor. That's a whole nother element to it of getting extra, or getting a little bit more bang for the buck. But also, Commissioner Dominic, you made the comment earlier of managing our resources. There, and I know I might get a little bit for this one, but it may be something where we could allocate resources differently, you know. We're talking about buying 2 pieces of equipment for 1 department. Can we get away with 1 piece of equipment for that department versus 2, and then maybe next year or the year after with that next piece of equipment, or however that needs to play out, and prioritize from the top down who needs it the most. I can say, just from experience of running around the apparatus, Red Springs Engine 2 and Dixie Engine 2 are almost a no-haver. And I understand we just put a lot of funding into Dixie Engine 2, but that was to make it continue to operate and get down the road in case it wasn't, replaced this year. But like Red Springs Engine 2, with it already being, which I know the damage was not that bad, but it being rear-ended and it's an older engine. How old is your engine?
My engine's a 2007 model, or 2008 model, and it's had 2 end frames in it already.
Okay, so, but I think that's where I don't know it's gonna cut in on the multi-purchase thing, I understand that, and it's gonna go up a little bit, but that, we're talking about managing resources.
But I think that's what Mr. Dominy is asking.
I know, and that's where I'm like,
I mean, across the board, we have an old fleet, and so it's hard to determine where we need to start.
But if you try to do this if you try to upgrade the fleet over 3 years, it's a whole lot different path that we're gonna go down versus trying to update it all this year. Because if you don't need but 2 pumpers next year, that means we're upgrading everything that we need this year. And I'm looking at, can we do something over a 3-year period? Still get you guys the right equipment, okay? Don't ever take this as I don't want y'all to have the best equipment that we can afford you to have. I'm just saying that I don't think that this is what we can do this year. So what can we do? Can we upgrade our equipment over the next 3 years and get ourselves in a better position, start putting money back? But, we're gonna have to, we got a lot of money right now, but we're gonna have to take a little bit of pain here over the next 2 or 3 years, setting money back so we don't find ourselves having to make huge expenditures all at one time. We'll get ourselves a program where we can start buying new equipment every 10 years, or whatever the life cycle is. But it's just, I just personally can't justify doing everything this year and not leaving anything for next year. 2 pumpers, okay? I mean, compared to what we're doing right now, 15 pieces of equipment. So that's where you're at. What do you really need? What has to be replaced this year? We all know it's a year and a half before you even get it. So what do you have to replace right now? Because a year and a half now you need it. So you got a couple of them you talked about there that are up in age. Those 2 are getting it.
I mean, we've got, for example, Winona, they've got, one of their tankers is down, and they're down an engine. They weren't even on the engine list, so they're getting a tanker. I don't have a tanker that's in functioning order right now. Mine's down and my engine's down. So there's.
But we'll come back and talk about why things were down, okay? So that's another whole conversation we need to have about keeping our equipment running, what we have to do to keep it in place. I'm not gonna go buy a new piece of equipment because your equipment's down. I wanna fix your equipment. I mean, that's my point.
So let's start like at the ladder truck. Can we go another year without a ladder truck?
No.
Depends how it's gonna get run, how is it gonna be staffed, what is it gonna run on?
Here's what I say, and I don't wanna step on your toes, Mike. If you wanna go bare basic on all this, what we had to have, and I'm just throwing this number out there, 2 engines, a ladder, a tanker, and 1 brush truck. Minimal.
All right, say that again.
2 engines, a ladder, 1 tanker, and a brush truck. That's the only thing I know to do.
2 engines, 1 ladder,
One tanker,
one tanker, and 1 brush.
But
All right, so
reality, I wanna go the route we wanna go, but I understand what you're saying.
So at the minimum of what you just said, the ladder would still be a Flint, correct?
Correct, yeah.
What about the 2 engines?
2 engines would be Dixie and Red Springs.
Red Springs?
And the good thing about that, with Dixie just having that new motor put in or whatever,
That
then
makes
you've
it
got a
back.
good reserve engine.
Well, and then.
Or putting it
Well,
Flint.
no, we wouldn't be getting a new one.
No, I know, but.
No, that engine you're talking about,
Engine's here, but it's also still qualified.
the engine you're
No,
talking about,
it would-
Dixie,
yeah.
would not go to be a reserve. That'd go to Station 1, and which one is that Pierce Contender, whatever, that commercial cab would go bye-bye, possibly.
But with Dixie Engine 1 going back to Station 1, it could still be used as backup or reserve.
Correct.
Where would the 1 tanker go?
That's the thing, like I said,
That's
Bullard
Also-
can suffice with what they have.
Okay.
If I was gonna put one, I'd put it in Red Springs. They have nothing up there.
And that's not the matter of it being down, that's the matter of
That's a
that tanker there
78 Max.
it's very, very old, and there's about 3 total people that operate
drive
it efficiently. I'll say that, operate it efficiently.
So I guess back to what Mr. Dominy was saying, then the tanker, that, to me, that's a no-brainer. We need at least 1 tanker.
Correct. And
I want at least 1 ladder.
none of this includes if we put a station up in the northwest part of the county.
Well, you could, Mr. Dominic, you could take one of our reserves and move up there. I mean, you wouldn't have to buy a brand new truck to put it up there where it's gonna sit.
Not for now.
No, but I'm saying,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you just don't trade,
or you just don't trade in the one and send it.
sorry.
Or you don't trade in the Dixie truck and you send it.
Correct.
I don't think that's been,
No,
It's been talked about.
it's been talked about.
the station in the northwest, I would, and I've said this to Commissioner Brown, that would need discussion with ESD1, because they're also looking in that area to expand and add a station. And the thought process behind it is that we don't do the same thing that we have currently with Dixie Station 2 and Lindale Station 2. They're virtually on top of each other. They're within, I think it's 6 total miles, maybe less than that. And that's just the discussion based there, so we don't end up with the exact. Yeah, so.
Yeah, by air, but it's this one.
Oh, well, yeah, but I mean, by road miles, they're probably only 5, maybe. I don't know.
They're close.
They're very close.
Now, obviously, if we wanted to visit that with those numbers, those trucks, it's gonna have to go back to the manufacturers to get an updated price, because we're gonna lose.
who would get the one brush truck?
True.
Be Winona.
Oh, I
Is
don't
there
know.
that one
I'm
right
sorry.
there?
I'm down.
Okay, so at noonday, I've got 2, we only use one at a time, so could that one brush truck go to Winona?
That's the problem we have here, of the 120 pieces of apparatus that we have here in this ESD. As a whole, you could reallocate all of this stuff. And that's the thing we gotta look at. That's a big picture that nobody really pays attention to. We gotta reallocate. Like Noonday has 2 brush trucks. They got 1 station. They need 1 brush truck. Troop has 3 stations. Give them 3 brush trucks. That's all we need. We don't need 900 brush trucks in 1 station, or 400 engines in 1 station. That's the way I look at it. There's no need for that.
I don't know that anybody gave you an actual answer on where that brush truck is going. And that may not be known until that's sat down and go off to each department.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, like, Chief Nelson just said, you know, there's no sense in Noonday having 2 brush trucks. If somebody else needs one, I mean, ship that one, the second one to them.
I mean, you could easily do that, but the other deal was to replace outdated old ones. That, you know, specifically, we had talked about one for him, because he's got a 99 model that's barely holding together.
Up there.
Yeah. I mean, or give the new one to Mark, or whoever.
I can patch mine go.
I'm just saying, like Adam said, if we could reallocate some of this, that might give us a year or 2 to actually.
Well, and then think too, just like you said, who knows when somebody's gonna hit a grant? Like if,
Right.
I know Tim was up for a large brush truck, but we had talked about if he got that grant, instead of making a large brush truck, you get a pumper,
Right.
and, you know, and then we just have to keep the
Need
ESD board
difference.
just have to kick in the extra money to make up for whatever's left over. But we don't know when that's gonna happen.
No, I've got a small
And
brush
it's
truck.
kinda like a roll of the dice, you know?
Yeah, I've got both of them kicking right there together.
And I think Chapel Hill was in the same boat with the tanker. I think they were really high up
They
on
were
the list
number
for a
2.
tanker grant,
Yeah.
and they got dropped back down to 13, 14, 15.
So the 2 brush trucks we have in Noonday, one's a 2016, one's a 2011.
So you got roughly a 10-year-old and a little less than 10 years.
No, he's got that.
I got those 3.
That old Jackson.
Oh, yours are
In
a way up there.
In 2010.
Yeah, I can't remember, you got a troop right here, 99,
They still running.
96. I put them through the mill too. I don't know about your tack truck, but it's a 01, an 03. So that's yours, a 96, 99, an 01, and an 03.
I'm gonna ask a really simplistic question, is that, do we have a list of apparatus required at each one of our district stations, and a list of what we actually have? Not who it belongs to, what we actually have. And to me, that'd be the thing to do, and going back to what you were saying, is what do we need X number of tankers, we need X number of tenders, we need, because this is the facilities we have. And who they belong to, we can actually start going back and work it out, who it belongs to. And I'm not gonna come and take your newest piece of equipment from you or something other to put it somewhere else, but if you got a spare piece of equipment that we can utilize somewhere else, and I'm still advocating that we're gonna be doing this over a 3-year period. We shouldn't be trying to do it all at one time right now. And I think we can do it on a cash basis over the next 3 years. And why take on the debt if we can do it? It's short term. I mean, we've been living with it for years, guys, so let's do it for a little bit longer. And we'll be one of the most financial stable ESDs in the state without a doubt. And that allows us to do a whole heck of a lot of stuff when we need to. And we're also talking about having a reserve, so it's not like if you have something goes down that we can't go get someone. It still takes a year to manufacture, we can't solve that problem, but it's not like we won't have the funds to actually be able to go buy it if we have to. We're not gonna leave y'all without.
Well, that was the other part to this, was it rolled over all of our extra money into the reserve fund. So you take it from $1 million to almost $9 million.
Almost $9 million on what?
Or
It wouldn't be-
7 million, whatever it was, whatever the number was.
Yes, 26 and 7, I think.
Yeah. 7 million, whatever the numbers were, because they've changed several different times since we looked at it. But it would take us from whatever we have in there now to 6 to 7.
Yeah, that's a 10-year commitment. And I'm saying, I think we can do it with cash in 3.
I hope so.
And have we looked at, and here again, y'all might hate me for this, have we looked at any demos out there?
I'm gonna tell you this right now, I'm strongly against demos. I've seen too many, heard too many, I've worked on too many demos that have come through that they don't work. Cause they get drove around, used around, displayed around, then they go back for a change order to get some stuff done to them, and then they're never right after that. Now, some manufacturers do stock units, which are kind of like a cookie cutter truck. That would be a better option than a demo.
Is there a cost difference though? Well, just the way my mind works, if something costs this, it doesn't matter if it came on a stock unit or if you asked to buy it that way.
Well, a stock unit is typically the lowest of the low you're gonna buy.
You're not gonna get the options that we have spec'd out to keep us uniform across the county. So.
Yeah, and I know as you get specialized into things, it goes up, but I mean, that's mainly why I asked that question. If we went and spec the exact same style of apparatus that's the stock unit, the price should be pretty close, correct? I mean, that's what I meant.
They should be.
Okay, all right, let's.
I'm not putting back in front of you to go take that list of apparatus required versus apparatus currently in our possession, allocate it to where it needs to go, and then name the equipment and the 2 engines, 1 ladder, 1 tanker, and a brush is what we need, and what that cost us.
Okay.
So in that, when we reallocate that, are they gonna bring that back to y'all so that if there's any head bumping or pushback, that y'all are gonna take care of it?
I'll rephrase that, is that we'll sit down with each one of the district chiefs and talk to them about what we wanna do and how we wanna do it, and present to them the issues that we're gonna have as far as trying to fund everybody something new. And I think that if we sit down and approach it right, then our district chiefs are gonna help us manage it through over the next few years. So I'm not sitting up here saying that I'm gonna dictate to any one of them, because they are independent contractors, and it's gonna have to be a collaborative decision. not gonna come directly from us. And, we got, when that exercise is done, if we need 3 engines,
We need 3.
we need 3 engines. Now we gotta talk about what we gotta do to fund it, and get them involved. But right now, I don't feel like that's the path. I feel like we took a different path, and I'd like to see us go back and revisit it. Go different. With the perspective that I've been here, can we actually do this in a different way? Still meet our needs.
I think as an ESD provides us a lot more flexibility when we approach it that way, to address the immediate needs when they come up.
Mr. Darby, what path do you think we took when we picked up these trucks, if I may ask?
I think y'all went and said, how many of them do I have that are at or near end of life, and what do I need, and what do I want? And so, and end of life is the variable, right?
Right.
What is true end of life? And also, my perception is that, you're looking at it saying that I gotta ask for all this if I'm gonna get this. That's just human nature, right?
I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think we went out and inspected the best use truck that we could, and that's where it come in. I don't see anybody saying, oh, well, we're gonna, cause there's stuff that's cut off this truck that I think we really need on it. But to get to the price point down, we cut it already. So I don't think that's necessarily the case, but.
I'll stand corrected. So you've already gone down bare bones.
We've cut probably.
Just in what we cut
Probably
the last meeting.
70,000 off of it already.
Just in what we cut the last meeting was close to 150,
Okay.
160.
So what was your method of determining these 15 pieces that are needed?
Age and use.
Yeah.
Age
But
and use.
did you consider reallocation in that whole, or possible reallocations?
I'm not gonna say we did, because we ran into problems with that before.
That's the problem,
Just
is you
borrow
got
it.
other departments
Well,
that we
what they're-
reallocate.
What they're trying to say, and I'll help a little bit with that, we're gonna have that meeting you talked about, because it's gonna have to be all the chiefs say, we're willing to do this, and get away from that mine and get back to ours.
And some of them have boards that dictate what they do and don't do. So I don't know how that's gonna have to be addressed too.
I mean, because for example, and I'm just throwing this out there, this is strictly an example. Bullard has 2 brand new engines. One of Bullard's brand new engines could have went to somebody that needs one, versus putting a brand new engine in there. Not saying it's what we necessarily wanted at that station, because it's not gonna be to that spec, but that's an engine that could have been sent somewhere else.
I think our biggest, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, our biggest deal was standardization from here on out, not necessarily what we have now. I mean, it did take into consideration what we have now, the newest engines we bought, but standardizing the fleet from here on out, not just, let's go get the biggest, baddest, most expensive fire truck we could get. I mean, of course, I think all of us would want that, but.
Sorry, heard Bullard, I know the backstory on why Bullard's engines, one of them had 500 gallons of water, and the other one was 1996.
No, that's not what we're talking about.
Okay.
Y'all getting 2 new engines, that's not what
Well,
we're talking about.
my biggest thing is, you talking about reallocate. Like Eric said, you got the boards that dictate, you got the VFDs that dictate, then you got what the ESD owns as itself. I mean, it is what it is. If the ESD owns it, and the ESD says, we're gonna move it, that's what we're gonna do. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If it needs to go somewhere, now if it's owned by the VFDs, then, I mean, get on or get off. I mean, If you don't like it, that's the way it is. We're here for the citizens, we're not here just because. So, the way I look at it, it's gonna be as you and your board to make that decision and say, this is how it's gonna be. And that's the problem. That's the way I see it, Commissioner Dominic.
Okay.
I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If you wanna slap my hand later, we will, but that's the way I feel.
Yeah.
Come here, you wanna slap your face right now. That ain't that. I'll heal.
I think that's a hurdle we can get over, but that is a hurdle we're gonna have to get over. I think we're to the point right now, and I don't know about the two chiefs sitting beside me, another chief sitting over in the corner. I think it's time to pull that trigger.
So, yeah, the intent is not to have that meeting with only a few chiefs in here right now, but yeah, it is a meeting that we certainly have to have. And I'll explain my perspective of what I want to achieve, and I have full expectation that each one of you guys will come back in and give me the pros and cons to it, and we'll work and find a solution.
You know, that's the way we look at it. I mean, like Chief Stone said, we gotta be all on one team, and right now, it doesn't sound like we're gonna be on one team the way it's going.
And then, once
And that's what we need.
Gotta happen, pretty quick, because it's really gonna determine what our list of apparatus purchase is gonna tie into. So, and I'm sitting here and I guess I'm gonna ask for the round number for these, five apparatus that we talked about. And you normally know what your discounts were given because of multis and all. Can you give us a rough order of magnitude of what those 5 pieces will cost us?
You can add, if it's $790 right now for an engine, add a minimum of $25,000 to it.
Well, that price won't go up, this discount cost.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right. So
Most of
this
your
is gonna
manufacturers will,
Because of the.
I can't say for
Well,
Spartan or whatever.
Yeah.
All the discounts.
Because he did put the discounts.
Yeah, your discounts money is gonna decrease.
Your
I'm
price of
sorry.
your truck will stay the same, but the amount that we get for discounts is gonna drop significantly.
At least 25,000 or 24, whatever it is. It's
That's,
listed in there.
that's true for, I'm just throwing for that manufacturer right there. But if you look at other manufacturers, they consider multi-purchase discounts could be 1 or more, 3 or more, whatever. And that's what you gotta look at.
But yes, that is attainable. We can do that where we can definitely tell you, or they can definitely tell you, hey, this is.
I'm looking for rough order of magnitude of what that equipment would cost us. And again, I'm looking at total in-service cost.
Individually as a one price, just one unit per cost.
Yeah, what is it gonna cost us to put these, get these, buy these, and then we can go from there to see how much we can afford to do.
But when we're buying multiple, we still look at the discount.
Well, I'm saying if we do it without it, Leroy, that, you know.
Then the discount will come in cheaper.
2 engines. So yeah, take the discount for 2 engines, but outside that, do the singles right there. And if we actually, they want to go buy more than one, then we'll negotiate and try to get something better for budgeting purposes.
Gotcha.
Just gotta do these 5.
Okay.
We'll see what we come up with there, and we get through the rest of this review process that will determine a whole lot too, what we have to know.
Right, well, that's the thing too, is we haven't hit the end even see what we got.
We may have some more, but we'll see.
So with the schedule, what's the time frame on this? With this tax and?
Well, not 5 o'clock.
Bill? Well, Bill, when would they have to have us, when would they have to have us an answer by?
First list of equipment there,
Well,
about $3.3 million.
I want them to come back and tell me.
The next regular scheduled meeting that we have for budget is the 24th.
I think so, because you said the next one will be like the 7th of September.
Yeah, the 23rd is the next meeting that I have scheduled for budget. That's be attached to a regular meeting. That's what we're planning on,
Tax rate,
23rd?
Yes, sir. And I certainly would like to have it beforehand. It'd be good if we could maybe put some projection numbers together, that we could have a bottom line number that we can present back to the board that night.
I can try to get an email sent out as soon as I can.
any other questions? Any other comments on apparatus? Okay.
Thank you, guys, thank you, thank you.
Thank you for your work.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
Hey, just before y'all leave, are y'all wanting to nix this service truck out of that, or we wanna still try to push for that, or, I mean, it's a legitimate question, because he's,
And listen, her, the gave me didn't include the service truck.
it's on the bottom.
No, the five apparatus you said you have to have,
Okay.
didn't include service truck. Direction I'm headed, so y'all tell me if we have to have a service truck.
I mean, he's outgrown his service truck right now and the capabilities of what he is capable of doing.
Okay, so, I mean,
Present it.
Okay.
present a case for it, man. I'm not saying no, I'm just saying y'all didn't put it on the list.
So we're for 5 to 6. Yeah.
Okay.
5 to 6, all right.
Am I going to make it part of it? Because it wasn't on the list.
Yeah, you'll probably go with it. That's where we're gonna cover all the other things in the budget.
Who's next?
I am.
Oh, God.
Well, y'all are all getting coffee.
Let me go pee.
No. And I probably need to call my wife, I think my house has been hit by lightning.
Oh, Lord.
I can tell you right now, if I saw my house got hit by lightning, I would have walked out.
You what?
I said I would have already got it, walked out the street, if I thought my house got hit by lightning.
He said, you might get it.
Yeah.
She's good.
We're trying to move along.
Leroy, we're gonna let you get up a minute ago.
I'm good.
Stay around too long, you'll get tired. Find supper. Stuff in 12 o'clock.
It's only 19. Yeah. So that's what you're looking at.
If I got an 2011 and a 2016, and he's got a film, I can see them tornado looking slabs out there. They're looking nasty.
Can you mute that? Mine are work.
a spreadsheet, and this is factoring in everything that we have discussed as long range, and everything that we, want to do, and basically that. So we have we've put together a plan. Anything in this spreadsheet that you see that is yellow is adding a person or a position. So we'll start here. The first set right here is adding battalion 2. Adding another battalion chief. And of course, we know that takes 3 people to do that. And I'll just kind of go through those real quick. All of the additions, and then we can talk about them. This one is adding, at the request of the shop, adding in another person in the shop. ARC, basically, the training division stays the same. The ARC district stays the same. The Bullard district, basically what we would be doing is, I don't know why I put there you go. Currently, Bullard is staffed Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, with 2 part-time personnel. In the past, we used to staff the day stations with 1 full-timer and 1 part-timer. So what I'm doing here is adding the full-timer back and bumping them to a 3-man station Monday through Friday, but then having 2 part-time personnel cover Saturday and Sunday from 8 to 5. So basically, it gets them staffs covered 7 days a week. So each of the day stations are in this same type scenario here.
Did you just say on the weekends it dropped down to 2?
Drop to 2 on the weekend.
Okay.
8 to 5.
So that's why you're seeing the differences
Right.
in hours, the
Right.
28 versus 32.85. And on a full timer, they do have that 260. That if they're going to work 8 to 5 Monday through Friday, they're going to have 5 hours a week built in overtime. Chapel Hill, same scenario here. That we discussed with Bullard. The only difference is Chapel Hill does have a part-time lieutenant who's already there, so we just basically electing him as a lieutenant. Dixie, so on our 24-hour stations that do not have a 4th/travel firefighter, we have added a travel firefighter to each one of them. So for Dixie, that would give them a 4th man. Flint, no change. So over here it's going to talk about, we'll talk about it. Okay, so Jackson, this is their day staffing. This is their day staffing right here. Again, they have a lieutenant currently. I built in here an entire station full of staffing. So if we did need to staff another 24 somewhere, it's built into the budget to be able to do so. I have it represented in the Jackson column just to get me the workers' comp numbers. Noonday, adding the travel guy to them. Red Springs, adding the travel guy to them. I call him a travel guy, but in Red Springs, it would likely be a Walker driver. Troop, adding that full-timer back in the same as the other day stations. White House currently has a full-time firefighter. He is the only one left on day shift. He's still there. He has not ever been moved over. So in White House, it would be simply just adding a part-time person, another part-time person for basically 7 days a week. And then bumping the current part-time position to 7 days a week. And the thing we have to remember when we're talking about part-timers is it's one position, but we cover it with multiple people because they can't all work like that. But so basically, we budget the hours and the pay rates are the same. But, and then Winona 3 basically stays the same with 2 part-time guys out there. Now, this would put. And Bill, help me on these here. Okay, so I have this broke down to where it talks about what it costs per district. And then at the very bottom, this yellow line is the, you did this, so this is the yellow line, that cell right there should be the entire, that entire option. So, Chief Stone, do you wanna chime in?
Well, the only thing I was gonna say, when he was back with that full station back in Jackson, that's not to hire people right now.
That's.
We would come back, he would come back to you when it, if and when it come time to do that, but that's putting that.
But, you know, I know if we build a station or we remodel one for staffing, at some point, we're gonna wanna do that. So I went ahead and built it in as basically a buffer in case we get to that point.
Let me ask you a question, Grady. Sure. You're talking about, we have one full-time, 5-day-a-week guy left. Those positions that were before that, were they eliminated, or are they still there, and are they budgeted for in this budget?
I think, my understanding when all this went down, Charles and Mr. Biggers may be able to help me with this. They were always there and they were always approved, but when noonday got in a bind and we needed to go 24 hours to noonday, we pulled them full times to go into noonday so that it didn't really cost us any money, because we were already paying them full time.
And then we did the same thing for Red Springs.
And then when Red Springs, when they come to us, or actually it was Winona, but when we staffed Red Springs, we did the same.
And it eliminated all the full.
So it deleted all of that full-time that had.
Except one position.
Well, except one that had been out there. I think we had to add a few to it, but.
Well, that's
To make the
the reason I was
station,
asking, was
but
it
them-
already budgeted for? And then-
Them 6 positions, which is on there, because we have 5 full-time stations and we have 6 I call them part-time, but.
Day staff.
Day staff. Them positions had always been there, they just were never backfilled.
Yeah, and then I'm looking through the current documents for this year, this current year, I'm kind of unclear on whether he had it budgeted that way or not. So that's why I'm doing it this way and breaking it down exactly what we're gonna do. So,
So your 9.5 million that you have for this scenario, what is this year's comparable cost?
do you have that? I think you had that on here too.
So what did you say?
I think it was 7.2 million. wasn't
What's the current comparable cost? So how much we added? How much money?
It was, oh man, I think I was.
I have the message.
I won't say this year was about 7.
I think I got it there.
I want to say it's, you mean as far as what did we budget for payroll this current year?
What did we spend in payroll this year?
What did we spend?
Okay, versus what are we proposing to spend next year?
He's got those, and I thought they were included on here. So this spreadsheet's been.
Is that at the top or is that at the back?
Yes, the 2 payroll.
Okay, it was,
That's actually the budget. So the problem is.
yeah, what they budgeted last year was 7,249,817.
Now, what have we spent, is the current?
Well, but this was, I don't have, this is an old one, I don't have a new one.
Hey, but my question before you, Chief Smith, on this, does that include everyone in this? Because that other one didn't include y'all, did it?
This includes everything. This includes.
Office staff and all?
Office staff,
Yeah,
everybody.
it's everything.
It's not
This is
the dual
everybody.
split.
And let me just say real quick, the summary that's been provided to y'all, the budget summary, this includes that scenario. So the bottom numbers that we're looking at includes this scenario. We went ahead and went the max.
So I knew that this year's budget, this year's actual cost for personnel, would be underrun. You know, we hadn't staffed out all the people that we originally budgeted for. So that's what I'm trying to figure out is where we stand now versus where we're headed. And I'm not sure that what you're proposing here really increases over what we budgeted for last year. Right. That's kind of where I'm trying to understand is how does it compare?
That is part of it, Brent, because last year there was some extra stations budgeted in there that we never did. So it's gonna be pretty close. It may be a little bit more, but it's gonna be pretty close, but just in a different arrangement.
And part of the biggest thing on adding the guys, the travel guys, it's basically gonna eliminate overtime. Because at that point, we'll have 5 of those guys on shift, and there'll be 4 per station, and with a minimum of 3 per station.
2.5.
And, we currently allow 3 off on vacation. Now, that doesn't include if somebody calls in sick. So we'll be able to cover them, plus if a couple of guys get COVID or call in sick, we'll still be able to cover those as well. And basically, they will not be.
I would never use the term, we will eliminate
No.
overtime. It will drastically drop your overtime number. I would never say eliminate overtime.
You're right.
I mean, and that's with
And
all
we're
due
budgeting,
respect.
we're still gonna budget for overtime, because there's gonna be times they catch calls after their shift and stuff, so.
Jason, here's your numbers here, here's your budgeted numbers for this year, $7.2 million. And the projection is over in the next column where I think we will possibly end up at, $5,758,000.
So if we wind up there and we have those other positions, we more or less wind up where we budgeted for payroll this year. Maybe a little bit more.
Wasn't it 9.2?
Well, I said a little bit more.
Yeah, but that counts for office.
Basically,
Is that not, that ESD2 payroll is just firefighter, or does that include office personnel as well?
That's all personnel.
It's all personnel costs.
So that budget amount is 7.2 million, and this new budget amount that we're requesting is about 9.2 million, right? So it's about
Yeah,
$2
but you
million
have to
increase in
add,
budget.
but you have to
but
add.
we also put in there for a full station that we had to staff.
Correct,
And
correct.
And that'll knock off.
About $800.
Okay,
That'll knock off about $1 million.
Yeah.
let me just say this, that 9.4 million number, excluding, chief and assistant chief, we're looking at about 880,000 in staff, HR, meaning, Sarah's position, that includes IT and, equipment services.
And of course, I have not put any positions in here, administrative or anything that maybe you guys are wanting to do that I just haven't been.
So if we, actually get a station in the northwest, those would be added personnel above what you have now, what you've looked at now. No? Well, if we staff Jackson, and we do that up there.
That's where the travel guys,
Still do it if you did this one right here.
because you can take your travel guys that are in the
Yeah.
extra stations and fill
Yeah,
that.
so we could move them for temporary, to get us through a year if we ended up having to do that. Now, that would cost us, time, but, when guys are sick or on vacation, but there are enough personnel that if we built a station up there and it opened in June and we had already staffed one, we would have personnel that, without having to hire anybody, to move up there and get to the next budget.
You got a receptionist built into this budget too?
Yes, we kept the administration the same.
No, that's everything, and this covers all of their health insurance, any benefits, workers' comp. I did double our workers' comp rates based on what we're seeing. So, I'm hoping that's a good estimation at this time. We're trying to get those numbers over to, DFIS to get us a good number, target right now.
And this is not, this does not, no actual cost of living raises this year. The guys can still get raises throughout the step plan that's already been adopted, but I don't have a cost of living built into this one. I wasn't sure if that was something we were wanting to do. I know there was a little bit of conversation after last year's raises that The other thing is it's not raising the retirement. Bill and I got the numbers yesterday, from the retirement, depending on what we want to do. Right now, we're a one-to-one match at 7%. Typically, counties, cities, other fire departments, I'm sure yours is this way, that it's a two-to-one match. So we can, right now we're one-to-one, but we can slowly go to two-to-one. We don't have to bite off the whole other. We can raise it however we want. So Bill has worked on some of those numbers.
Yeah, basically what we're looking at is if we increased our match up to, one-to-one to basically 125%. Every 25% you go up on that, you're looking at about $117,000 for the entire year for the entire staff to take those steps up.
So yeah, I mean, we have it broken. That's good. So it's about 116. So we could, right now it's 100%, and when you get 2-to-1, they call it 200%. So we could go from 100% to 125, or to 150, 175, to 200. However we want to do it. I know the intent when we got the retirement, when we opted into it, was to eventually work our way to that. And so.
What does it look like as far as with the current staff that we have now of doing a 2% cost of living raise each year?
Overall, 2% increase like the cost of living.
Correct.
This is without take that salary number.
Because it seems like every year insurance goes up. So, I mean, we need to have some type of cost of living for the folks.
That's the bottom.
Take that number and do the rough estimate. About 134,000
A year.
So, again, so I have this option. Another option that I've put together is it's roughly the same exact scenario. However, it cuts out that built-in extra station. It still adds the travel firefighter, still does the stuff on the day shift. And so Hunter, you were talking about that number? It's right there.
So, just so I understand it, if we do option one, we could actually staff 2 stations 24 hours a day if we came up to it.
If we had
to,
If we had to. With this option, we only staff 1.
And then we would not have, at that point, we would get rid of the travel guys, and then the overtime costs would go back up. So, then I've put together option 3, which is.
Sorry, so option 2 does have the 4th man for the stations that are currently?
It does.
Okay, so it still doesn't have the
It
firefighter?
has everything but
Just
the one
minus
full
that,
station.
okay.
Yeah, so this one is, again, no extra station, and then I simply cut 1 on the 3's part-timers out with Chief Allen had said, hey, if you have to, if you gotta cut them out, cut them, I'm willing to do that, so, that. Where's what? On the, on
Two seventy one north,
It's way over.
almost to the Grigg County line, Oakshire County line.
So that bottom dollar would be there.
Nothing up, I mean,
Didn't save that much money, did it?
No, it's, and then this one, this option, I think I was able to leave everything on here. Alright, so again, we know the yellow is the added. What we would do is we would, this is bringing the full-timers into those day sections. 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. This position is 7 days a week. This position is 2 days a week to cover the weekend. Again, it doesn't have the extra.
that one wouldn't have 3 on the day shift.
No, it's two
men
7
all
days
the
a
way
week.
along,
Yeah, it's 2 7 days a week. So no extra station, and no 1 or 3, two daytime, 7 days a week. So.
I think it might be hard just to find somebody to work weekends all the time.
It might be.
Well, it's not necessarily gonna be a single person that's doing that. It's
No.
gonna be, it's just a part-time position, but it can be.
And that
filled with
puts
anyone
that
who's available.
there.
First option, but that, so what I'm reading over.
No, don't do that.
Okay.
Go back down to the same spot. I'm trying to look at that screen and use my mouse and it's not. No, it's, that one lags. Okay, so there's option 1. Option 4.
So 1.4.
So the option 4 is still adding a full-time battalion?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that is not reflected in any
So
code.
could we not go with option 4, adding a full-time battalion, and then get these guys cost of living raise and 2-to-1 match on their retirement?
Okay. Again, this is.
Right.
We need to discuss these things. Now, I will say that this option 4 is going to probably, it may give us the most scheduling issues with, some of the part-time guys. I don't know that, this guy in yellow, he's gonna be here 5 days a week. Whether we make his 5 days a week, he gets 2 days off, basically. Whether we make him work Saturday, Sunday, and, basically give him Monday, Tuesdays off, that becomes his weekend.
Option 4, you still have your traveler guys, correct?
We do, and
So
we can
could we
shift.
not send them over there
We can,
if needed?
we can.
Hopefully not from my station.
Don't be so selfish.
You're so needy.
What I do know,
We never have a.
what I do know is adding this guy, the full-time guy in these stations is gonna help them significantly, because they're not just relying on part-timers to cover those stations. Plus, it gives the chief somebody that's there that they can go to, that, someone to hold accountable and those types of things, so.
Consistency.
So with the full-time, because they're full-time working with 2 part-time, would they automatically be a lieutenant? Or, I mean, you gotta have somebody in charge, I'm just trying to figure out who's gonna be in charge.
Well, I mean, like in this one where they actually have a lieutenant, he's probably gonna be in charge. We're gonna have to discuss that. That may be a policy type deal versus a title type thing, because, again, we're gonna put people in lieutenants, they gotta be tested, they have to be, so.
I mean, if we're expecting them to fill a lieutenant role, they should be compensated.
And I get that,
as a
I get
lieutenant.
that. So,
Unless you delegate the lieutenant roles to another lieutenant, which you have,
another house.
which you have 5 of them right now surrounding your county.
One lieutenant ought to be able to cover 2 stations. or if not, maybe 3.
You only have one guy that's
That's
gonna be
within the
three.
span of control.
And then on this position, we kind of looked at what they're making now and put them below that, or actually expect them to get to a level 2. We still need to look at basically salary survey for these guys to make sure that everything's right. I was told that it was done. I don't have any evidence that it's being done, so, so this pay rate on this position actually could change. It could actually go down. I think that's a little bit of, in the terms of the grand scheme, it wouldn't be that much savings. But, so yeah, option 4 has that. Option 3, again, gives us no extra station, no 1 and 3. It still has the day stations 7 days a week with 3 individuals, or 5 days a week with 3 individuals, 2 on the weekend. So that number is,
That's option 3.
this is option 2. That's there. So what are your thoughts?
What's option 2?
Option 2 does everything through 3 guys, Monday through Friday, 2 on the weekends, travelers. The only thing it removes is that extra anticipated having to staff another station. Which
It gives us 1 staffing of the station if we had to staff a 24 hour shift versus 2.
What's the number on
8.5.
That was at 8.5.
it? It was 8.4.
8.4 or 8.5. Option 3 is 8.4, option 2 is 8.5, well, actually, yeah, 8.55.
Option 3 cuts out one part.
And they're already spread out there.
What do you got?
I'll return. They're boxing a big house over there in, Liddell District. So, and Dixie's already out and.
Okay.
I shall return to go to a meeting.
All right. That's option 3, is that right, Judy?
This is option 2.
That's option
This is option 2. That's option 3. So it saves.
$100,000.
I think the most important that we can all agree, we've got to add another battalion. I mean, just like the other night, you know, that battalion, the 48 hours was probably up 36 hours of that. That's a huge safety. So, I'd like to see obviously another battalion, but the current staff that we have, is let's take care of them and get them up to the 2%. Let's get them up to the retirement, and then let's start, you know, hiring as we can with that budget. You know, I know their insurance is free if it's just an individual, but, you know.
They're having to pay for our dependents.
Right, but, you know, we get it every year, hey, you guys, y'all are getting, you're getting a 2% raise, your cost of living, oh, great, and then they come in and say, oh, but your insurance is going up 4%, so we're like.
Well, ours went up, what, 11%?
So, I mean.
Okay.
So what was it to get them, it was only 100 and something thousand?
134,000.
So basically, doing the 2 to 1 and the 2% raise, we're looking at around $600,000.
Yeah, taking the step 2 to 1 all at one time. I'm not opposed to going up at 25% increments.
Right.
Up there, but.
Right. We can't do it all at once.
And I agree with you, you can cost living raise, I mean, we all have the expectation we'll get cost living raises.
I say, yeah, I say, give be the cost of living, the 25%, and then next year, after we see where we're at, we might be able to go the other.
Be about
Be on retirement.
250,000 to do that option.
Can we do it to where,
We're probably in a position where we ought to be paying staffing.
Mm-hmm.
So can we all agree on the cost of living, correct? But what about the retirement? Can we not increase that to 5?
That's what he was
Oh,
saying.
that's
What they were saying,
what
yes,
Okay, okay.
So,
Increase like.
Don't you want to come to?
Okay.
Not all the way. but-
Right, okay.
so do we wanna keep this on the table?
I think it's feasible to keep that in there just in case, because we've got one, we're talking about real hard staffing the staff.
Keep in mind,
The second one,
You got that other,
well, keep in mind, if we, this is option one, this is the big option.
Yeah.
But if we do this goes away. This goes away. Wherever we do it, if I do it at White House, it still goes away.
Right.
So actually
The only place it won't go away would be Northwest.
correct.
And then you just run into where you can put them. Because you have nowhere to put them in either one of those districts.
So,
On to Jackson.
so do we want to go with this option plus do the cost of living and the retirement? Is that kind of what or do we wanna come up with another option that still includes the?
The one part that we need staff Jackson, I think a bunch of people are in agreement with that. Yeah.
But that's in option 2 too, isn't it?
Yes.
Option 2 dropped out.
No, option
Option 2 drops
that
out one station.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, I guess in theory you could by just taking all the traveling firefighters out, and using them to staff it.
You can
But
move.
no, that's
Well,
one
if we
station.
did option 2, then we can only staff one station with the travelers.
Correct.
And in fact, I'll tell you how this would act.
Well,
Either option, how it would work.
You actually have your other full-time, you could add into that too.
Yeah, you could get all.
You actually could, well, you'd be one short, right? No, because there's 6 stations. Well, but that would be 2.
That would be 2
Well,
positions.
you could in any of these options that we keep the full-time, daytime, it's hard to explain all this. You could do what we've done in the past, you could convert them. If push comes to shove, it don't cost you any more to convert them. Other than it would just cost you the
Cost you
part-time.
more money.
Yeah, it does actually cost you.
It costs some money.
Well, that depends, because if you move those guys, if you're building a station, you gotta create a lieutenant's position at a full-time fire station. So therefore, you're talking about, if a baseline fireman starts out at $45,000, you're taking from 45 to 60, so that's $15,000 a person. Times 2 stations, which would be 6 guys.
So yeah, if we do move travel guys, we would end up, it would actually be a little bit more.
Because of your lieutenant.
But I built this one at the correct pay rates, so that if we did that.
The other issue is if you were to take those full-timers from your daytime stations, you'd end up racking up overtime.
Do what? No,
You
you just rehire. You would rehire for your full-time stations.
But that's not gonna be budgeted in there. That's adding positions.
But you would just rehire part-time for that position. You wouldn't fill it necessarily with a full-time rotation.
But again, that's adding positions.
I mean, you're
Well,
adding
the main
positions.
thing is-
It's adding positions.
Yes.
I think the main thing that we're all kind of in agreement is we truly got potentially 2 full-time stations we may have to staff next year. I mean, there's a good, and I would say very good, that we have to.
And I think we have to take into consideration too, these are annualized numbers, aren't they?
Yes, correct.
So this wouldn't occur.
Yeah, if it occurs in August, It's gonna, that number's
It
gonna
won't be
down.
that high if it occurs in August.
Yeah, yeah,
That's what I'm saying. So
The only one that's gonna cost
We have to
you
use it.
initially is the travelers.
Mhm.
But the good thing is, if we go ahead and what we're thinking, if we put the travelers in, we're training them guys to ROA till the time they, because it may not be them kicking out, it could be anybody kicking out, but.
We could easily take analyze numbers if we do something to be on for 6 months, 3 months, or whatever. And I could fill that into the spreadsheet. You could easily calculate that number.
I mean, so,
Like I said, with option one, if worst comes to worst, we can staff 2 stations, because we pull the travelers and staff a station in the northwest, we put one up there. If Jackson has to be staffed, you got to staff them for it.
Why don't we just go ahead and lay it out and say that we're gonna staff 2 stations. One of them's gonna be Jackson, one of them's gonna be up in the northwest.
Okay.
And 2% and 125% of retirement. And your day staff now is basically your 2-man, 7 days a week. Because you're taking your travelers, instead of showing your travelers, just go show where they're gonna be. And ultimately, that's where they're gonna be headed, right? In the interim, we can use them as travelers until we can actually get a place where we go. So let's look at it that way, say this, and that way, to me, it's gonna tell us our cost.
I'm good with that.
We all are.
Yeah, and it gives us better coverage through the county too. There's people that respond automatically 7 days a week, no matter if it's a day station or what. So, you know, that may be something we have to do. Well, Jackson will be staffed.
let's just reflect.
Well,
what we're
for
gonna
one thing, if, no matter roughly which option we do, one thing that's gonna help Jackson is we're expanding it to 7 days a week versus 5. So we're actually adding 2 more days right there automatically.
Yeah, their issue was
We'll talk
do.
about
Between
it.
2 and 3 AM and 5 AM.
I understand that, but.
We can't do that until we build someplace for them to sleep.
Yep.
So for the interim, we get them the Saturday, Sunday.
We're trying to do the best we can.
Yeah. So,
That's understood.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we're trying to,
This way here, you're showing an effort to the community anyway.
as far as that goes.
And showing that effort, and as we build onto it, then we can add the full-time state.
Well, we're doing something anyway, not
Yeah.
like we're.
It's not like we're ignoring them altogether.
You got it, JD?
That's
We'll check on you, Mark, man.
Yeah, we can make the notes on what we do. And, you asked me that, you said, are you adding? Well, this involves adding, so.
But we can justify the additions.
I think everything, even in option 1, we can actually justify, but we wanted to give you down to the bottom options. You know.
But this is our most valuable resource. Personnel.
Somebody to hold the hose to spread it.
Yeah. But before we go back to apparatus too, these guys are no good if they don't have apparatus.
You are correct.
So, and equipment, you know, so I mean, it's that,
But you can have all that apparatus you want.
yeah, if you don't have that, you're, you know, so I mean, it's, one of them, we're all in a big kitchen.
Yep, yep.
The problem that we're gonna run into there
Last
is
Hey, Brent?
Contact them, make sure they're there,
The other Brent?
and I'll take care of it from there.
Okay, Brent. It's all yours.
You're up, Frank.
All right, what y'all got before y'all is the gear budget I'm requesting. We went through this year, we tested all the entry certified volunteers. We haven't done that in several years, or some places not even ever. We ran in a lot of situations where gear was out of date, damaged gear that's not getting reported. Of course, if any gear's damaged, they need to report it so we can send it in. But if you look here where it has Chapel Hill, White House, Dixie, Red Spring, New Hire, what I did is I went through and I ranked everybody by the date of their gear, the average date of their gear. Chapel Hill had the oldest gear, which ran back to 2016. Also had a lot of repairs that I had to do in Chapel Hill because they do respond to a lot of structure fires over in that area. Their gear gets put through the ringer pretty good. And just, I basically went down, you can see all the numbers. That's the main people there. The departments, like new hires, damaged gear. So we got people that go in, their gear just gets absolutely destroyed, put in there to replace their gear just in case needed. The spare inventory, the helmets, the hoods, gloves, boots, and gear bag, that's just stuff that we keep spare in the gear room up there at Red Springs. That's stuff that, you know, hoods, they get burned all the time, gloves get tore, boots, you know, just damages that's, you know, always gonna happen. Repairs and shipping, the shipping is so we can send the repairs off. It's a little bit above, I think we spent, you know, close to 1,000, I believe it was, on shipping this past year. Just put a little extra in there just in case, because, you know, sending gear off to get repaired, you're not expecting that. It just happens. Wildman, me and Chief Stone had a conversation. They were talking about possibly going with Nomex for the volunteers also. And if all the volunteers and the paid staff have Nomex pants, all we need is a brush shirt. And that's one place we've lacked is in the Wildman PPE. We're gonna have to, we expect these guys to run these calls. We've gotta be in our PPE out there on location. And just your jeans and t-shirts not gonna cut it. Gear wash, the Citrus Squeeze you see there, that's just the soap that we use that's recommended. There's other brands I can research and get pricing on, but we do have to have that to wash our gear. We respond to a structure fire, we come back the next day, we've gotta wash our gear. Get all that out of there, all the carcinogens and everything. Also put in for gear dryers. I've got 4 budgeted in this request. We've got one that we built up there at Red Springs. That's just to help get our gear washed and dried a lot quicker than just hanging up and hanging out to dry. I think they said the average, what's the time on drying the gear?
Less than an hour.
Yeah, less than an hour compared to maybe 24 hours hanging up just drying. So,
And Ray, just to help them, what would, if we didn't build that ourselves, it cost? Do you know?
no, I don't.
Probably.
Twice that,
probably
twice that.
I
You throw
figured
fire
about
on
4
anything.
times, but.
You throw fire on anything, y'all know how the price goes up. So this is building it in-house, getting the parts ourselves and doing everything in-house. And then there at the bottom is just a breakdown of how much each article of the PPE costs. Now, this could be affected based on the staffing issue. I tried to put enough gear. I messaged you about staffing. That's the new hire and unexpected damage gear. So I don't know if that could go up or stay the same. It just depends on what the decision on the staffing.
Well, it changed a little bit from what we talked about, but you would be pretty close Cause I think I told you 2 stations.
Yeah, you said something like that.
So gear is 7-year life?
10-year.
10-year life.
If it's not damaged beyond repair.
Right. Yeah, it automatically expires at 10 years.
And I'm gonna tell you this, it's 10-year, but if you've got guys that are aggressive, that actually get in there and do the work, about 5 years is really when it starts falling apart.
And here's where I'm headed. Here's where I'm headed with this. We know that after 10 years, it's gonna be replaced. And we use a term called mean time between failures, which is simply states that even though it may have this life, typically we see this life. And so we know we've got to replace them typically this. And each one of our stations will probably have a different failure rate.
Right.
And so we know as a minimum, we should have 10 years replacement. Everything that we have every 10 years should be replaced. And we have certain stations that will be less than that. And what I'd like for us to see us do is just actually start budgeting on an annual basis. So if it's 6 years, 1/6 for this station. And you not necessarily have to replace it, but we have to budget for it. We'll replace it here when gear needs to be replaced, regardless of age. So that kind of gives us a baseline of what we should be spending over the period of time. And we can budget that on an annual basis. Then we know historically that we have X number of repairs and shipping costs on an annual basis. As, in my mind, that you can either look at it as, probably the best to look at it as a percentage. So if my annual budget is 10,000 and, or 100,000, and my repair costs are 10,000, then if my total number of gear needs to go from 100,000 to 120,000, then my repair should go to 12,000, right? Just using those type of simple analogies to say that this is the way we should actually be looking at it budgeting. So you got so much that you got to do to replace to get everything in good gear, in good shape now. And in my mind, that's one number. The other number is, what's my replacement?
Right.
So what do I need to set aside this year for replacement?
He did do that,
I
that he didn't print out for all of y'all, and I guess I could, he did do that for him.
Okay.
He did give us kind of a, he is starting to project it out.
Okay. But is that this budget?
This would fall in line with some of that.
With some of it?
Well, as far as, on that there, it's talking about second set of gear, for staffing that's entry certified, because you run in situation, we've had at Chapel Hill, we've had at other stations, the guys go fight fires, they come back, they wash their gear, they're out of service.
Right.
They can't do anything.
So, but he did kind of do some of that, and I wanted you to know
Right.
that.
So I mean, again, Ray, what I think is that we got this certain amount of money that we're gonna spend this coming year.
Right.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. And we have this other money that we're already setting aside for future year, new equipment costs.
Right.
That way, we're not taking the hit every year. Because I'm kind of an assumption that, because all the gear inspection we're done, we're buying more than what we typically would in a year. So that, and I guess, what's my first outlay, and then what's gonna be my continued outlay, is what I'm looking at.
So that rolls over each year.
Yeah, and I understand it's an estimate. And we as the board will set aside a certain amount of money to cover in case your estimates are wrong. But at least you ought to be making that estimate, then, and as now that you're starting to track your gear, let's start developing a trend that says that, whatever period of information we start gathering, and the ups and downs will kind of smooth out over time, and we'll get it kind of honed in after we get more data. But right now, I know it's gonna be a big swing up, and then we'll see what we got to do for it. But if you can just tell us what we got to spend now, and then what we ought to be setting aside to start funding for the replacement over time, to me, that would be the best thing we can do right now. And so you're 284,000, if that's what you got to spend right now, then I need to understand what's the increment that we're going to be spending going forward.
Going forward? The situation that we're in right now, as far as gear, I've talked to Bill, I think we've got probably 78,000 left, and I'm down to 82,000, like, to take care of our needs, like, today, that should have been bought yesterday. And, and that, I've got it broke down, 2 departments per year, which 1 year would be 3 because there's 11 departments. But that would be the 5-year replacement program. I just have to sit down and look at it.
But is it a 5-year replacement program?
Well, if you ran into the 2-year situation that I've requested there on that,
NFPA is really pushing for
But-
those. So
but that's not-
basically, like the engines, it'd be 5 years, you would get a new set of gear, and for the back half of it, you'd have the second, that would be for 5 years.
But I've also heard that we got gear that 10 years old that we threw away and it's essentially new.
well, you
And
run
that's
that
gonna-
situation, but NFPA,
That's
if I
gonna,
put him in that 10-year set of gear, and he goes out there and something happens to him, that comes back on all of us.
I understand.
Yeah.
I'm not saying put somebody in gear that's over 10 years old.
Right.
I'm saying find a used part before it gets 10 years old.
Right, right.
some of that problem that he's ran into with that, just to speak on that, is we were buying gear for every single soul that walked through the door,
Right.
whether they were certified or not, and then we may have somebody, I don't mean this offensive, but we may have somebody that's wearing a size 60 set of pants, and that's the only person, and then we can't give to anybody else.
And what I put in there, and I worded it, active entry certified. You might have somebody that's entry certified, but they're only showing up once or twice a year. If you've got somebody that's showing up every call, you know, that's, I consider active.
Right. And those people, I don't have a problem having a second set of gear. I just don't think everybody gets a second set of gear.
Right, yes.
Yeah, so if that's your number for this year, then that's, your number's what your number is right now. And I would say that you gotta follow with JD when we get staffing overall.
Yeah, when we're out there, just to make sure.
Whatever you got that you need, but you're probably gonna wind up needing to buy a few more new sets.
Right.
And then give us a number of what we should be putting in reserve on annual basis.
All right.
You say you're keeping a spare inventory at Richmond?
Yes, sir.
Is that,
It rates rings, if you go up there and I'm not there, one of the lieutenants can explain that.
okay, so you're keeping it there at the shop?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure it
That's
wasn't
another-
somewhere that was unattended.
Right.
Is it locked?
It's locked.
Okay, and only
And,
certain people can get into it?
Lieutenants that are stationed there, VCs and captains.
I don't know.
Good.
I just want to make sure we're not putting it somewhere somebody just walk in.
Well,
It's locked up.
It's gonna need some work in there, because, I mean, I've seen, we filled in the holes, but there were some birds getting in, and there is some leaks around the edges of the building there, so.
We might have to think about storing it somewhere else.
And it's gotta be temperature controlled and all that, too.
We move it probably to plant two, because it's temperature
Pretty
controlled.
good in there, Johnny.
That's where it used to
A
be.
few little spots, and it's got a control with temperature in there.
To even keep it locked, you can move it into that center bay.
Yeah.
Is this budget? Is this budget talk?
Good boy. Especially if equipment walks out.
Yeah, I'm getting hungry.
All right.
Thanks, Ray.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Would you bring us some tapes then?
Yes, yes.
No.
No, I don't think.
Bill loaded it in, but we never got the sheet on it. I think we got a sheet on logistics. You just loaded it in the computer, right?
And the logistics, and then we got the bill and capital and bill, that's it.
That may be a battle on my part, but I'll tell you if you want to send it out, so.
Yeah, I don't think,
No, we didn't have nothing there.
That's fine. First time. Same.
Kelsey, do you have a copy of your?
For me?
Well, for them.
No, I thought.
Well, I did figure it did.
Okay. Awesome.
Well, I mean, this has got my chicken scratch on it, so I can go print one real quick, make it save me that work.
No, I'm good.
Pretty matter.
Cause that one, it didn't make any y'all, did it? Or did it?
What, this right here?
Oh, let's see.
You talking about this one?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, okay, so y'all, here's another copy too.
Just like, I need. And I have some changes on mine that aren't on y'all's. It's kind of there, this is gonna be one of those deals gonna be kind of time consuming, so I actually went through and started trimming my own before I even came here. No, I mean, it's just, no, this is the first time sitting in a budget hearing, and I know that things are gonna get cut, and I know kind of how the process works, so I was gonna say it's all a little time there. So whenever y'all ready. Okay, so 51,500 admin office supplies, got $12,000 there. That one pretty much is taken from the current year's budget. I think it was $10,000. And so I just added a couple extra to it because of the increase in what we're doing, just to cover our base a little bit. And I don't have a updated year to date to see what we spent and stuff. So I think y'all got that.
Yeah, I'd like.
Bill would have that.
So what did we spend to date, and what's our forecast again?
51,500.
51,500.
Yeah, 51,500.
I'm projecting that we're going to spend approximately $11,538.
Okay, so we put in for 12,000, so.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so try to make it as realistic and close as possible with just estimating. And, just throw this out there now, once we get to equipment, all that stuff is just estimates based on what I could find online and what I could find as far as list prices. Because all the manufacturers, anything dealing with metal at this point, within the next 30 to 60 days is gonna have a price increase. Fire hose, is 11% increase, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot. So, I could get you quotes on it all, but by the time we got ready to actually adopt a budget, that would be out of date. So, all right, 51,998, which we discovered the other day was a new category that got added. That's foam and spag. So what we got there is 22 barrels of Phos-Chek, 25 gallon buckets of Phos-Chek, 48 5 gallon buckets of Fire Clench, 60 5 gallon buckets of Class B, and 100 100 bags of spag. So and I've got some.
So you changed one of them,
Yeah, I've got some notes down here on that.
22, you changed 50, right?
I'll get there. So the 22, 55 gallon drums, $1,100. That's pretty close to what we're paying right now. I think right now we're paying like $298. It is. So with the increase in the number of cash pumpers that we have in the district, we can't run just any old regular foam in those. It's got to be something that is recommended by the manufacturer in order to keep our warranty in place and keep those things from tearing up. So we've been running the Phos-Chek, Pierce approves that, Rowe approves that, or not Rowe, Foam Pro, all the big foam companies out there approve that, and we've had good luck with it. So I've got 22, which equals out to be 2 barrels per department for the year. Now, are all departments going to use 2 barrels a year? No. But that gives us that cushion so that if we have a year like we've had this year, where you got some departments I've taken 3 barrels to, and Chapel Hill, like their issue with their engine right now, where it's using about 30 gallons of foam to 1,000 gallons of water, which it's not supposed to do. That'll help us out with that. Got the 50 on there, and that goes into a project that I was wanting to look into, was having some foam in 5 gallon buckets that we could put on something. We've run into several issues where we've had to refill foam on scene on trucks. And case in point, the fire we had in Winona the other day, they were hollering for foam, and we had to have it brought in. I don't remember if we even
brought it in. But we had to have it brought in because we didn't have any more on sale. So, and we don't have a good way to carry it, we don't have a good way to actually keep it. So, and that's one spot that I actually have changed on mine is to mark that out. So that would drop that $7,500 out.
Let's just put a question mark by it.
Yeah, and that like, so that's one that could go, that I would be okay with going. That's one of those, would be nice if, but not a necessity. Alright, so, Class A fire quench, that's the foam that we put in the small foam proportioners, brush trucks, the little small systems. Anything that doesn't require a wash system, we run that. And the difference is, the fire quench is more of a soap as opposed to a real foam. It's made by TDCJ. So it's not as pure and not as clean. But the little Scotty around the pump system, they can handle that as opposed to the bigger foam roller and the Husky systems. They can't handle that fire quench. So, we go through about a pallet of that a year. So, that's why I have 48 on there. 48 is what comes on one pallet. The Class B ARA FFF, we've got 60 of that. We have none left in stock. Once I made my last delivery out to Jackson of 5 buckets of that was all we had. So.
You know how many we used this year?
We haven't ordered any in about 2 years.
Uh-huh.
So what I gave out was the last what we ordered about 2 years ago.
Okay.
Well, what did we order 2 years ago?
I have no idea. I didn't order it, so I can't even tell you. But, I mean, with the number of fires we have around here that would actually require Class B, 60, that's 300 gallons, that would get us about 2 years, I would imagine.
You get 5-gallon pails per station or something like that?
Yeah.
Well, the other thing on that too, especially if they're used in the oil field setting, we're reimbursed.
Yeah.
They replace it.
Yeah, if we use them on an oil field location, really, anywhere that we use that Class B, we're gonna get reimbursed for more than likely. Oil companies are gonna do it, trucking companies, depending on who and who their insurance is, may do it, more often than not, they will. So if we did 11 per, or 5 per, that's about 60, so, yeah. Oh, okay. And, spag, I've got 100 bags down there. So, this is a interesting one in that most of the time we get our spag from towing companies. Say most of the time because there's several times where we don't get spag back from towing companies. And us relying on someone else to supply us a needed product that we need is not good business. Because we're gonna look up one day like we are right now, we have no spag. As far as I know, we don't have any spag in the shop.
No. And
So
if there is, it's what's on my truck.
So what spag we have is what people have on their trucks. And the issue we run into is some of these towing companies that we use for just little minor accidents, they don't carry it. Unless it's something dealing with Fullers or Crows or Isaacs, we don't get it. And it just happens to be where they fall being on rotation for that time period. So what I found online was $50, which I think it was Fuller said they can get it to us cheaper than that.
So you're correct.
Yeah, so we can end up getting it cheaper than that, but my whole issue with it is us relying on an outside entity to basically hand it to us for nothing.
Well, Bill, what do we spend on this count in this period, in the year-to-date or forecast?
Well, that's one of those items that's clumped into with a number of things, so I really can't give y'all a specific.
So that category was actually a bulk purchase category that was stuck in there. And there wasn't actually an amount assigned to it last time that I looked.
I think he's talking about prior year calls, I mean, with the current year calls. Yeah, I don't have a good number on that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't either. I don't know if that's one that we've ever really kept track of because we've never really worried about buying spag.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about spag in particular, just everything you're talking about here. You're looking at $47,000, that's kind of how that.
Yeah, like I say, take that 7,500 out, it comes down to 39,640, which, like I say, that 7,500 that's a wish,
that if I don't get, that's fine, I can deal without that. I can make it work still. All right, any questions over that category? All right, so, 51,500, stations, or, that shouldn't be station supplies, that should be office supplies. So this is one that, there's two different categories there's 4 supplies like this, and this is your office supply stuff. We had which one was it? There was a 51,500, and there's another one that we decided we're gonna use one for station and one for admin.
Correct, and this one, we had, expenses, I'm anticipating to be around $8,000 for this year. So, like you said, we have 2 different categories, and we're trying to segregate some of these expenses out, because it becomes confusing when we try to start looking at the expenses, so.
Yeah, trying to clean it up a little bit.
That's part of where I'm moving toward with new software and trying to segregate some of these things out, so.
Because we think that we're gonna spend only 8,000 this year, and this guy showed forecast will spend 10 next year.
Yeah, once
That's
again,
our
that gives.
printer cartridges
Yeah.
and printer paper and pens and pencils.
And I've seen the uptick in the use of all that stuff since we've gone to the staff stations. It seems like every week I'm ordering a printer cartridge for somebody. Because it's still still an office supply. Okay,
Yeah, we'll look at allocating costs. I mean, in my mind, it still makes sense to buy stuff in volume where we can.
Oh, absolutely.
And then allocate it out to all the different locations.
Well,
we just have to
you'll
start allocating.
You'll see that in this next one.
Okay. Rolling paper.
So
Necessity.
Yeah, that is a necessity.
So I'm all about buying in bulk, with anything that we buy, because the more we buy it, the more of a price break we get, from toilet paper down to fireworks. So, I've got 67,725 on this one. I think was allocated 50,000 last year.
50,800, yes.
Hey, Scotty, just real quick, so notice on this, we've got citrus.
Okay, yeah, I've got a note beside that one.
Okay.
I didn't know Raymond put citrus squeeze on his,
Okay.
so. And you'll
Take that one off.
yeah, citrus squeeze needs to come off, and that drops it down to 59,475.
How much did you allocate in there?
I had 66, but that was gallon jugs.
The only reason that I'm asking that is because a lot of us have started trying to carry pump up sprayers with it.
Yeah.
We might just could roll it to his, because then that gives us the stuff to put them in the sprayers on the trucks for decon on scene.
Yeah, that was, like I said, that was gallon jugs of it. So,
On the quantities here, now, is that cases or is that?
so out to the side of the notes, you got whether it's a case price or not.
Yeah.
So, most everything that's there is gonna be in the case price. Like I say, the buying in bulk saves us some money. But with the addition of the stations and everything, it's going up, so. And, I mean, Anybody good, got any questions on that one?
You'll see on the disinfectant spray, is that comparable to what we used
Oh, that is what
this
we
year?
use.
Because if we escalate, will that cover?
That is what we use. That's the same spray, same company, everything.
But you understand what I'm saying, we need to make sure we're covered because COVID's escalating.
Oh, yeah. So, along, sidebar on that, we bought a sprayer, mister the other day. I have the chemical to use for it, so if we need to use it anywhere. And that chemical ends up using 1 capful basically to a gallon of water. And I got 4 gallons of it, so it's enough to last us for a little while. So,
It's essentially a disinfecting powder.
yes. Yes. Yeah, I can come in and do this station with about a gallon of water.
We can treat y'all like mosquitoes.
Well, I've already followed the ARP station, and they did a noonday station the other day. You're about a gallon of water.
So, you know, I was just making sure for just day in, day out use. that-
Yeah, that's the same company, that's the same disinfectant. And that's one of those all the stuff in the station supplies, unfortunately, is a variable, because you just don't know. It may be another snowpocalypse where we're stuck at a fire station for, a week again. And so that's gonna make you run through your stuff a whole lot more.
Well, that's kind of why that one, I asked you that
Yeah.
question.
Yeah, so I mean, you just really don't know for sure.
Right now, this is based off of the current stations that we have.
Yes.
If we were to add,
Well, no, this is, I've got some extra built in there, because I don't know how things are gonna look within the next 6 months.
are you,
So,
and next year, is it 5%, 10%?
it's, maybe a case or two,
Order of magnitude.
a case or two extra built into this year, just in case of who knows what. Because like
10, 12, 10, 15%.
Because like when we were here for the snowstorm, I mean, this station went from having 3 people in it on a 48-hour basis to having 40 people basically 5 days in a week. So that's an unexpected people increase.
Yeah, but that was in this year, right?
Yeah.
We spent only 50,000 this year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think we covered with it. And you also got another 10, 15% even on top of what we did this year, so.
Okay, any more questions on that one? Okay, 60280, office and station fixtures. So I've got 3 notes on mine. Actually, I got more than 3 notes on mine. Okay, so recliners, dining table, and air compressor. So as it stands right now, Dixie needs new recliners, Red Springs needs new recliners, and a dining table and chair set. So Dixie's recliners, you sit in them, you about hit the floor. Red Springs recliners, if you sit in the right one, you sit in it and hit the floor. Their kitchen table and chairs have duct tape on them, hold them up. So, those do need to be replaced. And air compressor, Dixie needs an air compressor, theirs is worn out, it won't even air up a regular pickup tire.
Where are these flags here? Is that at the ESD office?
Those are, so I had 2 departments asking for flags this last year. So, and I'm not sure in the budget breakdown where that was included in there, so I've got that in there. A lot of this stuff is stuff that we've done sporadically throughout the year, like beds. We did beds at Noonday, we did beds at Dixie, we did beds at Red Springs. So, and that was not something I was anticipating having to do.
What's the extractor?
That's what we use to wash bunker here.
And the other?
The other
Washer?
washer, that's just regular clothes washer.
No, it says file cabinet, bed, other.
Oh, the other was just $5,000 I stuck in there just for things that might pop up, like having to buy a bed or things like that popped up this year. Yeah, that's just stuff, that's to, just, like I say,
Unexpected expenditure.
that stuff popped up and I was like, okay, where is that in the budget? I don't know. So try to make it a little bit easier on myself, so that if the stuff does come up, I know that the money is there, or it's there in the category, or it's there in this other where I can pull it from.
So what I'll ask is that we try to budget what we're gonna use, and because if you put a little extra in there, and he puts a little extra in there, and he puts a little extra in there, then I got a lot of extra, and
Yeah.
all this stuff.
Well,
And if you guys will actually just put what you needed there, and then
well, that's actually one of the ones that I had, cut out of mine also.
okay.
So,
And then we'll look at it as the whole, and we'll set some money aside in reserve to fill those gaps for you guys.
so that's one of the things that I had,
Good, thank you.
I had marked on mine, as well as the filing cabinet, because we're doing most of our stuff digital now. Just the off chance that a couple people might need a filing cabinet for something.
So, I mean, and again, in this kind of stuff, I mean, you don't know when you're gonna have to buy these kind of things, and I look at this more as a recurring cost on an annual basis, not specific to any items, it's just the cost of doing business on an annual basis, so.
Yeah, and so much of this is not consumables, so it's stuff that's gonna last for, hopefully, 5, 10 years.
Right.
So,
So, I mean, I mean, you said, you put a number against that, because we've got about $29,000, and I don't know if we know what we spent on this one, or.
So, in that one, the last that I had was 22,563.
I'm estimating around 28,000,
Okay.
that's kind of shot the dark, right, because of what it is.
Order of magnitude, we're there, right?
Yes, sir.
But I'm not gonna question whether we're gonna spend $150 or $145 on office chairs.
But, I mean, that's one of those areas that if there's actually anything left in that category from the end of the year, that, those three major things that I've got, I can get those at the end of this budget year, and they wouldn't have to go on budget for next year.
Well, I'm gonna say, if you got guys sitting in chairs that are held together with duct tape, just go buy 3 chairs.
And that's how I got it broken down, is like, okay, can I buy this out of this budget year with what's left?
So, here's why I look at budgets, is that, I mean, we set a budget because we have a plan at the beginning of the year. And we work our plans throughout the year, and we try to manage ourselves, but we come across a situation where we need something. Just because we don't have it in the budget doesn't mean we don't go get it. No, there's nothing, you can go over budget as long as you understand and justify why you're going over budget. It's not just because you thought it would be nice to have new chairs and bought everybody new chairs, because we needed new chairs. I mean, that's the difference in it. And that's the reason we're trying to monitor it, just to make sure that we're just doing what we need. But, you know, by all means, if they need something, we'll get it.
We do still have a pretty good budget there, so.
I say, just based off the last one that I looked at, we still had a pretty decent amount in there, so.
Well, the budget's, we've got this measure there too, so.
Alright, so this is gonna be a fun one. Uniforms and PPE. So, this is another category that me and Bill talked about splitting out, because in the current budget, uniforms and PPE includes bunker gear and, regular station wear. So, there's money left in that one as of right now, but neither me nor Ray know how much we can actually spend, because we don't know how much the other one's gonna be. So, and that's, I was begging Bill the other day, like, can we please separate this out? And he's like, well, we'll do it for next year's budget, for 22-23 budget, not for 21-22. So, alright, so, starting at the top column, uniforms, paid staff. So, currently, the no-much pants, the shirt, t-shirt, ball caps, job shirts are things that we issue out when somebody gets hired. The quantities of the pants and shirts are based on bringing on new people. And, they get, new full-time employees get 3 shirts and 3 pants. Well, they get 3 shirts, 3 pants, 3 t-shirts, a ball cap, and a job shirt. So that's based on bringing new people on, plus those instances where you have where people are on shift and they destroy a uniform in the course of doing their work. So that comes up to $24,450. The volunteer uniforms, I have $10,000 in there. That is $10,000, or I'm sorry, it's $110,000. That's $10,000 per department, which works out to be $500 a person for a department with 20 members. That is based on going to the volunteer members wearing nomex. If we stick with the proper, that number is going to be significantly less, because the nomex is about double the cost of the proper.
Okay, he's got the same, the Wildland shirts, is that what you're talking about?
No.
As far as nomex, is that
No.
two totally different, okay, I just wanna make that.
Two totally different
A
things.
Wildland shirt,
I
typically
know,
long
I
sleeve.
know what it is.
and these
I
all
just
ours
wanted,
are
I
shorts.
wanted everybody to be on the same page.
No, it's totally different. It's their,
I'm looking at it too.
Okay, okay.
And same
Well,
question.
and under the volunteer, I don't see no boot allowance.
do what?
I said under the volunteer, I don't see a boot allowance.
Well, I was trying to figure out where to put that in there, and I don't have where good to put it.
Well, and I couldn't even tell you how many.
Exactly, that was the other issue. So, and looking at it from that standpoint, that $500 a person, it may be that, if you have a department, you don't have 20 members, but you're still getting $10,000 per department, so that may be where that comes from.
So there could be enough room in
Yeah, and that's why I just listed as volunteer uniforms and put one price to it, because there's just no real good way to break it down without having an exact number of how many people there are.
How many volunteers you get on an annual basis that you outfit?
I just outfitted 4, so I'd say roughly 4 to 5 a year that we had, or
Do we need to outfit?
that we would outfit on an annual basis.
Now, kinda like what Ray was talking about with the bunker gear, you really need to look at your people. If you got people that,
15, yeah.
they're Easter lilies, now, do you really wanna spend that $250 in uniform for?
We got
I mean, that's the other part of it too, is
those that are running 170 calls a year, they get 2, 3 uniforms. Those that are running 1, I ordered them 1 uniform.
And that's all I looked at too, is instead of saying, $10,000 per department, then, do you guys have some information that says this is, on average, the number of people that runs through, this is my cost, and so one department may get 10,000, another department may get 6,000. But just, if we haven't, again, it's just a different way to forecast. Rather than forecast it based off of X number of dollars per department, let's forecast based off of historical data.
Well, like I said, it may vary too, because I know like with us, one year we may spend a lot, but then we don't spend any the next year.
And that's
too,
the
just because
thing-
they got here.
That's the thing about uniforms is
Start
that,
trending it, though. Then we can get this mean average that we can start paying.
Right. I'd say the difficulty on the historical analysis is that in previous years, we've been told that there isn't a budget available for uniforms for us to request. And so there have been years there where we've been told that there isn't any, so we don't submit a
And
request. So there's gonna be a lot of play in that number if you look at it.
and the thing about the volunteer uniforms, just like with the paid uniforms, you're gonna have a spike at one point, and then you're gonna be trending down, then you're gonna have another spike as those uniforms start to wear out. So it's gonna be a big cycle.
What we're trying to do is cut those peaks out,
Mhm.
because what we wanna do is, we wanna get, and I'll go on the baseline, it says, this is how much we're doing, we wanna allocate funds on an annual basis, so that we're basically spending out of our reserve account over here, when we hit those spikes, and we're replenishing when we're at the lows. So
Yeah.
it's really about, it's not as much about what are you gonna spend this year, as what are we gonna spend on average over the next 10 years type deal with some of these cases.
And with the hiring done like it has been, that's created that big spike in there, so. And with it, we just went to Nomex. This is the first time we've been to Nomex, so we've got that initial spike knocked out of the way. Now we can kind of trend it and see what it's looking like.
So what are we doing in lieu of Comex right now?
We do the proper, which is a cotton. It's about half the price.
What's the advantage you guys in going Nomex versus?
The Nomex uniform is gonna last a lot longer, and it's gonna hold it.
More protected too.
It's more protective, it's gonna hold its color better, as opposed to the proper in particular. The proper uniform, you can buy 5 of them at one time. All 5 of them are gonna be at different rates, even if they come off the line one after another.
No match, you can get probably 3 years versus proper would be maybe 1 year.
And I've worn both, and I know which one is harder on me. And that's, Nomex by far is much harsher garment to have to wear out in the heat and everything, because the reason I was asking, because.
Yeah, it's a lot harsher.
To me, it's one look out, don't want to overheat them because we.
Well,
Well, the other thing to look at too is how often are they gonna be wearing them?
The Nomex actually dries quicker
Yes.
when it gets wet versus the cotton that just will be wet.
But I mean, typically, with the exception of when he's off from his full-time job, or when he's around, or Hunter when he's here, typically you're not gonna get a volunteer anymore. Typically.
Yeah, most of the time they're gonna wear it.
If it's an event, yes.
It's
but-
gonna be an event, or it's gonna be a day where they're at the station with the crews that work. So for them, it's gonna be more of a scheduled type deal, but it's gonna be very far between.
Yeah, I wear them 10 hours a day, minimum 5 days a week, so. For me, it was a completely different thing, I'll go with cotton any day of the week over the Nomex.
There is the advantage when it comes to grass fires, that if we're wearing the Nomex pants, we don't have to change pants when we get out there to grass fire.
Yeah, if you're wearing Nomex pants,
We just have to
put
put a jacket on.
You put on the Wildland jacket or Wildland shirt, that completes your PPE ensemble.
And that's fine, I just questioning, because I know what it's like to wear Nomex.
Well, and I know one thing too, Brent, with the Nomex, it doesn't fade and stuff, it'll go longer. you know, where that Prosper we had a year, it was really bad.
Okay, that's fine.
And I've got some Nomex at the house that I've had for 13-ish years, it's still in decent shape.
Case in point, the pantry about 7 years old.
Yeah, I've got some that are the same way. Okay, so, alright, so go down, you have ESD provided boot or uniform purchase. Okay, so this is a completely separate deal that I put together. It's for a uniform store. So right now, we actually do have a uniform store through FR Girls that we put together that our personnel can buy stuff off of at their cost. So what I have proposed is we have the uniform store and we give, and I did not put this on y'all's paperwork because I didn't see it until Tuesday night when I was looking at all this. Doing a $200 allowance a year for the full-time employees. That coupled with the ESD giving another $250 towards the purchase of a pair of boots and uniform. So $250 is what the uniform costs. So that's where that comes from. So that would be the ESD buying a uniform to make sure that these guys have at least one good uniform, and then another $200 on top of that where they can use that to purchase their t-shirts and stuff like that. So that would actually allow us to just have to get t-shirts and stuff to the new hires that come in, and then they would have another $200 they can purchase their own stuff with. Anything over that would come out of their own pocket. So, we actually have a uniform allowance in Longview. That's the way we do ours. They give us $400 a year that we have to buy everything out of. And I can tell you, $400 a year, once you buy a uniform, does not go very far. So, and we've been doing that ever since I've been over there, and it works pretty good.
Tyler does the same thing, don't they?
Yeah, Tyler has the same thing. Most, yeah, Milton, they got it in Highland Village. Most departments have something similar to this. And, y'all asked about having a uniform store for the VFDs also.
Yeah.
She said that is a possibility. She just needs to know what you want on it, and that's it.
Okay.
So basically what I told her was that we would probably look at taking the current store that we have for the ESD and just adding the volunteer stuff into it.
It's really just change the patch from.
It'd be changing the patch and changing the logos on t-shirts. That's it.
Yeah, those two things.
But the store right now has the Nomex uniforms on it, t-shirts, ball caps, beanies, boonie hats. I had boots, safety glasses, extrication gloves, I think sweatpants, all that added to it the other day. It already had backpacks and duffel bags, and it's got some of everything on it. Basically make it to where if a guy needs something, they can get on there and order it, they have it shipped to the office for free, and it goes out to them. And that was $200 for 61 employees, which comes an additional 12 too.
That's an extra 39,000 that we're talking about that we're currently not spending, right?
Yes, sir.
I guess how are we dealing with it? And if we're not, there are guys want to buy their own uniform now, or are they going without uniforms?
Jason Woodard,
I
responding
guess I'm a little bit misunderstanding why this is a new expense. I mean, we gotta keep the guys in uniform anyway, don't we?
Well, this would actually, so looking at it from the standpoint that I was when I put this together, this is more of a maintenance type deal as opposed to just a flat out quote unquote purchase. They already have the stuff there, now it's just maintaining it.
Right, so I mean,
Well, you're basically just moving it from one entity to the other, correct?
Yes.
I think that's what he's asking. And then really, I mean, you're
It's
not
being
giving this
purchased.
guy that money. If he don't wanna buy gear, then
No, it's one of those deals that if you get the uniform allowance, like we get ours in November, December time frame. You have until a certain date to use that money.
If you don't use it by that date, then you're done. If you don't use it all, whatever's left, you're done.
So in lieu of the guy coming in requisitioning or the captain requisitioning a new uniform party, we're just giving him allowance.
Yes.
To do it himself.
Yes.
So essentially, there shouldn't be new money to do.
Not really.
The way you're doing it is different, but it's. the
Yeah,
cost should
and
not be
Cost is
different.
the same.
Yeah, and there's not a good way to a separate item, because it's something new. So, but yeah, I know, y'all have the uniform store, don't you?
No, are you talking about it?
And Highlandville?
No, we do not.
Something new.
No, they get us three every year, and some, sure.
So this would be us basically providing them one a year. A uniform or a pair of boots, whichever one they decide. And it would be up to that firefighter and up to that station officer. That station officer may have to lean on that firefighter, hey man, your uniform's looking a little raggedy. You know, I know you want to play for you, but you might want to consider getting a uniform.
Like you said, it's a great deal, because where I'm at, I don't need 3 more pants. I've got 10 pair in my locker.
Yeah.
Hey, can I get some shorts or a t-shirt today? Nope.
So what I do on mine, I order a uniform a year just so I have one brand new one hanging up in the closet in the event that I need it. And then I order my t-shirts, make sure I have those. And then whatever I have left, which is usually about 20 or 30 bucks, and then I might buy some safety glasses or something other, and I'll always end up having to throw in about another 10, 20 bucks in my own pocket for it. So,
Okay, that's fine, I have a problem with that. A whole new expense, I said, trying to understand that.
That's what I was saying, it's just going from here to here.
Yeah. And then I have
relocating it.
Right, that's fine.
So then I have the uniform allowance part-time staff, which is $250, which is just a part of what a full-timer would be. Because they're not gonna need near as much stuff, they're not gonna need it near as often. And the boot allowance part-time staff, which is already something that's been in there. And it's having the issue trying to come up with the actual full number breakdown of how many people we have. I have looked 3 different places, and I'm still not sure I got the right numbers on it. So that number, of course, could fluctuate up or down depending.
And we'll come up with the total staffing here before too long, and JD can actually.
Now, once we have a total staffing, and I have the breakdown between full-time and part-time, then I can get you a better number on that.
Yeah, we'll have it here shortly.
Yeah, and then I've got traffic vests down there. I put them in the uniforms and PPE just because it's an item of PPE. It seems like every time I take somebody a traffic vest, they call me and say I need 2 more. So, I've probably ordered 50 vests this year.
Yeah, I don't know where they go, where they just disappear.
People eat them.
So,
Yeah.
$45 a piece?
So
That's
that's,
that special
so that's for the class, that's for, I believe it's the class 3 or 4, whichever it is. It has to have so many breakaway points on it, it has to have so much reflection on it.
Has to be ANSI certified.
But-
2 or 3.
Since obtaining that price, when I went to FR Girls to have all the other stuff added to our uniform order, she showed me some vests that one of the power company uses that they provide, because they do uniform store for them. It's a vest that they provide that we can have our logo put on for $22 a vest.
So we got people on highways
All
all over
the
the
time.
nation, and we don't pay anywhere near as much for vests, the reason I asked the question, so my assumption is it's gonna be pretty similar.
Sort of. Once you throw NFPA into stuff, that,
I just remember some, and they were right at $44.
It's
ridiculous, but that's what they do to us.
you can go buy DeWalt demolition blades, and then go buy, for a sawed-off, you can go buy DeWalt fire and rescue blades for a sawed-off, hold them up together, they're the exact same number of teeth per inch. The fire rescue blades are gonna be about $30 more, because it says fire rescue on it.
Because it says fire on it.
You can go buy a steel 270 saw for about $300. You can go buy a steel 270 fire rescue saw, $1,200.
Same saw.
Same saw.
Hey, Kelsey, the only thing on the PPE, I know you mentioned safety glasses. To me, I don't think that the firefighters should have to be buying
Well,
glasses if they damage them. That's just the cost of doing business.
yeah, and
We need
the
to,
ones that she's got on there on the side are like
maybe $5 or $6. So, and that's, I didn't think about putting that on here. And that's one of those things that, yeah, I can buy that by the case for next to nothing. So that brings the total of everything up to $185,650. We'll have to add that up. Well, that'd be somewhere around 185,000, 186,000. Okay, hand tools, miscellaneous supplies. So this one is another one that's a high number, but after I found out that the apparatus committee is speccing their apparatus fully equipped, that knocks off a good chunk of this. So
Depending on how many apparatus are bought.
depending on how many apparatus are bought. But last year we were, I think it was $9,000 or $10,000 that was budgeted for this area. I actually cut mine back to just a flat $10,000. Okay, so 9,100 last year, so I cut mine back to just a flat 10,000 as opposed to 56,000. Because if they do do the apparatus fully equipped, then that knocks out a lot of the stuff, because that's where a lot of that came from.
You know how many trucks
I did it based on, I think, 3 trucks. Just 'cause I had no idea what y'all were looking at. But some of that stuff is stuff that I normally keep in stock, just because it's stuff that we seem to either get broken or lose on scenes. And I've got some of it there at the shop now, but as these last couple of trucks have come in, I've used it. So like not gated wise, like double males, double females, those types of things. I'm down to where I've got like 2 or 3 of each one of those left. And those are things that we seem to misplace on a regular basis somehow or another.
Kelsey, there's a software out there that, will help you track all this stuff, and basically what it does, it just lets you know what your minimum requirement for hand is. It's based off historically how much you use, and then how long once you order, how long it takes you to get it. So it always says that, okay, when you get down to the last 5, you need to go ahead and order 10, because it's gonna be 2 weeks before you get it, and you'll be down to 2 at that point in time.
Yeah.
It's relatively simple stuff, but it would may make managing some of this a little
Well,
bit easier.
I've been trying to find a good way to do inventory tracking, and I have probably 5 or 6 different spreadsheets on the computer, where once I use something, like my phone spreadsheet, for instance, I've got a phone spreadsheet that has Class A phone, Class B phone, and fire quench on it. So that every time I take out 5 buckets of fire quench here, I go through and I type in, 5 buckets of fire quench, who it went to, and what date, and what my start balance was, and what my remaining balance is. So, yeah, I'm up for anything like that.
Yeah, okay, doing it in Excel is not.
It works, but it's not efficient.
Yeah. When the list is like less than 50 items, yeah, it's okay. Whenever you get up to this many of them, that software will make your job a lot easier.
Yeah.
And also, it's helpful in that I know that you're not full-time, so it would actually be a trigger external too, if we need to get somebody else to pick it up while you're out or something, so it may help us.
Okay, so any more questions on that one? Like I say, I just knocked that one down to an even $10,000. Okay, so new equipment, small. This is a rather pricey category that I've got set up here. So you see the total down there, 188 and 180. So, out of 11 fire departments have asked me about nozzles. And in following current trends and tactics in firefighting, the move being made all over the country to a low pressure nozzle that is a high GPM. The big pro in that is that you operate the nozzle at a lower PSI for the truck, which causes less wear and tear on the truck, and that nozzle has less nozzle reaction, which is less wear and tear on the firefighter. So with the crew size that we have here, running with 3 people on an engine, you got 1 person pumping, 2 people fighting fire. It allows that crew to operate more efficiently
keeps them from tiring out a lot faster, using the low pressure and the high volume stuff. It'll attack the fire faster and throw more water at it. So with that, the nozzles and the hose are kind of a coupled deal. So we tested a couple of these nozzles with the current hose that we have, and it will not work. We put a couple guys.
We just bought a bunch of those.
We actually didn't buy it much. We bought $12,000 worth. So it actually ended up, because that was the first time I was like, crap, we just bought all those hoses this year. Now, the hose will work with the current nozzles that we have. It works fine. It's no big deal. And what I've got proposed here is not to redo every truck. So actually, I went back a while ago and trimmed my numbers down some more. So the hose is a low kink, low friction hose. It's actually been developed so far. They had to come up with a new coefficient for it because it reduces the friction loss that much and gives you that much more water. So the trade-off is that the current hose we're buying is about $106, $107 for a 50-foot section. This stuff is about $230 for a 50-foot section. But I really, truly think that it's worth it. You've got departments across the nation, even some small departments smaller than us, that are going to this stuff because they realize the benefit of it.
The lifespan is about the same?
Lifespan's about the same. So this would be every year we're buying, $30,000 worth of red hose and blue hose. This is a...
Hey, Kelsey, something that Mel noticed on the information technology, he's got purchase of gas detectors.
Yeah, I was gonna get to that here in just a minute.
Okay, and then you had it, so.
Yeah, that was another one of those that wires got crossed and we didn't know the other one had it on there.
Okay.
So, but going back to the fire hose, that's the biggest thing. Now, you can use this hose with the current nozzles that we have. It'll work just fine. You cannot use the current hose that we have with the low pressure nozzles. Y'all saw Trevor, you saw how decent of a size guy Trevor is. Y'all seen Roger Gammon, seen how decent they are. We've tried those low flow nozzles with them with the current hose that we have. Trevor tried to take one step and it blew him back. Rob could barely advance that stuff that we have by himself. When we demoed this with this low friction hose, Rob advanced 200 foot by himself, no problem. You're right there that day we did it. He advanced with no problem. Trevor was able to advance with no problem. The difference in pumping on this stuff, 200 foot of the low friction hose with the low pressure nozzle, you're pumping your truck about 110 psi. With the current stuff that we have, with a 100 psi nozzle that we have, if we're pumping it at true discharge pressure, you're pumping it almost 160 psi, which makes a very large difference. Especially given the fact that most fire departments, paid or volunteer combination, it doesn't matter which one it is, they underpump their lines because people can't hold them, people can't move with them. So this will actually allow us to get pretty much maximize the potential of what we can get. So like I say, this would be a one-time purchase with just maintenance so often after the fact. Now I actually knocked mine down. Y'all have 150 of red and 150 blue on your sheets. I was actually able to knock it down to 105 of each. And initially when I had the hose for every truck. And then you start looking like, well, no, like your engine's not here, but you've got the ladder still that you would need the hose for. So put the hose nozzle on ladder. And then like Mel's engine's here, so we can go ahead and get enough to do both of his engines, and that way you're still covered. So and that ends up being for departments that have I'll show on the list. ARC would be 16 sections, Bullard would be 32, one for station, or would be 16 for station 1, 16 for station 2. I didn't have any for Chapel Hill because their nozzles on their engine are so new. There's not really any point in replacing their nozzles right now. Their nozzles came with their truck in 2015 or 16? 2016. So, and that would be a decision that we'd have to make if we want to go and replace that too. But I recommend not, just because they're so new.
Dixie is 32 sections, Flint was 16 sections, Jackson was 16 sections, so, basically that's what it boils down to, is either 16 or 32 sections just as a start. That will give you enough to have 2 full crosslays on your engine and 2 full crosslays to refill.
So everything in this account, new equipment, small, is all effectively capital expenditure, new stuff.
The nozzles and the hose, yes.
Just all part of this new. The rest of it just is ongoing or regular costs that you have on an annual basis, or?
For the most part, yeah. I mean, you buy maybe 2, 3, 4 some items a year. Just a lot of it depends on truck purchases, and believe it or not, how bad of a wildfire season we have. Because you start getting bad wildfire seasons, handles get broken, and some of the tools that we have out there, it's cheaper to replace the tool than it is for the hassle and the headache of trying to replace a handle. Now, this is another one of those categories where I have a bunch of items that are marked, where if there's money available, it can come out of the remainder of this year's budget as opposed to going into next year's budget. So I've got several items marked for that. And then like the power tool kits, I've got to get 2 of those that are that ideally this year would be nice. Like I say, gas detectors, I didn't know IT had that on theirs because it was in new equipment small on mine. And I've got traffic cones for blocker 2 because last time I heard they didn't have enough cones to put on that truck. So, I don't know if that's changed or not since then.
How many cones are we supposed to have on there?
Blocker 1 has 36.
Oh, we don't have 36, I know
No, there's
that.
not 36, I know that.
Okay,
I mean, there's cones on there, but
yeah, so that would give enough cones to put on that truck and then have some spares because they're going to get run over. People are not going to see them, even though, hey, you can't see a 28-inch orange fluorescent cone with a silver stripe on it. I don't know, but they're going to get run over. So, and that's pretty much it on that one. But the priority for that is going to be the hose and the nozzles because that's what everybody's requesting. And if we're going to replace the nozzles, now is the time to upgrade the nozzles and upgrade the hose with it.
So why don't we put together a 3-year plan on replacing hose and nozzles? And just say, okay, this year this station, these stations, next year this station, or whether you do it, pieces of a station or whatever, just put it together and say, over 3 years, we're gonna do this. And so, again, I look at cost that we're going to incur. I mean, we're gonna have actors, we're gonna have all the stuff that we gotta replace on an annual basis anyway, because it's being used. And treat that separate from your 3-year plan to replace all your hose and nozzles.
Yeah, and the good thing about hose and nozzles, I mean, we'll replace hose before we replace nozzles. There's some nozzles out there that I've seen and some that people turn them on their list that are probably 15, 20 years old. And as long as they're not leaking, as long as they're flowing water, people are still gonna use them.
Yeah.
So, except for Troop and Hart, for some reason or other, I can put brand new nozzles in one of those apartments and within 6 months they're leaking.
it's the water.
It's the water.
It's the water supply.
The water
Eats them up.
the water and ARP for sure, I don't know how, but me and Raymond have replaced 3 of the stainless steel nipples going into tanks on those trucks, on brush trucks.
You think they give them trucks, so you think about what trouble it gives me?
Oh, I'm sure.
It's just
Oh, man.
asbestos,
I
that's all.
had 15 complaints from Overton in one day.
Good Lord. So, is there any more questions on that one?
I'd just like to see it broke out in two different items. One is the cost that we are going to incur, and then look at the 3-year plan to replace them. Get them all replaced. If that's what you guys are looking for, then let's just put together a plan to do it over a period of time.
Okay. So, say that for me again.
So I call them your fixed costs, even though it's not specific, but you know every year you're gonna spend X number of dollars on.
Yeah, so my
this
fixed
stuff.
cost is gonna be just the regular hand tools, stuff like that.
And then the other one is gonna be,
Go-
so
go on
3 years.
3-year plan to replace the
Hose
hose
and nozzles.
and stuff.
Your hose and your nozzles.
And identify what has to be done, hose and all, this year.
Yeah. But who's gonna get it?
Priorities.
Yeah, and I mean, like I say, right now, I've got it broken down to where every department gets one truck full. So,
Y'all tell me, is it better to do your station or do your apparatus when you're changing out hose nozzles?
It depends.
Say that again.
Station, is it better to do all your apparatus in your station when you do a hose nozzle, or are you okay with just doing your engine this time and latter next year, or?
Use your first out truck.
Me,
Well,
and
like
that's-
Your first
he is,
out,
it
your first
depends.
out cut.
and what he's saying,
Station.
what he's saying is what I did. I did the first out truck from each station.
Okay.
And that gets the ball rolling, gets it in there, the apparatus that's gonna get used the most out of that station, it gets that upgraded, and then we can come along later on and do the backups.
I mean, like for
For
him,
like me would be the engine,
Right.
and then say next year, whatever would be the ladder.
well,
You would, because the ladder's gonna be.
ideally for
First
you
out.
though,
Except for right now, we flip-flop yours.
yeah, I was gonna say ideally for
Well,
you
yeah,
would
because
be to
of
do,
where I'm at
to
right
do
now.
both of yours. That way if you have a truck go down.
Well, and
your other
that's
one's
like Mel, I've got both of his because he's got an engine that's in frontline service over here right now.
Yeah, correct. But we're mainly talking, front lines go first.
Y'all decide which one y'all want. Do it over a period of time, just tell us what it's gonna cost us to do.
Yeah. Alright, so new equipment large, I actually had to kind of stretch for this one to actually think of stuff for it. So, in the email that I sent to the chiefs, I asked about, extrication equipment, nozzles, thermal imagers, gas detectors, those types of things, to kind of gauge an age on them. 'Cause I know like Mac has still got one of the original MSA cameras that the county bought years ago in one of his engines. And that camera's what, 20 years old, just about? So,
It's still supported?
no.
No, they don't support
They-
it.
you
Our
can't-
batteries still work right now.
You can't even buy a brand new battery for it, it's a reconditioned battery.
That's where on that last grant I got, that was what I swapped out, cause I had one of them.
So, I'm actually, I have on there cutters, spreaders, ram, cribbing, V-strut, airbags. I have two of each of those, that would be two complete rescue outfits, rescue extrication outfits. I actually trimmed that back to one. The only thing that it would be two of would be the V-struts because it takes two of those to operate. So I trimmed that back to one on each of those, just because I know Dixie needs a new set of tools, but I've never heard anything from them. So I left it in there just in case, and then there's always the case of someone hitting the grant. So, you never know.
So what they cost you come down to?
That would actually drop it down to 138,600.
What tools do you buy?
That was the Amicus and the TNT, because you're looking at about $11,000 for each one of them based off of the pricing I got. They're both right there pretty close to the same price. Alright, so, like I said, I knocked that down to just one set of that stuff. Because now, like I said, there's no point in putting in here two for the what if. No.
The only thing with you knocking that down to one is if we purchase more than one fire truck, we're gonna have to add it back into somebody else's. Because of the fact they're not equipped with rescue tools.
Well, and I thought about that, but most departments out there have got fairly new rescue tools, so I didn't see where we would actually have to be buying, 11 sets.
No.
I mean, like, y'all will need a new set of red springs, but Mike's got a brand new set, and he's got those TNTs that aren't that old. Tim's got a new set, Mel's got a new set, Tim's got a newer set, so everybody's got a newer set of jaws. Except for Dixie's got that old, I mean, we took the twin line off, but their core set is still probably close to 10 years old, if not over 10 years old. Yeah, so, there you go. Now Larry may have thermal imaging cameras on his budget, okay. Alright, so I've got thermal imaging cameras on there, and that's the FLIR K33, which is the one that we currently use. PPV fans, I've got, two of those for $10,000. That's the battery powered fan, so that'd be making the switch over to slowly starting to convert everybody over to battery powered. K-12 saw, I know Chief Stone and, somebody else hit me up about needing a K-12 for their trucks. Chainsaw, seems like every year we're buying a couple of chainsaws, so. And it's a little bit nicer than the poodle is that Mac likes.
It's actually crank.
Yeah. Okay, and, I've got RIT bags down there. So the Scott RIT Pack 3, that's the Scott RIT Pack that's on the market. When we converted everybody over to the Scott Air Packs, you had a bunch of departments that had MSAs, that had MSA RIT Packs. MSA RIT Packs and Scott Air Packs are not interchangeable. So you got these RIT Packs out there that are useless. Well, I won't say they're useless, but
We can't use it.
you can use them in a pinch, and it would be one of those, crap, we gotta do something right here, right now. So, is it ideal? Absolutely not. Is it something that I would trust myself, trying to hook up on somebody in the heat of the moment? No, I would not. So, that's, for me, that's a big safety issue, and that's something that we really do need to address.
What consists of the RIT pack, what's in that?
So that Scott pack, that is the bag. If I'm not mistaken, it's got a, oh man, I won't be able to print that out. That's the bag, the bottle, I believe, the mask, that is it's a non-firefighting mask, what they say. Meaning it doesn't have the heads-up display and all that stuff on it, it's just an escape mask.
Right.
Your buddy breathing hoses, basically that's a complete setup. Now, you can get it cheaper, but you have to provide your own bottle. Once again, this is one of those categories that, I've got listed on here that if we can buy some stuff at the end of this budget year, I can save about another $13,600 off of this, knocking it down to $125.
Do you know how many people have the RIT bags that will work?
Ours should.
Flint has one.
Flint has one, because we had Scott before, so ours should work.
There may be one or two out there, there's not many. Probably Flint and Chapel Hill are probably the only one.
We don't have one of that.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah, most
So
of,
at least that's 10,000 right there.
yeah, and, I mean, even with that, I would seriously look at upgrading y'all to these, because I've used the old Scott RIT bags, these are actually more user-friendly when you're wearing gloves and stuff, because of the way the handles are on. They got big grabs for everything, it's supposed to, some, like the old Scotts, they've got the strap that goes across, and you got the, where you have to reach and grab to open that top compartment up. This one actually has a ball on it that's about that big. Just have to grab it, you can find it in the dark a whole lot easier. So, that's something to look at.
That's fine. We'll make sure we got stuff for our guys that are safe, that's safe, you know, so.
I mean, I don't have a problem if you got money available in this fiscal year, go ahead and, spend what you need to get some of this work critical equipment, get it moving and.
There's about $23,000 left right now, in large, and small, there's.
Small was like
There's only a couple of.
$198.
Yeah, there's only about a couple.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, not small. And hand tools miscellaneous equipment was $198.90, so.
You could go ahead and purchase a thermal imaging camera pretty much off of what we've got left.
Yeah, and I had another breakdown of what I could purchase off of each one.
If you don't mind, just go ahead and lay out what you wanna do with what you have left, and just resubmit what you got for next year. We'll put it in for the final. I don't know that, I mean, guys, I'm not hearing anything that really, we need to talk about cutting or adding anything overall. And it's just have to have type stuff, so it's not a whole lot of stuff.
Well, the transfer tank on there, I put that on there just simply from the fact that when we had the snow and ice, we had one transfer tank that the district actually had. We borrowed 2 more to make it work so we could put fuel and everything. And I know it's been an issue in the past where we've been on long duration incidents where we've had to pull trucks off of scenes to go get fuel. It's not as critical now that we have fuel at every station, but at the time where you had people having to get to gas stations at certain times before they closed to use credit cards and hope to God that they knew where the credit cards were. This would just be another workaround that would give us another avenue.
And that $3,000 for that tank, that would be a tank similar to what Mike has in his truck, that's a diesel tank and a gas tank. So you'd have fuel for both types.
And what vehicle is it
It
gonna
would
be?
go on the logistics truck. Since it's here all the time somewhere,
Yeah.
somebody can run it out if need be, or,
It's not gonna interfere with your normal use of that truck?
no. No, if it does, we have plenty of trailers around, I can look up to. Okay, you wanna go over this one now, or you want to do it?
What's that last one, that 400?
Okay, so that's that's capital. I didn't know we actually had a capital breakdown until I saw the list JD sent out yesterday. So, back to the false check that I had, the 20 buckets on it. I would like to see us, and I put it in here mainly as a reminder for myself to talk to y'all about. I would like to see us look into the possibility of a truck or a trailer for rehab and equipment and utility type usage. We would have excess foam on it, we would have extra foam on it, extra spag, rehab supplies, all the absorbent booms and barriers that we use, those types of things that people are always calling for more of on scenes. Right now, we don't have it, we don't really have it, and we don't have a way to carry it if we did have it. So, I've had ideas as far as taking the Tiffany's trailer and putting some of this extra stuff on there and, making use out of it, to doing like a 16-foot cargo trailer, to doing an actual rehab vehicle. So, just something to look at. I mean, obviously taking the Tiffany's trailer and using it for that would be the cheapest thing to do, but is it the best thing to do? So,
Yeah, tell me what that trailer is.
okay, it's a great trailer we have that has all of our, wildland support deployment stuff in it. It's got tents, tarps, chairs, those types of things in it.
It's already got a purpose.
Yeah, it's already got a purpose, and could its purpose be expanded? Yes. But like I say, is it the best thing to do? Maybe, maybe not. Just really don't know, so.
Will we still have that small equipment trailer, one that we're gonna use to go around and rebuild all these small engines and stuff like that?
That's Mike's maintenance trailer.
It's been reallocated.
No, it hadn't been reallocated, that's what it was from the start. It's still got all of his shop stuff in it, so he's got a mobile shop there.
Oh, okay.
And we've actually, I'm glad we've had that trailer a couple times, we've actually had to use it.
And I think I prefer to see us do a trailer versus doing another vehicle.
And my only hang up on even mentioning the trailer was the fact of having to have a vehicle available and someone that can pull a trailer around and get it. So, but, like I say, that's one of those that I wanted to put it out there, and then we can do some more research into it and kind of get an idea of what would be the best.
Kelsey, the tractor.
Oh,
And I
yes,
did- I
sorry.
did not include that in the
That
back.
was, and that was a capital item. So, Mr. Wilson and, Johnny had talked about doing a tractor at the shop. So they've got 6 acres of land up there they're having to mow and maintain. They're using a residential zero-turn mower to do it at this point. The mower's working, but if we continue to push that mower like we have been, that mower's gonna go bye-bye real quick. You can ask Lieutenant Malone here, it works, but it ain't the best.
You spend about 4 hours mowing.
I'm not sure, but I think you and Mike had mentioned maybe having a small bucket on it.
Yeah, so we talked about if we did a tractor, we would do a tractor with pallet forks, bucket, finishing mower, so that way they could actually mow up there. And then situations where a forklift's down or they've got something they need to move, they got another forklift there basically.
Yeah, four-wheel drive.
Yeah, four-wheel drive, for sure.
You have put in an estimated amount of $40,000.
Yeah, $40,000 was an estimate for it. So the quotes that I've gotten so far, and this was another one of those guys like, look, you're not ready to buy it now, I can give you a quote for it, but just understand the price is gonna go up. So the price that he gave me, and this was on a John Deere 40 horse, over there on 155, was like 32 with all the equipment.
And you also mentioned about taking the turnkey there now and putting this somewhere else.
Yeah, we take that zero turn and get another fire station somewhere that's not gonna get as beat up.
So that was with the finish mower?
Yeah, that was with all the
And now
attachments.
attachments,
Mhm.
it's 32.
And probably trailer.
No, that wouldn't lift trailer. No. I mean, I haven't even,
Some guy over in Longview advertises with a trailer for.
yeah, Kelly Tractor usually does that. But I haven't even really dived off into that project just a whole lot. I mean, it was basically going, looking, seeing what size tractor we would need to get. And the heaviest thing that we're liable to pick up would be a pallet of the false check foam, which is 4 barrels, be about 2,500 pounds. And they said for that, you're gonna need at minimum a 40-horse tractor. Because otherwise, you're not gonna be able to get it up weight on the back end.
Be too light.
So, that's all I've got, guys.
Another expense I'd like to see on there is a side-by-side for these dozers, and that's something you left off, and I
Yeah.
thought we've talked about that several times.
Yeah, no, I remember you emailing that.
The only problem with that is you're the only one that can haul it. Cause you're the only one that has the option of room or availability to put it on your same rig, cause the rest of our rigs ain't got it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it still needs to be there, though.
Oh, I'm not saying that, I'm just saying, keep in mind, you'd be the only one that's got the availability to do it, so.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the one in ARC too, that,
That's what I was gonna say, as far as, if they dispatch them out, maybe we need to look at going ahead and putting a one-man unit and a grass truck pulling it side by side of mine with it. And that would alleviate it for this year, but eventually we're gonna need to look at it.
yeah, it's definitely something that we need to look into because it's
That's
a lot,
operation, so.
it's a lot safer to have that guy in something as opposed to walking on foot behind the dozer.
Well, besides that, you've got water on board, so that if dozer catches on fire, which I have been there several times when the dozer caught on fire.
I've thought I was a few times.
Yeah. I've been in that situation more than once.
So, y'all got any other questions or anything? I know it took up a lot of your time, but that was a lot of lines to go through.
So what he's got here is under capital expenditure, and then the tractor you talked about.
We had gone ahead and built $400,000 in, Mr. Donnelly, so if you want me to go ahead and pull that out, we can do that and.
Well, I'll just take it off here and leave it as capital expenditure.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. I think it's your time, Bill.
Well, one of the things that JD had mentioned is, I don't know if we want to bring Mike back in to go, actually go over his, operating budget. You know,
You want me to grab it?
if he's there, please.
Oh, he's there, cause I'm here.
Oh, they're watching this.
Who's that now? Mike?
Mike.
So what we, his budget?
Yeah, Mike
And there is a packet there.
6,400.
There is a packet in there with all the lights information in there. Should we put that?
This one right here? This one right here.
They don't have holes in them. I just realized that hole in there, I didn't see that. Okay.
What?
Gotta have big fat feet to be able to carry around a fat body.
Well, at least you said it.
I don't know. I almost said something.
Other than a new shoe that we had, in-use shoe, they're high, they fix it.
Are they still wildland certified and all that
Yeah,
stuff?
they redo them, they take the soles off.
Oh, you're talking
No,
about.
they were just tell you to send them to them, maybe reserve.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
No, I thought it was a different brand, I didn't.
All right. Going over our budget for the shop. We kinda carried over just a lot of what was approved in the last year's budget, or this year's budget, without too much more change. Of course, in the fluids, a lot of this stuff is always variable. Maintenance is very variable budget, because you never know what's gonna break, you never know how bad it's gonna break, or what you're gonna have to do to fix it, to get it back on the road. Same with the fluids and filters, it all depends on how much the truck runs, depends on how often the oil gets changed, stuff like that. So, the more they run, the more they get changed, the more they sit, the less they get changed. So on the fluids and filters, we just kind of carried over, or the fluids, we carried over what we had for this year. And of course, that fluids also includes the price of DEF. And the more new trucks we get in, the more DEF we have to have, so it includes all that. The filters, we did drop from the budget of this year. We had 21,000 budgeted for this year. We're projecting to use almost 7, so we dropped it down to 15.
So, I guess if you only use 7 this year, what basis do you have for saying next year's gonna be 15? Well, we don't have twice the equipment, right?
Increasing PMs.
Increase in PMs.
And we didn't have a bad wildland season that we used up a lot of filters.
Mhm.
So we've been fortunate in that this year.
Right.
Well, and even the year before that, it was just 12.4.
So I'm fixing to come up on another year where we're getting ready to do some transmission PMs. You do them about every 2 to 3 years. So that's an increase in fluid and filter consumption. On the parts for in-house repair, we bumped it up from 178,700 to 185,500. Of course, like right now, we're projected to be at about 165, close to 165,000. Again, it's a very, very variable subject. I can't sit here and say, well, we're gonna replace a turbo here or a turbo there, or we're only gonna do 2 sets of brakes this year. You never know what we're gonna run into. On the outside vendor repair, we went from 80,000 to 100,000, and right now we're projected to be at 120,000. And when me, Bill, and JD sat down and went over this, we realized that the 120,000 isn't truly accurate because of the Red Springs engine that got the rear end damage done and the Winona engine that got wrecked, all done under insurance claims. We cut checks to Siddons Martin and WTR for the work that got done, and that got put in my outside vehicle repair, and the insurance money just went into the insurance line of the budget.
That's a reclass that we're gonna have to do, Mr. Donovan, that we didn't catch.
So essentially, I don't think, I can't remember the total amount that was in it, but I'd wanna say that we're not, like, as it sits right now, I wouldn't be over budget.
Correct. I think it's like around 85, 90,000 that we would be at right now.
The dozer repair, it's kind of basically a similar thing, we just kind of transferred over the amount. Depends on how bad the dozers get used. They do go in once a year, we'd send them up to Bain, and they get gone through from top to bottom, front to back, to make sure they're in good working order. If we come across a bad fire season, like a 2011 season or something like that, it could cause us to have more expenditures in the dozer repair. And then same with the ATV and trailer repair, that's just some basic maintenance on the couple side-by-sides we do have, some tires, services for trailers. And then jumping down into the equipment repairs and maintenance. Which, I mean, there are some things we try to take care of as much in-house, and there's some things, sometimes it's just easier to have it dropped off at Rockmore's or the equipment place to have them handle it real quick and get it back in service.
So you're going from when you're told repair and maintenance down there, you're going from forecast of 17,000 this year, requesting a budget of 73,000 for next year. Looking at bottom line.
71, isn't it?
73, 730. Yeah.
And part of that, sorry, Commissioner Donovan, let me just add there, part of that is the capital that I'm requesting. I put his capital line items in his operating budget, so that accounts for about $50,000 over to the far right column. I didn't put those in a capital line item, I put them in his budget, so.
What is it?
The equipment.
It's the non-capital equipment of $13,763, and the other capital equipment of $35,975, which Mike, I'll let you go over.
Right, and those are the sheets following, the equipment non-capital.
This is the same stuff, same stuff Charlie had on his.
No, not this capital stuff. The small equipment capital, the draft commander, that's some loose equipment, some testing equipment that we're needing for the draft commander. The plasma cutter, to have a plasma cutter in the shop, because we don't currently have one, so we're using torches or grinders or sawzalls to do most of our cutting. The portable evaporator coolers, we have the big porta-cool that's in the shop. With 2 or 3 of us working in the shop, if we're working in different areas, only one person gets paint. So sometimes it's a little rough, a little hot. The floor scrubber, which for the floor scrubber, of course, been asking for one of those for quite a while, but as the condition of the floor is now, I would not want to purchase this floor scrubber until we did, which is the resurfacing of the floor, which we have a quote here, which I don't see that, that's not in.
Is that the urethane coating and all that?
Yes.
Cause now if you clean the floors, you take up chunks of this floor coating.
Cause I have a urethane coating.
The urethane coating is similar to what would be like out here in the station floors, in the bays. To do the quartz floor coating is what the contractor recommended, especially for a shop condition. It kind of takes the abuse a little better. And then, of course, the safety striping, we were wanting to put the linear safety striping in through the bay doors, so it makes for pulling apparatus and lining apparatus in easy.
So it'd either be the urethane coating or the quartz, right?
Right, it wouldn't be both, so it'd either be the 13,500 plus the 1,600 or the 27,000 plus the 1,600.
Plus, yeah, plus 16.
And then there's the quote in there for the support stands and a set of heavy duty lifts, another set of 4 of our column lifts to lift support trucks up in the air.
And that's so you can be working on 2 trucks at one time.
So we can have, I mean, if we've got one that's already up in the air, we're doing a bunch of work on, we have something else come in that we need to throw up and either do a PM on or find something needs to be moved and need a rack to put it up on. We don't have to drop what we're doing on one, split the lifts apart, set it back up on another one and bring it up in the air.
Fish.
Shop, it shouldn't be on there right now. That's just what we were looking at. That's just what we were looking at. See what it might cost us. You all have some curbs that shed around there on the side.
And the pump shed.
So overall, it's 322 plus the 73, is that the total overall?
I personally don't have a problem with the additional civil deals, it makes sense to have something up there like that, so.
Yeah.
But we can everything moving through there.
For sure.
Sure do. Yeah, 'cause it takes
And the
time
safety
to
stands.
drop on, move them.
And the safety stands, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely safe.
A $2,000 floor scrubbing machine is gonna cost us $15,000 to get the floor ready. So what?
I'll be 20.
Well, it depends on which option.
one, yeah, which option you go, but 28,000 or.
Well, well, I'm just gonna say this, Brent, if that 13.5 is like what's on this bay out here, that's already coming up,
Yeah.
he's got a lot more weight and crap going on it than we do. I mean, if you're gonna do it,
Do it right the first time.
you know, whether we wait till next year or we do it this year, I would say the courts. Cause if not, it ain't gonna hold up.
Cause right now, it's a painted floor that's on there now, and it's, every time we wash it or try to scrape the oil dry and stuff like that, the paint is just constantly chipping.
It's bad, too.
So it's slowly turning into a bare concrete floor right now.
Poorly concrete.
So you also have repairs that need to be done to your building, the main structure?
Yes. The skylight, there's 3 different sets of skylights that are in there, they're leaking. An upper north side office window is leaking into the building. And then just numerous amounts of light fixtures and stuff like that.
Why don't we just look at doing, each building, why don't we just look at doing what you need to have done up there as a whole to get that building back into good shape? And well, I mean, kind of feel like we're just hitting the high spot right now, and let's look at doing, I personally don't like throwing money away. We're gonna do it, let's see what we need to really do, let's do it. And whether we have the money to do it this year or not, is gonna be another question, but there may be a couple of things that you really need to have taken care of right now, we just can't put it off, but, in lieu of doing a little bit here and there, let's see what it costs to get that facility back in good shape.
Priority to me, so it doesn't leak in on you, and you have adequate lighting to do your job.
And it's, I mean, at nighttime, a lot of the exterior lighting is not, that station in that area is dark at night. I mean, you'll pass it in a hurry if you're not paying attention to what you're looking for.
It helps with the gunshots. I don't have a beacon to shoot at.
Probably need to get some quotes on having it all done.
Now, are we looking at doing this ourselves, having a contractor bid it out to do the upgrades?
Should contractor do it up?
Yeah.
You got enough to do without messing with lights.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
We got several things, the building is just in need of general overall repairs and updates or upgrade or whatever we wanna call it. Let's just look at doing it and I mean, we got a facility there that we're using, the front part of it, we're not utilizing right now. Cause the potential it should be used. So let's look, what can we use, what else, what other purposes we talked about, earlier, doing different things in different places, so it'll be another opportunity to look and see what we can do. I know that that's probably not necessarily close to everybody, but if it turns into a good place that we could actually start managing our stock materials out of there. And cause the front section is climate controlled, so.
Well, that's where their office is and kitchen, that's where Kelsey's new office is.
Well, you can pick some of that upstairs for Mike to move in. He wouldn't have to come every morning. There's a lot of room up there that could be used for that.
That's what I'm saying, I mean, just in general, just look at it, and if we're gonna do something, let's see what we can maximize the way we utilize the facility.
So is that gonna be up to Mike to do that, or what do we need to do on
I
that?
would, I don't know anybody that knows better what needs to be done than Mike, so. Or somebody else in.
I don't mind getting 3 contractors to send them back and get bids on it, and he can show them. 3.
Well, I mean, somebody's gotta write the scope of work, right? I mean, that's the hardest part about the whole thing, sitting down and saying, what do we wanna do?
It's kinda like these 2 buildings, he was out there and several others, and he told them what he needed, and.
You guys, y'all call me a money man, but I'm a contractor more than anything. No verbal. Write it down, have a good, coherent explanation of exactly what you want, specs of what you want. That way you get good bids from every one of them, the same thing. And you have something to hold them against, but just calling the guy out and walking out there showing him what you want, doesn't fly.
Well, that's what he basically did. Some of you were there, gave him the sizes and heights and all that.
Because it needs to be written down, Charles, not just verbal. It needs to be.
No, like those two bids.
That's his big, yeah, but
Right.
what he's talking about is what we want, and we
Yeah.
specify, and they give us a bid on it.
And that's what Mike wanted in those, and they gave us a bid. Yeah.
But is it written down anywhere? Besides, what he gives us bids on.
We can do it. Just like Greg said, we need to maintain the building too. Yeah. Next.
Anything else?
Anything else?
Any other questions from Mike?
So looking at, we need to go back to the 13,000, how much of that are we actually doing this year? When I say the forest forever, if we're not gonna do the fort right now, then we won't do the fort forever, right?
Correct.
Well, I would say he would need the draft commander equipment, correct? Because I mean, that's what we do our pump
Right.
testing with.
Okay.
And we said the support stands.
Yeah, we just support
And
that.
definitely,
So, Mike, you only have, do you currently have one evaporative cooler out there? And you got other fans in the shop?
Yes, we have other fans, yes.
Okay, but you're looking just for an additional evaporative cooler for, so you currently got yourself and Seth?
Seth and then Bradley part-time.
Okay. And basically, making sure we got, I'll ask you, how effective are your evaporative coolers in this humidity?
They're pretty good.
They're still
I
pretty
mean,
good?
especially with, I mean, having an ice machine in the shop kind of helps, because you kind of juice it up a little bit, throw a couple 5-gallon buckets of ice in it, and it cools it right down. You learn tricks of the trade.
Yeah.
In Longview, my bay in the Longview shop was right next to the ice machine room, so I always had nice, easy access to grab a couple 5-gallon buckets of ice, throw it in the cooler, and it makes a world of difference.
And without a doubt, trying to keep you guys safe and overheating and higher productivity and everything else. I don't have a problem with that one. Plasma cutter,
Need it for sure.
It's kind of one of them, it's nice to have. It makes doing some jobs easier when we've got some custom jobs we're having to piecemeal together, but, I mean, is it 100% needed right now? Could we maybe get it next year? Yeah.
Put a question mark on that one.
tell you what, if you can save us a couple thousand on filters, there you go.
And I could probably do that.
Okay. So you got a list of a couple other things back here. Are we gonna look at these under capital expenditure, or how are we gonna look at these?
That's just the deals where Charles got them together when we were talking about closing in that building. That's only one bid, so we need some more. Yeah.
But as far as allocating budget for next year, I mean,
Yeah.
one bid's good enough as far as I'm concerned, but we can't award off those, but are we?
And that is not in the budget, those particular items, those things are light, so that's included in the budget.
So, yeah, whether we do these separate from the building, or what we'll need to do, we'll need to make a decision, I guess, what we're gonna do with that.
We want to allocate the funds.
I mean, 'cause
We just put them in the budget.
We need to talk about buildings as a whole, right? We haven't spoken anything about buildings or anything else, any other major expenditures outside of the equipment.
We'll have to go under capital.
Yeah, we should put that under.
Well, and Brent, that's where we had kind of asked for, you know, that buildings committee, which was never been put together yet. Because we were trying to kind of do that along with some of this other, and it was just way too much.
We just rubbed together a bunch of needs.
I mean, we've got some rough stuff, but nothing that we can, I think we can validate it, but not really with too hardcore what I would like numbers.
Correct. We'll have that conversation on,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess far as what Mike, y'all got anything else? I don't have.
I don't.
Okay, appreciate it, guys.
But y'all,
Thank you.
thank y'all.
Adam?
Yes. Already did.
You can tell all them.
Much appreciated. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
Would you like me to start?
Where do you want to start with compressors or whatever?
Yes, let me, I don't have the three with me, but Tim, what is, oh, you got it written down. I'm asking for $45,000 for a SCBA compressor for Boiler Station 1. The one they have right now is a diesel powered one, and it's on its time. We can't find parts, it's not building pressure up correct, and they have to come to Flint or Noonday. And so I went out and I got 3 bids, and I found the best one for the company that we use already for flow tests is for $45,000. And Tim, did you write the 800 on here for?
Was that the electric?
Yes.
I think I did.
And plus, we have to also get electric company to come in for them, and I have, Boulder Fire Department went out and got 3 quotes, and $800 were the cost. So this is shipping.
Put in a 3-phase?
No, sir, that station does not have 3-phase.
Okay.
This is a single phase, 10 horsepower, motor.
Okay.
I wanna get the biggest one we could for the single phase. The only thing we don't have to buy from them is gonna be the Cascade bottles, so we should save money on that. So basically, it's $45,000 what I'm asking for with that.
So we have, compressors for each one of our stations.
Yes, sir. Every fire station in the district, like ARP has their own, Bullard has their own right now, everybody has like Chief Harper.
You're saying every station?
Every
main district.
One district.
Per district, yeah. So there's a total of 11, basically.
Okay.
We got 2 portables and the rest are all stationary.
Okay.
And we've got to do something, if not, we're gonna be up.
And so everybody's got their own cascade system?
Yes, sir.
And your cascade system is to fill your packs?
Yes, sir.
And then we
Any
got
SCBA,
portable,
yes, sir.
portable cascades to,
I've got one and.
Jackson has one, so if we get a large incident, we can call Noonday to bring us one or whatever. Like I said, I wanted to go with the ones that we have already, that we put at the stations, but the gentleman that used to service our Cascade and all that, he's no longer in business. So this is the company that we do flow tests with. They have gave me the best price.
what's the life on these things?
Bullards, I don't know how old it is.
It's old.
It's old. Chapel Hills was,
Rich Springs, same way.
yeah, but Red Springs is doing good. But,
But we've had it a long time too.
yeah, so
But it works.
it will last, theirs is gonna last for a while. This will get us up till we, like I was telling Chief Mayor, to get us over that hump for later on now if we have to purchase one 3-4 years down the road.
Then you can expect 10 to 20 years out of it. And it also depends a lot on your, on the hydro dating, on the bottles that go with the system. As long as they continue to pass their hydro date, and the system still is serviceable, it can go. I mean, the timeline is just based on the product.
In frequency they're used?
Right.
I mean, how frequently you guys have to refill your own
Possibly daily.
cascades?
Possibly daily.
We're supposed
Yeah.
Because equipment checks in the mornings whenever we check our SCBA cylinders. I mean, if we're off by just a few PSI, we're topping them off, just so that we have the most amount of air.
We have to
possible
run
for
these
catch up.
compressors minimum 30 minutes a week. 120 minutes a month. Has to, that's per TCFB.
And here, my line of question is that, so looking at it on a individual district basis, could we be looking at it as a whole? Do we have 3 machines strictly located, because you got cascade pumps you're filling, and that you're actually using to fill your packs? So in lieu of having a compressor, a cascade system, fill packs at every station, then you have compressor, and maybe a bigger compressor, and we have portable packs, portable cascades to take and fill. Because when you're not using the whole cascade when you go fill each time. And
Well, but that's like right now, our bottles are going for hydrolling, but we can still fill off the compressor.
But I can buy you another set of bottles, hell, a lot cheaper, I can buy you a compressor.
Okay,
But
here's the problem with that, you're taking apparatus, because they got all the equipment up there that means manpower out of service, out of district, and everything. If you catch another fire in the middle, now our limited resources are scattered all over the place. And that's why we tried to go to having one in each district. Because before we had one, we got ours on the grant, we were having to go as far as White House or Chapel Hill, because Fine Troop didn't have one, just to keep our bottles filled. And that was an hour, 2-hour ordeal, and that was just when we had volunteers. And I really hate to see the paid staff being out of pocket that long, or the volunteers, really.
Well, you can add to that too, your guys that left that station to go to ARC to fill up, they've gotta wait till those cascade bottles fill up before they leave there. You can't leave empty for the next department there.
Right.
Time consuming.
It's not really the fact that we couldn't do it, it's not an efficient way of doing it anymore.
And so, the industry I work in, we use fresh air all the time as well. Different type, but we use it for a different reason. And we don't have a single compressor. We do everything we do with cascade bottles. And so I'm challenging, are we doing it with a cost-efficient way? That's all I'm doing. So you guys are the guys that use them, not me. Are we doing it in the most cost-efficient way?
Yes, sir, this is the most cost efficient.
Well, it really is.
Okay.
It really is. Because one thing too, for us that might be different for y'all, is we gotta get them filled up pretty quick, because we never know when they're gonna go right back.
I got a guy that'll die if he takes this off just as much as your guy will.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, I don't
I
know.
sulfide out of the truck just like that. So we deal with it all the time, so I'm saying.
Well, but I mean, how many times they going up and down, and I mean, it may be 100 times, I don't know.
But we don't understand what you do anyway.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm sorry about that. I don't mean that bad,
But I'm just saying that the different industry, exact same equipment, same purpose, and we do it completely different ways. And all I'm doing is saying, are we doing it the most cost-effective way here?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay.
That is the most cost effective way.
We're convinced ourselves that we've looked at it, not because this is the way we've always done it, but is it really the most cost-effective way? They're okay.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay.
Next. All right, we have to get our packs flow tested every year. And it's coming up in, I think, November, how we usually do it. And I went out and got 2 bids, or 2 quotes, and it's gonna come down to $35 a pack for a total of, I don't know, $6,100, I don't know what we put down.
We split them, didn't we?
No, that's hydro.
This is just a flow test.
This is just to get our packs flow tested.
Replacement cylinders. is what you're-
Oh, that's the pack, okay.
This is basically,
What was the number?
it's 61, it's $35 a pack, and there's a 166. Yeah, and they got lodging, they travel, they have to go to 2 different places. Well, I can't get out of that.
Yeah.
So, we're gonna, I think, if it's up there, I think we asked for, you rounded it up. Somebody rounded it up. JD, I think 6,400, I think.
I think that's what we're.
Everything we do, we round it up just a little bit.
And this is the best avenue for us, and we're gonna have to get it done this November.
Who's currently doing it?
Metro Fire. had another company called MES. We had the worst luck ever out of them. Couldn't get my records back. And this company here comes straight here. They pull in here to Flint, they take facts, they test them, and
Okay, so we're just changing companies.
no, it's the same company.
But he's talking about, you had MES.
We had MES prior to Metro Fire, and I swapped to Metro Fire because we were having problems.
So if this, I mean, this should have already been in the budget, so this isn't a new budget item, right?
This,
Well,
you got a
we haven't
budget
had
in
to
there.
have on hydro.
No, Tim, this is flow test.
Flow test, something different.
God, I keep getting them all.
So,
Flow test is a once a year thing.
this is required by TCFP.
This will be a
reoccurring
cost
cost
now,
now, but it's different. This is a new item for us this time because they're new air packs. Does that make sense? I think there was a few changes done, like, because whenever the packs were upgraded, whenever y'all got the grant for
So,
the county, so now they had to get a different company to come in. It wasn't budgeted previously, it needs to be budgeted from here on as a reoccurring cost.
I mean, that's subject to change every year, that the prices can go up, or this is the cheapest rather.
Yeah, but that's still gonna be a reoccurring.
My question really is, if we were already doing it, we're just changing vendors, I don't care. But
Okay.
if it's a new service that has not been previously budgeted, then yeah, we need to know about it.
All right, are you good with that?
I mean, was it a new service?
No, we used them last year.
So it should be, so it's not,
It's the same
It's
service.
the same service. Yeah.
He's good with it.
Okay. So, the air sample, quality air sample, once a quarter, that's the same thing. Basically, it's a recurring thing.
It's a recurring, just go
Hydrostatic testing on our bottles, we have a total of 370 bottles that we have to get hydrostatic tested every 5 years. So, we have some that are in 2017, some are 2018. I like to get half done this year, where we get half of them done, and the following year after that, get the other half. Because if we get them one, the other one, we're gonna be out the bottles for a while. And it's gonna be.
We have to send those off, Adam, or they come
Yeah,
here?
yes, sir, what I will do, this company, it's different than Metro's MES, they'll send a crate here, and we'll send like 50 at a time. And they'll turn around, they hydrostatic test them, send them back, drop it off, I'll send 50 more.
So, you said before that you were using MES for the flow testing and having issues with them. Do you not
Metro
worry
Fire
about it?
does not do hydrostatic testing.
Okay.
You have Hoyt, they send their stuff to Dallas, and that's the problem we're having with our big bottles here, getting done. And we're having problems with this company right here, goes to Houston, they do it, they're done. It's back. And it's 12.5.
And again,
It's recurring every 5 years.
Discretionary spending, right? It's something we gotta do
Every 5 years.
Every 5 years.
Budgeted every year, put some money back.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could definitely.
So you're good with that? Good with that, yeah.
But just make sure that Bill has that put in the budget.
Did you put that, I couldn't remember if you put that one in there.
There was a couple that JD added in there, but most of the testing that's been done previously is already built into the budget. And it's just a cost.
But I'm just going out and getting everything to happen. So, what I'm asking also is, what did we say, 90 SCBA masks. We currently have them on all the trucks with their packs. But I'm looking for a safety standpoint, and I want COVID, whatever disease or whatever comes around, we need to be more prepared for our volunteers and paid. I'm looking for 90 at $278 a piece. But that's all your part-time, that's all your full-time, and that's all your volunteers that are entry certified. I will get with the VFD chiefs to sit down with a list who's entry certified. If Mac only runs, he's entry certified and runs 2 calls a year, do we need to buy a mask for him? No.
So could you have a certain number, of those past inventory?
Yes,
Because you're
sir.
gonna usually know when you're gonna go out on that type of
Yes, sir.
call, right?
What I was gonna do is, so we have medium mast. Majority of our guys and gals here in the whole organization, majority of medium, you have your handful of small and large. So I would actually have some left over once I take some mediums off the truck and dish it out to volunteer and pay it. Well, that's where we're gonna save some money, but I also wanna keep some on standby, some mediums, some large and smalls in case something happens.
What he's wanting to do is get all the interior tack guys that are on max.
They're responsible.
And then leave like 2 on the engine so that.
Yeah, the needle out there.
Right.
Put it out there, yeah.
Wasn't it used to, the company come in and measure each fireman?
We currently do that.
IT does that.
We currently do that. I think Brent does that. So we go in there,
It's just something that would be done before, like issuing a base piece to ensure
I just
that
don't
it's properly fitted
I just
and
don't want
we
to
know
spend
the
money.
right number of each size. But traditionally, a good portion of folks are medium across the board, most
Yeah.
everybody's medium.
like I said, I have to sit down with all the chiefs when it comes time. But what is it, 90 times 278?
Comes out to $25,000.
$25,000. I think y'all rounded up 27.
Again, Bill, I'd like to weed out all this rounded up. Across the board with everybody, and let's understand what the reported price are, and we'll decide how much we're gonna put in reserve for what if.
Like I said, this is the bottom line, no price inflation, this is it. Unless next year changes, but I can't predict that. So that's what I'm asking.
So another thing too, is we need to be looking at is that if we decide that we're gonna outfit every person with their own mask, and just like Bucker gear, it's gonna be theirs. And how often do we need to replace it? What are we thinking about?
Is there an
I know there's
NFPA?
not-
There's like
There's no NFPA required on replacing masks. As long as the straps are good, your glass is good, seals are good.
They are wear out, right? They do wear out after time.
Eventually.
Yeah, or damage, whatever, and
Eat
all.
whatever else.
Right. So we ought to be looking in the future about saying we're gonna replace 10%, 15, 20%, whatever it is on an annualized basis, and just go and start planning for it. Just like we're trying to do everything else, just have some money set aside, so it's not.
To where you
Yeah.
The big
stay up
expenses,
with
yeah.
it.
So,
And I'll ask y'all, I'm not the person out there wearing the mask. Is it something we need to be doing? Where everybody gets their own mask?
it's a health and safety
Especially
concern.
the way it is now with COVID and
Even
just the common cold dog.
Right.
Using 10%, that's what.
Let's go ahead and move forward. All right.
You have smoke this, you have people, and they read inside those things and you get that.
I got it, back in the kitchen.
Yeah. Anything else?
That's it, sir.
Bill, you're up, I guess.
Swing away, Bill. Commissioners, basically what I wanted to do at this time is just to go over the summary of where our revenues are and our expenditures as we have them right now. I want to start out with property tax revenue. This number is based on the rate that y'all proposed tonight. That also has delinquent collections in it. So we're looking at approximately $5.3 million with that. Investment revenue, that's a shot in the dark at this point in time. I'm just kind of basing it on what we've collected this year. So that's always a moving number. Other revenues, that consists of our incident billing and the money that we get from Cherokee County. Right now, I think this year we had $110,000 budgeted for incident billing, and what we're projecting for year end for incident billing is $213,000. So we went with a conservative estimate of $175,000, which the $175,000, which, and the money from Cherokee County brings us back to our $219,000 that's budgeted. Sales tax, let me just kind of give you an update on where we're at with our numbers. Through August, we have now collected approximately $9.8 million in sales tax. And last month, or I'm sorry, the amount that we received in August was right at $1.2 million for July. Yes, for July. And so we, what I've done is I've projected out for the year at $10.6 million. And the $10.9 million number comes based on our current year revenues and a projection for the last month of the fiscal year. And then we took that number and added 3% to it. And the reason why we took that approach is that we took what the county had collected on their sales tax. And over the last 5 years, their sales tax have increased anywhere from 2 to 3% over each fiscal year. So that's where we came up with that projection, which brings us to the total projected revenues for this next year of $16,443,859. Carryovers, we have approximately $3 million that we carried over from the fiscal year 1920 year, and we're anticipating 5.4 million carryover for this year, which will bring us to the total of 8.4 million carryover. Now, I do want to mention that this does not include the previous $1 million reserves that we have set out there. This is just money that has not been designated anywhere at this point in time. So that brings us total available to either reserves or expenditures to $24,843,000. Just to go briefly over some of these expenditures, payroll, most of all of these numbers we've already talked about tonight. Once again, with the payroll piece, this is what, with the full staffing plan that we had, that JD presented to you guys tonight, which we'll see a slight decrease in that number, but then actually a slight increase once we add the retirement piece in the raise. So that number will be changing. Operational expenses, once again, these are numbers that we have gone over. The $485,000, just to remind you, that's the piece in there that Kelsey presented for the truck. It was also, I think, the tractor was in there, and there was one other piece of equipment. Let me look and see what I think has already been presented to you guys. Actually, the SCBA compressor is included in that number also. That's where we put that. Okay, capital purchases. Information technology, once again, that was the full number that Larry presented to you guys tonight. Legal and professional, we have at $40,000. General operating expenditures at $291. Truck repairs and maintenance at $322. Equipment repair and maintenance at approximately $74,000. Building repair and maintenance, which those numbers are projected over what we have done this last year. Is based on, what we've seen as a consistent type cost. New equipment and gear, this is all the, information that was, presented by the various, presenters tonight. The train budget, fuel, we have $200,000 budgeted. That was a projection that I came up with. Then personnel expenses, this encompasses the pay per call. Let me switch over real quick over to this other screen so that we can talk a little bit more about this. This encompasses the chief and training coordinator stipend and the anticipated the pay per call, which what we did is we projected out what that was going to be for next year, as well as if everything is resolved with the situation of the audit, that we would also pay the remainder out for this fiscal year too. So that's where you're seeing that $623,000 come into play.
The bookkeeper's included in our stipends up there too. It says chief and training coordinator, but isn't that our bookkeeper's too?
That is another line item.
That's another line.
Yes, sir,
Okay.
that's
I
still
just
there.
want to clarify that.
Yes, sir. That hasn't changed. Let me switch back to this screen. So we're looking at total expenditures right now at $16,186. I just set up just came up with some reserve numbers after visiting with Mr. Domney. We set an operating reserve of $5.5 million, an apparatus reserve at $1 million, and this is the reserve that Larry presented to y'all tonight, which will bring us to a total of approximately $6,736,000 for reserves. Total expenditures and reserves would come to $22,923,000, and we would have an excess of, with this current budget, the way that it's set, at approximately $1.9 million with this year's revenues and the reserves that we have.
So the nominal $1 million that we already have in reserve, is that?
That is not included in there. And let me just show it from, so let's take.
include buying any apparatus safety, does it?
Correct.
Or remodeling building.
So this is another really important number for me to show y'all. This number, these three numbers take the reserves out. So this is what we're anticipating for revenues this year. This is anticipated expenditures. So right now, our revenues for just the upcoming fiscal year, we have $257,000 left.
Now, if Kelsey and them go ahead and spend some of their money that's in this year's budget, is it calculated into carryover? Or what, how are we gonna handle that? Or,
Well, it would come out of.
It would just come out of the budget.
right, but he's projected a carryover, and that's what I'm asking.
Well, it wasn't
Is that gonna make it?
I will be honest with you, that carryover is pretty conservative at this point in time. So, I mean, that number could vary depending on where we
So
are.
they can get some of this stuff bought out of this year's budget, and it won't hurt us on next year's budget.
Right.
Okay.
Not significantly.
All right,
I wanted to make sure that.
it was very confusing at the last meeting.
Ultimately, we'll spend it, but it is,
Yeah,
depend where the carryover number, how it
As
falls.
long as it doesn't affect your numbers for what you're projecting, that's what I'm getting at.
I know I tried to simplify it. I know that's a lot of information. If any of y'all have any questions, please feel free to give me a call.
Can you do the breakdown
that is all of this, let me start at the top, what encompasses that. Sorry, this is not cooperating very well. So a lot of these numbers encompass things that Trotty presented to us tonight, also what Ray presented to us. So, let's see, it encompasses a lot of things. So you've got your uniforms and PPE in there, which comes to a total of $462,000. That's, once again, what Ray and Trotty presented together. Hand tools, it sounds like there's a number of those items that he's not going to need, the $75,591 number. The new equipment, small, $243,519. And the new equipment, large, $242,100. The radios we moved out of there because that's in Larry's budget. That's why you see the line item blacked out. And the testing that Adam was talking about, that's where all that's built into, is the $65,910, which brings you back to the $1,090,000.
I guess I'll ask why that's under new equipment gear. The last 65,000, 66,000.
This,
And this was, it's testing, right?
this is testing right here.
Yeah, so why would it be in new equipment? Why would it be, and I'm sure we got other testing costs that we have. I don't know if we have, if it comes, if it falls underneath our operating expense or, contractual fees or where it falls underneath.
It's at the top.
I know this is the only testing we have.
What's not in
The very first item there is aerial testing.
For $595?
The budget last year was $600. What's the aerial testing gonna cost us?
I presented to Chief Smith.
Okay.
It's gonna be more than that.
Well, he said that's the figure he had, so maybe that's all we've been able to do.
You making a note of that, Bill?
Yes.
Well, ladder testing is $2635.
I think Brent's question is, why is the testing and the inspection under new equipment when it already in a?
Like an OpEx.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, maybe it needs its
Well,
own little area.
And gentlemen, I left it where it was at previously, and that's where it was at in the budget. I don't, I can move it out of that category if y'all would like for me to.
And either under general operating expense or under equipment repair and maintenance, maybe would be two places that should go
Okay.
here.
It just needs to be moved
Yeah.
and then that will change it bottom line, but.
Mr. Dominic, we can do it as far as this budget's concerned. Next year, this budget's gonna look very different. As we move into the new system, I was a little bit challenged because there's things that don't really belong. That don't belong in certain categories, so that's the thing that we're gonna have to work with next year, is trying to overcome that, to understand where things are gonna start getting dispersed. So, but I can, if you would like me to, I can go ahead and move it out of there.
I would prefer to move it out, so that when we're talking about new equipment here, it really is that.
Yes, sir.
So where we're sitting right now is that, there's gonna be some of the changes that we talked about today, we'll come back out as they send the information back to you. This is gonna change a little bit, but I don't know that it's really gonna material change. And so what we're looking at is $16 million worth of revenue and $16 million worth of expenditures, before we even talk about equipment or buildings or anything else like that. And so there's effectively no money left to do anything, right?
That's what flew us for a loop at the last meeting, so.
So
So there's not that big windfall of money out there that everybody thinks there's.
No, but there's some cutting that definitely gonna have to be done,
Mhm.
sharpen the axe.
Well, that's where, you know, we'll have to take some IP everywhere.
Yeah.
Look, you know, our major expense is payroll. And you look across the board, you know, it stands out as the biggest expense that we have is payroll. And we weren't talking about big additions in payroll, right?
Not really.
So, I'd kind of like to see these lined up, last year's budget and last year's actual, and then forecast. I mean, you gave it to us in a different view, but.
I did, it's more on this sheet.
Yeah.
And if y'all like it in the summary format, I can do that too.
I mean, what it's gonna show us that we got this incremental growth across everything that we do.
Yes, sir.
And everybody's asking just for a little bit more. And the little bit more that everybody's asking for is gonna prevent us from doing some of the really important things we need to do. And we can either ask everybody to go back and trim, or we can go back in and say on a percent basis, everybody gets cut 20%. And send the budget back down to them and say, okay, now you gotta live within your budget. So it's just a matter how we're gonna do it. I mean, we're gonna start doing it line item by line item, or we're gonna do it on a percent basis. But we've got to trim these costs, so we actually have some money to do the important things with. I mean, if we're gonna go in the northwest, we're gonna have huge expenses up there.
Yeah. I almost think it's a combination of what you said, a percentage plus here, you know.
Yeah, and y'all tell us what you
have, what you.
Right.
Can you go back to the summary show of reserves?
Yes, sir. How's this going to go okay.
And it's not broken down as to the sales tax in regard to personnel. What part of the personnel budget comes out of the sales tax?
I did not break it out to that detail. I can if y'all would like to see that.
So the sales tax revenue is 10.9, and we're forecasting our personnel cost at $9 million.
What part of that $9 million comes from the sales tax?
All of it. So basically all of it.
So you're projecting 10 million off 10.5 and that's not, you know, I'm looking at it wrong.
No.
10.9.
That almost eat up all your sales tax that you collect, but we still got the property tax that we use to operate the rest of the system on.
Well, actually, you're looking at 1.9, almost 1.9 million, 1.8 million.
Bill, can you scroll down?
Sure. Just a little bit.
Okay, say that 5 million is your property tax. The other revenue.
Is 10.9.
No, sales tax is 10,930.
Yep.
Okay, and when we passed the sales tax, what did we say we was gonna do with that fund?
You're gonna try to use as much of it as it is for personnel.
Yeah.
Now, the dilemma is, we can have all the personnel we want, but if we ain't got a building to store, or put them leave, we're in trouble.
I think you're going to where I'm headed.
I know.
But still, in all that, and staying, lumping it the way we did, we're not really we broke it out, but we're not. But you're only barely $1 million off of that anyway for what we're projecting in just payroll salary.
Yeah.
Because we don't even have the increase of the increase.
See, cause
There's 9 million for the payroll, and you get 10,930.
So are we saying after this year, we're looking to have a total fund balance in reserves of 8.4? After this coming year?
if that's,
Well, not the way you broke it down.
that's usually.
Well, okay, so you're talking, okay, so this is what's available up here.
make sure that this is what's available right here. 8.4 is available. We already have $1 million in reserves that's not included in this. And so, it depends on how y'all wanna take that 8.4 million and break it up. What I did is based on some conversations that Mr. Donnelly and I had with some other individuals, was that we can set an operating reserve at 5.5. I just put an apparatus reserve in at $1 million, and then we've got the IT reserve at $236 million, which will allocate, right now, $6.7 million of that original reserve into reserves.
So, I mean, that's our first step to start building our reserve for, you know, our replacement stuff. So, and we hope we get it, and to be honest with you, that is the first step for everybody else's. We don't have it broke down like we do here, but that's the first step for everybody else. That apparatus, we always need to keep that $1 million, right? Just in case we have one that goes out, we have that $1 million to replace it. And what's gonna come down to is at the end of this budget review that we do, whatever money we have to operate with is gonna be it. And we're not gonna have a lot of leftover money. So if we're gonna do any apparatus or buildings, come out that number right there.
That's what I was getting at.
So we may not be able to put.
You could have said that at the beginning with me, no?
Well, we may not have $5.5 million
Yeah.
in reserve, so
Okay.
it may take us longer to get that in reserve than what we wanted it to.
Yeah.
But like, but we're never gonna have another 2 years like this.
No.
Right.
You're not gonna have that extra 3 months.
That extra 3 months.
I mean, just to have $3 million left from previous year.
Yeah, well, I'm just
And
saying.
to have the amount that we're having this year, we won't say that, well,
Well,
we're only putting, as we're sitting right now, we're only putting back $250,000 there, you know, this coming year. So we won't ever have another $1 million a year to deal with.
I'm not in on this legal stuff that the city operates.
And
Could you not build this reserve up and eventually go, instead of going out to government capital, borrow from yourself and pay yourself back into your reserves? That's what I'd like to get built to.
That's part of the concept of
it's
this.
actually down a little faster before that.
And this gets back to what we start talking about borrowing money, or borrowing money that, as Mr. Dollars pointed out, is that it's shrinking. We only have, what was it, $200-something thousand left over, so if you go out and note, that note's gonna have to come out that amount also, so you either commit yourself out for a long period of time, so be very careful about that.
Okay, so this will go through another iteration, and we'll get a little bit different number. We're not gonna get a whole lot different number. And we're gonna have to have another one of these meetings where we're gonna either have to determine how we're gonna set the budget on these line items. And we gotta have a discussion about the capital expenditures. And I've been talking to Mel about, he's been looking at, you know, renovating his station. And we have personnel craft that we use as rescue boats. We ought to be looking at a real rescue vehicle, rescue boat, something that's really meant to do that purpose. And quit spending $30,000, $60,000 on personal watercraft. And those type of things that long term we gotta be looking at, and we haven't even got there yet. And we basically spent all our money on what was deemed in here tonight as essentials.
Well, but that's where, when we fell off of the long-range plan several years ago, we fell behind. Because we were staying trucks up there, buildings up there, and then when we quit, turned the other direction.
Some of these ideas were there, and then they fell by the wayside, now we're trying to pick them back up and get them going again, like rescue boats and everything. And the dive team, that's,
We're behind that ball.
we're behind the eight ball.
I mean, so we talked about the apparatus, and then without a doubt, I mean, I'm sure that people can justify buying all those, but it's just gonna take us being a little bit disciplined over the next few years to try to get our stuff turned around and headed back in the right direction. We can't do it all this year, or next year or the next, so it's just gonna, we're gonna have to cut back on some of this stuff.
And that's where if we can just get a budget together, then the long-range committee will try to get a plan together on how much and what we can spend and how we can spend.
It's just gonna take everybody pulling together on both sides of the fence.
It's gonna take several chief meetings too.
So, yeah, and I think, guys, this is where you can really help us as we talked about the apparatus and looking at how we can share apparatus across the ESD, get us through some of these times. I think will benefit us there. And any other things that we're doing that we can share in, I'd like to at least have a conversation.
Ready for a motion?
I'll make it.
I'll second it.
All right, we're adjourned.
All in favor?